Okay, hi everyone. I'm calling the meeting order at 4:40 p.m. On April 27th, 2022. This is our last scheduled council meeting for the this fiscal year and this council board cycle. I'd like to thank everyone for attending. We have quite a good turnout today. And we also have quite a few items on our agenda. So I really do hope we can go through this fairly steadily and that we are not here for too lengthy of a time. Okay, and so I will get started. Sorry, message was sent to me. Okay. Okay, thank you for waiting for me. Just sort of an accessibility check for myself. I've been really packed with time today, so my brain's a little scattered, and also missed my anxiety medication. So I might be, especially near the end of this meeting, I might be needing a bit more time and patience from everyone while I keep myself collected and focused. Okay, so I'm going to start with the territorial acknowledgement. We respectfully acknowledge that the SFSS is located on the traditional unceded territories of the Coast Salish peoples, including the Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, Coquitlam, and Katzie nations. These unceded means that these territories have never been handed over, sold, or given up by these nations, and we're currently situated on occupied territories. Okay, I'm going to start with a roll call of attendance. When I call out your position, please give everyone your name, your pronouns, and your access needs. And access needs are anything that could impact your ability to fully engage in the meeting, and that could be environmental things like unstable internet, noisy background, noisy neighbors, or it could be things like you need someone to speak up more clearly, speak more clearly, or to repeat themselves, or if you have to leave early due to another major commitment. Okay, and we'll do our best to help and accommodate. So I'll start with archaeology.
Hey everyone, my name is Damon. My pronouns are he and him, and my accessibility needs are met.
Thank you. Bachelor of Environment.
Hey guys, my name is Tiana. My pronouns are she, her, and all my access needs are met. Thank you.
Thank you. Behavioral Neuroscience.
Hi everyone, my name is Arthi. Pronouns are she, her, and all my access needs are met. Thank you.
Thank you. Biology. Okay. Biomedical Physiology and Kinesiology.
Hi everyone, my name is Kashish. I use she, her pronouns. My Zoom has been a little unstable. It crashes on me sometimes. So if that happens, I'll just try to rejoin from another device. Other than that, all my access needs are met.
Okay, Cognitive Science.
Hey everyone, my name is Kerr. I use he, him pronouns and my access needs are met.
Thank you. Communications. Leave absence. Computing Science.
Hi, I'm Mitchell, and I use he, him, and all my accessibility needs are met.
Thank you. And Mitchell, you're an alternate for computer science tonight?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Criminology?
Hi, yeah, my name is Charlotte. I use she, her, she, they pronouns. The TSSU contract committee just called a caucus meeting at 5 p.m. So from 5 till 5:30, I'm just going to be in another meeting at the same time, but that's otherwise all my access needs are met.
Okay. Data Science Student Union.
Hi everyone. My name is Vadim. My pronouns are he, him, and all of my access needs are met. Thank you.
Thank you. Economics.
Hi, everybody. My name is Raf. My pronouns are he and him, and all my access needs are met today. Thank you.
Okay. Education.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jen. My pronouns are she and her, and all my needs are met. Thank you.
Thank you. Engineering Science.
Hi, my name is Sarah. My pronouns are she, her, and all my access needs are met.
Thank you. English. Okay. Environmental Science. French.
Hi all, my name is Kylie, pronouns she, her, and all my access needs are met. Thank you.
Thank you. Geography.
Hello, my name is Natasha, she, they pronouns, all my access needs are met.
Thank you. Global Asia Studies Student Union. Health Sciences. Just let me know she'd probably be a little bit late. History. Okay. Indigenous Studies Student Union. Interactive Arts and Technology. International Studies Student Association. Oh, Jeremy, I see. They sent regrets. Thank you. Jeremy, I think you unmuted, but I didn't hear you. Maybe a mic issue. Yeah, go ahead and type it. I'll come back to you. Linguistics.
Hi, my name is Olive, she, her pronouns, and all my access needs are met.
Thank you. Mathematics.
Hi, my name is Ben, pronouns he, him, and all my access needs are met.
Thank you. Mechatronic Systems Engineering. Hello, my name is Riley McWilliams, pronouns are he, him, his, and I will need to leave at 6:30 today. Okay. Molecular Biology and Biochemistry.
Hi, my name is Avneet. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I would also have to leave sometime between 7:30 to 8:30.
Okay. Operations Research.
Hi, my pronouns are he, him, his. All my access needs have been met.
Okay, sorry, I'll start here for a second. Philosophy.
Hi, my name is Nikki Kerrigan. My pronouns are she, her, hers. In terms of access needs, may ask for things be repeated, meetings go long, things like that. So thank you very much. I appreciate any patience and kindness that way. Thank you, everyone.
Just go back to the chat from Jeremy, who is the Interactive Arts and Technology Counselor. My name is Jeremy. I use he, him, and they, them pronouns. I'm having some mic troubles, but also I'm sick and my throat is sore, so I'll be using the chat to communicate today. Okay, thank you, Jeremy. Political science.
Hi, everyone. My name is Abby. I use he, him pronouns, and all my access needs are met.
Thank you. Psychology.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tiffany. I use she, they pronouns, and for access needs, I'm sort of waiting on some news right now for a family emergency. I may have to step out earlier, but I think I can stay until 6:30 to 7. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So Society of Arts and Social Sciences.
I can put it in the chat.
Okay, thank you. Hi, all. My name is Akam, and pronouns are she, her, hers. Just a quick note: Judah is hitting as my alt today because I'm extremely sick. I won't be able to speak at all, so she will speak on behalf of SAS. Okay, thank you. Sociology, and anthropology.
Hi, I am Kayla, pronouns she, her, hers, and all my access needs are met.
Okay, software systems. Statistical and actuarial sciences.
Hello, my name is Gia. My pronouns are she or her. All my access needs are met. Thank you.
Thank you. Sustainable Energy Engineering Student Society. Okay. First Nations, Métis, and Inuit Student Association.
Corbett?
Yeah.
I think Kiana sent her regrets because they have their term dinner tonight, FNMISA.
Okay, I'll double check my emails. I may have just missed it. International Student Advocates.
Hello everyone, my name is Chi, pronoun she, her, hers. My access need, I have to leave at 8, so because of my flight tomorrow. That's it, thank you.
Okay. Students of Caribbean and African ancestry.
Hi everyone, my name is Paul, pronouns he, him, his. Sorry, my connection's really bad just because I'm in the process of moving right now, and so I'm not really around my computer, I'm packing. So that's pretty much it.
Okay, thank you. Women Central Collective.
Hi everyone, my name's Nim, pronouns she, they. I have a really bad headache and I'm feeling really tired, so I might be a little bit slow if I talk. And I also can't stay past 9 tonight, so.
Okay, thank you. Now move on to executives. Acting President, who's the chair of the committee, myself. My name is Corbett, pronouns are he, his. Actually, as mentioned earlier, my brain might get a little fuzzy or unfocused sometimes because of combination of anxiety and other aspects. A long work day so far, but I will. So I might ask for like repeats, or I might have to take a few seconds to get refocused. Acting VP Internal and Organizational Development.
Hi, my name is Chloe. My pronouns are she, her, and all my access needs are met.
Okay, thank you. VP Finance and Services just sent in their regrets. VP University and Academic Affairs.
Hey everyone, my name is Serena, pronouns they, she, and for access needs, my internet is a bit unstable today, so if I drop out, I'll just be right back.
Thank you. VP External and Community Affairs.
Hi, this is Matt. My pronouns are he, him, his. My accessibility needs. I'm just waiting for my phone to ring to get my food. Other than that, I'm gonna be keeping my camera off unless if I'm speaking.
Thank you, Matt. VP Equity and Sustainability. I believe she sent regrets. She's not feeling well, but just want to double check.
I think they're gonna hop in for the presentation, but
Okay, thanks. Yeah, okay, we'll keep an eye out. VP Events and Student Affairs.
Hello, my name is Jess. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I'm feeling a little bit frazzled because there's a lot of stuff going on today for the presentations. And I have to do a lot of screen sharing with tech and stuff. So if everyone can be patient when I do those, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Society staff. Operations organizer. Okay, board organizer. Policy Research and Community Affairs Coordinator.
Hi everyone, my name is BT, pronoun she, her, hers. My access needs are met, but I'd love to drop out at 6 and then come back later. Thank you.
Thank you. Administrative Assistant.
Hey everyone, I'm Simmer. My pronouns are he and him, and all my access needs are met.
Building Manager. Okay. We have listed requests from Nicole, but Nicole is here, so we'll fix that. So moving to consent agenda. Resolved to adopt the consent agenda by unanimous consent. There are a number of items in the consent agenda. 4.1.1 Executive Officer Signing Authority Changeover. This basically just says that there's 4 executives as their bylaws have signing authority, and since they're starting May 1st, the council just needs to approve signing authority for that year for those people. 4.1.2 is SLO, which stands for Staff Liaison Officer, and LO stands for Legal Liaison Officer changeover. The president acts as Staff Liaison Officer who handles, in conjunction with the operations organizer, any sensitive HR issues. As a legal liaison officer, they also oversee our use and access of our legal supports. And so, again, since I'm currently the SLO and LLO, going forward on May 1st, that will now be Helen, the incoming president. And so again, this motion is just to transfer that over for May 1st. Then 4.1.3, building manager signing authority. This is something that we've thought about doing for a while, whereas the building manager currently doesn't have signing authority for things like paying them able to sign off on work orders, purchase orders, and stuff around projects, new projects that happen in the sub. Additionally, it'd be helpful to have, so it makes sense to actually give him sign authority access for that, so that he can, it doesn't have to, everything doesn't have to be rushed to an executive for projects that have been approved and worked on by council or space oversight committee or something else. Additionally, it'd be helpful to have at least 2 managers with sign authority to help backfill in case executives are not available, especially around transition or during like semester break closures and such. And so that's what this item is for. Let's see. And then there's 4.1.4, the peak lease. So the SFS has had a peak lease, a lease with the peak for their space near Forum Chambers for a very, very long time. But that lease actually expired also a very long time, but was never fully renewed. And so it's just been month to month. And that's just left the peak, which is another like undergraduate members of, we pay fees to, and they're the main newspaper. They're the main newspaper for the campus, with a little bit of precariousness for their space. And so I've been working on and off with them for a little while to create a new lease, updated lease, because the previous lease is 10+ years old and it was not really, had a lot of missing information. It need to be updated, and so that's been submitted. Both sides have reviewed it and approved on it. So we just need council to approve it. And then finally, ratification regrets, which 4.1.5 I'll object to because it's going to automatically pull out because it's not relevant anymore because Nicole is in attendance. So that was a summary of those 5 items. Is there any objections to any of these items being in the consent agenda and being passed unanimously by council? Please vote yourself if there is. Point of information, Nikki?
Just to clarify, there's no meeting minutes to be ratified at this meeting.
No, not yet. Just because we've had so many meetings, or special meetings and others, we're still getting those finalized.
Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no objections to these items on the consent agenda, I'll take those as outside of 4.1.5, which has been pulled out by me. All those other items are accepted unanimously. Thank you very much, council. So we'll move on to adoption of the agenda, 5.1. Motion raised. Please resolve to adopt the agenda as presented. Do I have a mover?
Matt.
I heard Matt first. Do I have a seconder?
Math.
Matt? Okay. If you'd like to make an amendment to the agenda, please list yourself. Mitchell, just type list in the chat, Mitchell, and then we'll get you. Thanks. Sorry, 1 second. Okay, sorry, 1 second. Okay, Matthew, go ahead. Sorry, ma'am.
Thank you. I wanted to amend the agenda to include a presentation in the presentation section of the agenda, which correlates with a motion that'll be happening later on. The presentation is titled SFSS motion on addition of affiliate student group seats to council. So I will type that in the chat, but this is a presentation and it shouldn't be no longer than like 15 minutes.
Okay. Okay. Mitchell Gale.
Hi. I would like to add a motion to the agenda. It was posted up in chat, and I'll read it out now. Whereas inflation is occurring each year in Canada, whereas the core funding student groups receive each semester has been stagnant for many years, whereas student groups are forced to spend more time making grant requests to make up for the increased expenses and core funding not increasing, whereas the SFSS mission statement says it exists to provide resources and services that represent, connect, and benefit our membership, and core funding increase is a resource that will benefit the membership by increasing events and services run by student unions, whereas unspent core will still be taken back by the SFSS on May 1st each year. Additional unused funding for groups will not lose the SFSS money. Be it resolved that the SFSS increase student group core funding by 50% of the current allocated amount starting May 1st, 2022. Thank you.
My apologies, I'm just something going on in chat at the moment.
No worries.
Okay, thank you. And Ben, you retracted your list. So
Yep.
Okay. So just so I'm clear on what's been proposed so far, adding presentation. Sorry, just for clarity, Matt, are you wanting to add a presentation to the presentation section, or a presentation for the motion around the affiliate student group seats?
I want to add a presentation in the presentation section.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted clarity on that. And Mitchell, you submitted a motion in chat and you read through it around changing or increasing core funding.
Correct.
For student groups, all student group core funding. So that also, okay, we can discuss it further because it's just about adding to the agenda, not necessarily each motion. So, okay. Any other items? Any other agenda amendments? I know Alma submitted one through email, but I chatted with her and actually realized it's need to. It's not, the motion's not ready yet, and it might be something we might come back as later down the road with the next council. Okay, okay. Again, just one last chance. Is there anyone wanting to make any other amendments? Usually I have a bunch of regrets and stuff to send, but not that many. Oh, shit. Sorry. My apologies. Didn't mean to swear. I do have to submit regrets for Marie, even though she might pop in later, but not for the whole meeting. Yes, Abby. Very unprofessional of me. Okay. Gabe. Okay. Sorry, was there, please, council, if you could help me out, was there other regrets that needed to be submitted that I may have missed? Marie Almas. Yeah, I honestly got very few emails saying there was people going to do regrets. Okay, so I would like to also add the motion to amend the agenda to include regrets from VP Equity and VP Equity and Sustainability Marie Haddad and VP Finance Services Almas Bandura. Okay, so I see no more additions. Oh, sorry, and sorry, thank you. First Nations, Métis, Inuit Student Association counselor, Kiana James, is also submitted regrets. Okay, so seeing no more items to add for the agenda, we'll move this as a batch. I will move this as a batch. Do I have a seconder?
Political science.
Matt.
Political science. Any discussion on this batch of amendments? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to a vote. All in favor, seek unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom. I'll call on you to record your vote. Okay, seeing, yep, that passes unanimously. So we're now back onto the main motion, which is voting on the agenda that has been amended. Okay, so again, any last comments or items? Okay, we'll move to a vote. All in favor of this new agenda? All in favor, seek unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I'll call you to record your vote. Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you very much, or as amended. Sorry, that passes unanimously as amended. We'll now move on to the next agenda item, which is, excuse me one second.
It's the SFSS year in review.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I was just scrolling through the doc. Okay. Presentation. Next section is presentation 6.1 SFS year in review. Submitted by myself or presented by myself, but actually I'm going to be a lot more other people involved. So give me 1 second.
I have it. I can present.
Thank you, Jessica. I would appreciate it.
Okay, I just need 1 second because it's a lot. I think you need to make me co-host because I can't. Okay, thank you. I will try right now. Okay, do you folks see this?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so it is the end of the 2021-2022 year. This is the board year-end review, and so we do this every year. First off, I'd like to acknowledge that the Simon Fraser Student Society is located on the unceded and stolen traditional territories of the Coast Salish peoples of the Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and Coquitlam nations. On May 5th is MMIW. Please see what is happening in Vancouver if you can participate in a march, and also share the resources that FNMISA and the Indigenous Student Center are reaching. And if you folks are doing any advocacy for that day, please make sure to put trigger warnings on your posts as well. Okay, so the Student Union building. We as the executive team are so incredibly grateful to have been the first committee in this new governance structure to work within the Student Union building that is located on traditional territories. This was the first time that it was open. In August, I did a soft opening. That was a whole week long of events, and I was able to see some of you for the first time in person. The Student Union building has gone through a lot in the past year, from fully being open to a closure, to a reduced opening model, and then back to full closure because of the pandemic. So congratulations to us. This is all, how many are we? 2, 4, 6, 8 of us, because we had Gabe for the first half of the year, and then Chloe, and then transition with Corbett, and a whole lot of restructuring. This was also the first time where we worked with the new governance structure and its new model. It was a lot of trial and error, but we did it to the best of our ability. And I'd say that we were incredibly successful in the amount of campaigns and advocacy work that we did. And I'm extremely proud of Chloe, Serena, Almas, Marie, Gabe, Matt, and Corbett. It was a pleasure working with all of you. Okay, so what are we going to talk about today? We're going to be discussing the academic advocacy, events, services, bursaries and financial aid, equity and social justice, solidarity and coalition building, organizational development, working relationships, media presence, campaigns, and staff relationships. If I go too fast, there's a lot of information, so please put on the live transcript if you need some support. So what do we do in terms of academic advocacy? So this is in relationship to student well-being and university relations. COVID-19 advocacy, Matt, I'll let you take that on.
Okay, sounds good. I'm gonna turn my camera on if it works. Wow, you can actually see me. All right, cool. Yeah, so throughout the year, there has been definitely a lot of back and forth within COVID-19 impacting students, but also, navigating as the executive around decision making and also supports that students need throughout the pandemic, especially with the return to campus and then back to remote learning. So really trying to focus heavily on that. So it kind of started like within the summer with advocacy for on-site vaccine clinics. And this has been going on even previously throughout other years as well that we've been on the board. So that was successful in regards to SFU actually put an on-site vaccine clinic within the first month of classes starting again. There are other also academic concessions that have been ongoing, and I believe they're still ongoing as of right now. We created various surveys to kind of understand students' experience, but also relationships that they were having like within their learning frameworks or classes, or even just how safe they feel within campus and the return to school with like even in the fall semester. There have been a lot of joint letters in regards to advocacy, and then also making sure that we have proper PPE for students and also resources on campus to support in those areas. I'll hand it back over to Jess.
We also participated briefly in the Joint Operations Group, which is JOG. Some folks from the executive team, such as Marie and Serena, met monthly with the Graduate Student Society and various folks from the SFU administration. A lot of people were also working on the compassionate grading, so Center for Accessible Learning and JOG advocacy for accessible adjustments or accommodations, and also the grading scheme petition. A whole bunch of president's meetings between the SFSS president, also from Gabe and Corbett to President Joy Johnson, and the VP academic. For academic advocacy, some various projects that were worked on throughout the year was the Student Affordability Project Working Group. Here they worked on the open educational resources, so that was the OER, food security, financial predictability, rapid test, and mass kit. For academic concessions, Serena worked on removing the need for doctor's notes. SFU Medical School, I know Almost was attending these meetings. She attended consultations filled with surveys and conducted outreach. And Matthew and Gabe worked on the SFU gondola, which successfully won through a lot of support from the Student Society, its membership, and advocacy. For events, this one was a bit tricky because of the pandemic, so we did a whole bunch remote and a whole bunch of tabling and little ones in person when we could, and when it was safe to do so. So we did food workshops on live, we did the sub-soft opening ceremony. There was a lot of events for Black History Month. There was a lot of efforts to acknowledge the services and supports for Indigenous students through the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation and Orange Shirt Day, and the memorial that happened in June. And also tomorrow is the Brush It Off with the BIPOC and Allies, so make sure that you reach out to the BIPOC committee if you want to join. Chloe attended the College Climate Coalition in downtown Vancouver. And recently there was a Palestinian Liberation and Settler Colonialism motion and some advocacy work done by SFU 350. We also packaged a lot of goods to residents during Christmas time, and I think I also packaged another 400 bags with some of you folks who helped out for the hot chocolate giveaways with SFU Recreation. This is just a list of things that we've done throughout the year, and hopefully as the restrictions start to ease, that you folks are able to do more and to do so safely within the building as well. Matt, if you can talk about the services.
Yeah, that sounds good. All right, so more in regards to student services, COVID-19, and we've been joking around about this a lot. I feel as though a lot of our roles should have been changed to VP External and COVID Affairs. So earlier in the spring semester, we were able to do a reallocation of $25,000 for adequate PPE for students within the sub. We also received a sanitizer donation from London Drugs that had around 4,000 hand sanitizers that are still available in the sub and we've been giving out. A small project that I worked on with Serena and also DNA was the bookable rooms for immunocompromised students, which are still ongoing now, and it's on the 1,000 level of the sub. So these areas are available to be booked, and they have air purifiers and all the adequate supports like within those spaces. We have been through a full opening, reduced capacity, closure, and then also a reopening. We've been able to also do a community fridge, which got relocated for the time being when the sub was closed, but I believe it will be back. And this was in collaboration with Burnaby Neighborhood House, SFU Engagement, and Embark as well. So that was a really awesome initiative that we were able to provide students with a low barrier access to food while in the student union building. And then also we were able to support within the rapid testing for ongoing advocacy. And they've been all over campus as well. So there were also some things that were happening within guidelines in terms of reference that I was supporting Jess with this. So in-person event guidelines, kind of going through the ways in which we could make that more like accessible, and how can we still have like in-person events in a safe way when COVID was going through, especially like with the spikes and stuff like that. Tabling guidelines and also the processes for room bookings. And then I know Jess was working on club terms of reference. This is going through various edits and revisions. The Student Advocacy Office has been really successful this year. I know Trish has been, supporting a lot of students in regards to, whether it's like grading or other supports that they need resources to. I know that they've been very busy. So that is, yeah. Okay, so ongoing for services and supports, again, just kind of mentioning the flu vaccine that happened in the fall. I know Almus and Jess were able to work with student care to get the flu vaccine in on the 3,000 level in the sub. And that was ongoing for a couple of days, really successful. They had a lot of participants for students and also community members to come get their flu vaccine. There's also been academic difficulty support. Like I said, Trish has been supporting students through also the advocacy office. Other supports that we provided, but kind of fall under a little bit external, but also communally, was the flood drive, which was really successful, where we were able to donate over 2,000 items from that. And we also were able to make a $10,000 contribution. Over the Christmas holidays, we made packages for students in residence, and we were able to drop this off. And then also, again, the SFU community free fridge. Okay, this is section 4, bursaries and financial aid, student financial health and university relations. All right, so I can kind of talk about what on the slide, then I'll pass it over to someone else. So earlier this year, as you can see, we've made a lot of really amazing contributions, and this is only a fraction of what we've been able to do. So one of the things that we were able to do is donate to the Indian Residential School Survivors Society, and this was a contribution of $6,000, since during that time they were getting really heavily flooded and they needed more support for folks who were being impacted by the news of either unmarked graves and just residential school survivors in general. They're able to provide more support. So I'm really glad that we were able to do this like within our term. I know Ashran brought a motion forward, and we were able to double that motion for $4,000 for Afghan scholar grants. And like I just mentioned, there was a $10,000 contribution for folks who were impacted by the BC floods just before the holidays, and we're able to work with West Coast Pilots in collaboration with SFU as well, and SFU Ancillary, to get the donations. They went to remote communities through the pilots, and they brought them actually there. And then the contribution, the monetary contribution that we had left over, went to First Nations emergency support services or emergency response services. So it went to their society, and so they were able to reallocate funds for other remote communities in need. And this is another, just mentioning the $25,000 for the reallocation for proper PPE for students. In an exec meeting, we were able to make a $3,000 contribution to Global Shapers Community of Vancouver during Black History Month. And then also Marie brought a motion for the Black History Month donation to the Vancouver Black Library startup. So we were able to support local communities during Black History Month to support building community, and also the initiatives that are happening, which also impact students who also go to our school as well. We were able to continue the contribution of $20,000 annually for the Wuskin SFSS undergraduate scholarship. And then also the reallocation of not just FNMISA, but DNA and SOCA for their furniture spaces, so that they have proper furniture and resources within their spaces, newly being in the student union building this year. So I think that's just really great to look back on, like not just as exec, but as a council as well, that we've been able to make a lot of these really great contributions that not only impact SFU, but broader than that as well. And this is just a small amount of what we've been able to contribute.
Moving on to equity and social justice. There's a lot of internal work that was done with SFU advocacy and SFSS. A lot of the focus also has been on safe, equitable, and accessible return to campus. So we've already said some of this, which is the vaccine and booster clinics, providing PPE, hybrid education, a joint letter between SFSS, TSSU, GSS, and SFU DNA, a Center for Accessible Learning to lower barriers for disabled and neurodiverse students to receive adjustments within courses. Moving forward, we also worked on a lot of community safety. Some folks of the executive committee were involved in the community engagement on personal safety steering committee, No Cops on Campus working group, no TMX rallies, and supporting SFU 350 amidst weaponizing of student conduct policy. In terms of equity, diversity, and inclusion, there are some successful wins with the Black faculty cluster hire support and the solidarity with the Contract Workers Justice Campaign and the Research Assistant Campaign as well. Within the SFSS, there was council and staff training and hiring. We worked on a lot of anti-oppression, base building, Palestinian liberation history, Indigenous Allyship 101, and utilizing critical moment dialogue and Indigenous trauma workshop. There was also a push for equitable hiring for constituency groups that includes the Women's Center out on campus, First Nations, Métis and Inuit, and campaigns and mobilization role. In terms of accessibility and financial support, there was a lot of work done for the consultation program and the standard policy, the sub-accessibility audit, and as Matt mentioned, the SFSS and WUSC scholarship. For bylaw policy and governance, we established issues policies reflecting social, political, and economic interests of the SFSS. There is the Palestinian liberation, and there is one at hand during this meeting today as well for accessible and equitable events. And also the SFSS divestment referendum AGM, which we did this year, and establishing a draft constitution for the Women's Center and out on campus collectives. Locally, at a local level, there was push and a successful win for the Burnaby Mountain Gondola. This is Gabe and Matt at Victoria when they went on their trip. We also hosted the Secwepemc Memorial in June, and then the donation to the Vancouver Black Library. For the provincial level, we worked on the provincial budget consultation literally every month regarding COVID-19 and the provincial health orders and affordable student housing advocacy. At the federal level, there was affordable tuition advocacy and National Day for Truth and Reconciliation and Orange Shirt Day. For solidarity and coalition building between university and stakeholder relations, we were in solidarity with contract workers at SFU, protests in Colombia, which some of you folks were working on through your working group and motions and statements, so thank you for your work on that. Remembering 1984 and the genocide against Sikhs, I know Almas and Serena worked on that, so thank you. And the Unite Here Local 40, UBC-AMS Student Climate Action Initiative that Corbett and Chloe went to, and joint letters with GSS and TSSU that Matt and Marie worked on. For coalition building, we supported the Our Build 22 coalition and the SFU Migrant Students United for the SFSS, TSSU, GSS, and ISA. In terms of the organizational development, Matt, I'll let you take this on.
All right, sounds good. There's a lot to kind of cover in here, and also Corbett or Chloe, if you want to also jump in this section, if I've missed anything, that'd be really helpful. So I know that Corbett, in the beginning of his term, that he was working on so many things for organizational development within his portfolio, and also that he promised like within his campaign before being reelected. So more clear and concise ways for like job form, as all of you know, submissions for work reports and trying to figure that out, especially with the council restructuring. And this is like our first year kind of coming into this structure. Improvements to the accessibility forms, which I know that Serena was also working on. Council development sessions, which we've all attended throughout this year. So council, your training, how to be a counselor, overview of the communications department and how to ask for, submissions or working with the comms team. Direct conflict, base building, independent Jewish voices, Indigenous allyship 101, Indigenous trauma, and AGM breakdown. So this is just a small section of what we've been doing in development sessions. I know there's been other things in regards to, understanding the financial breakdown and other things as well. And also now newly addressed breaches in confidentiality, which we're all aware about at this point, council and executive work-life balance. So now, earlier this year, we've introduced a 21 days of paid leave of absence so that if students with our precarious schedules and also sometimes feeling overworked or overwhelmed, we do have the opportunity to take 21 days, like whether it's a leave of absence or even just for finals and things like that. And also half hours policies, which comes into effect during exam times. Corbett, do you want to kind of touch on this? Just anything else in this area?
Yeah, one of the other things is having or working with SFU to develop the executive positions as optional co-ops. This is a big thing that was talked about back in like 2015, the first time I was on my board, but was never fully followed through. What this definitely helps is executives who are working full-time hours or more can have the option to claim it as a co-op. At least each one up to each term for the year as a co-op to allow them so they don't have to necessarily take full-time classes. This really would impact international students that are international students who serve as executives, students that are, say, on a special program that requires a minimum number of credits, like scholarships and such. And because I've seen too many years where you see most really, really passionate students come in to these roles and then just get slammed by the work, and then also trying to maintain their academics, and it rarely ever works. And so this, I believe, it will help reduce burnouts and help reduce GPAs tanking and stuff for executives in this role. It also would help for people that are in programs that don't necessarily have great co-op options. These roles of executives are incredibly, you learn a lot and you do a lot of different things, and so it's very much a strong professional development experience and cultural development and skills development. Other areas, I did a number of development sessions also around the finances of the SFS, how to read the budget, how to read the audits, how budgeting is done, how different areas of the organization. Yeah, it's a lot of different things all throughout the year. Thank you.
Thank you, Corbett. This is section 8. So working relationships, university, government, and community relationships. Yeah, so this kind of outlines just a very small section of the folks that we've been able to work with throughout the duration of the year, especially as execs. We all have different portfolios and people that we communicate with on a regular basis in terms of whether it's solidarity, community building, or even just kind of reaching out to external resources as well to just kind of make sure that the SFSS is involved not only internally but externally as well. So internally, student organizations. We have worked with Students Against TMX, TSSU, GSS, SFPIRG, MBARC, and also the radio, clubs, departments, faculty, student unions, and as well as constituency groups who are housed in the sub. Indigenous communities, we've been able to work with and establish a better relationship with the Indigenous Student Center, the FNMISA, and also Office for Aboriginal People. Office for Aboriginal People is more on the SFU administrative side, working with the higher level admin on reconciliation efforts. Within student unions, externally, we've worked with University of Victoria Student Society, UBC Alma Mater Society, Concordia, Capilano, BC Federation of Students, URSU, BCITSA, UBC Students Union in the Okanagan, UBC Graduate Student Society, and the CFS National Black Caucus. Within the Black communities, locally and also externally to SFU, the SFU Black Caucus, SOCA, and also African Student Association. For SFU, we've definitely worked with Student Central, SFU Administration, Office of Community Engagement, and SFSS representation. We've had numerous execs sit on search committees. So just to kind of talk about that a little bit, I think it's really important, especially whether it's in an exec position or like a counselor position, we all hold leadership and also that student voice in these areas that make bigger decisions. So for example, I sat on the Surrey Director Search Committee, and then I'm also currently have been sitting on the Vice President Indigenous position that's also being made. I also sat on the search committee for Vice President Communications and Marketing for SFU. So it's really good to have student representation, especially for folks who are being hired within the university, to kind of make sure that we have the opportunity to one learn, but also go through those processes in higher level admin. We've worked with SFU Senate, the Student Senate Caucus, in various advocacy efforts throughout the year. The Burnaby Neighborhood House, this will be our second year collaborating with them to work on the community fridge, but also last year when we had the food bank program. And then also with the peak, making sure that we're communicating them like for council meetings or even just interviews, and making sure students are up to date. All right, cool. I think for the next slide is just a picture. Yeah, so this is a picture in the sub building when we had the soft opening in August. And we'll be moving on to section 9, which is media presence. This is a short section. Next slide, please. So pretty much we have the news releases, which are our month in reviews, which are still being updated because they were a little bit behind for a while. A lot of interviews in the peak, even stuff with CTV News Vancouver. I know myself, Jess, Gabe, Corbett, Serena, Marie have all had varying interviews with different communications outlets and whatnot. But if you're looking for more, please message us. We could forward you those, as well as I know in Gabe's fall semester report, he has like a huge list of different things that the SFSS has been involved in for media presence. We'll move on to section 10, which is campaigns, and I will pass this off to Serena.
Thank you, Matt. So for some of the campaigns that we've worked on in the past year, first, I think one of the earlier ones that came to council was hashtag Cancel Canada Day. Also, it was a lot of work done on National Day for Truth and Reconciliation and Orange Shirt Day. You've seen the photos of those in the previous slides. BC flood support, as Matt has talked about. Matt also worked on the federal elections campaign, which feels like a lifetime ago. Give Students a Lift campaign to do with the Burnaby Mountain Gondola project. The AGM campaign, of course, as everyone here was involved in, to get students out to the AGM. The Access for All campaign, which was mainly focusing on a safe, equitable, and accessible return to campus, and also supporting the Accessible Course Practices campaign, which was led by Ben and Kashish from the council, and the FNMISA, SOCA, and DNA student levy, which was passed through referendum at the AGM as well. And then I'll pass it back off to Jess, if you'd like, for staff relationships.
So for staff relationships, we hired around, I think just a little over 25 new staff, especially because we saw a need for the staffing as we opened up the student union building, and we wanted to do work within equity and advocacy. So we started the SFSS Vancouver campus office, just discussion around it to see where we can go with that. The emergency response plans update, we gave some folks work name tags so they are being able to be visible by students who go to the building. I collaborated with Out on Campus to work on self-care kits. Tomorrow, the SFSS Executive Committee is hosting a staff honoring ceremony in the ballroom to say thank you and acknowledge all of the hard work that our staff has been doing for the past 2 years during the pandemic, and especially within the last year as well. We also completed the bargaining and new collective agreement. So this was a really long process that ASA was involved in, who was the past SFSS president, Gabe Leosis, again, the former SFSS president, Corbett and Matt, with QP, who is the union. For hiring committees, we hired a whole bunch of new staff. and there are still some that are ongoing right now, but we were able to hire some folks for the member services administrative assistant, building assistants, digital media assistant, temporary finance coordinator, research administrative assistant, more admin assistants to help with our crazy long meetings and the amount of that we have, to be honest, communications coordinator, women's center assistant, and we also have a new Women's Center coordinator. We revived the position for the MSc generalist so that our clubs and student unions can get more support. The new position was the campaigns and mobilization coordinator. We also had, I believe Trish's position is new, which is the advocacy coordinator and the accessibility coordinator and the assistant. There's a whole bunch more. But these are just also really notable positions at the SFSS. Without our staff, we literally can't function. So I'm excited for the honoring ceremony for tomorrow. We will be sending you folks an updated presentation with more information. So some things were missing. I also want to acknowledge that Gabe was not here to say what also he worked on for around like 6 and just a little over that months or so. So that's also missing. But please look at our reports and our work reports on the website. So we just want to say thank you again to the students, our staff, the grassroots community organizers, supportive SFU departments and partners, and the rest of the executive committee and you folks as council, as this was our first time in the new governance structure. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. If there's is there any questions or comments or concerns around the presentation provided this year in review? It was very jam-packed. And please host yourself. Nim, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly, can't sum it up in 2 minutes really, but I just wanted to say a huge, ginormous thank you to the executive who really put their hearts, their time, their energy, and their effort into incredible work this year. And it's like unfathomable how much effort and time you all put in and how much amazing work you completed for all of us, and for the student body at large. And yeah, a huge thank you, and we're gonna miss you.
So I think, thank you, Nim. Sorry, just double checking if there was additional speakers. Is there any other items? Nikki, go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to thank everyone for your work. It's great that we've managed to succeed in a lot of things, and thank you for doing this. I think that, there have been a lot of good things done for the students. So thank you so much for all your work, guys. And I guess I did mention something in the chat earlier, and I would like to just bring it up again because I think it is an important topic. I'll just read it out, and then Corbett, you can advise on when or if we can talk about it. But I would like to request if we can review the 21 days of paid leave of absence for counselors that will be automatically granted to those who haven't gotten it yet, or who haven't taken it because of fairness purposes. And I was thinking that, from what I know, it seems to be the only counselors that have been here for the entire year would be granted that. However, I do think that there is rationale to provide it to counselors that haven't been for the entire year, because it has been a very heavy, on mental health and a lot of, other time commitments, like council year for everyone. And although I haven't been here, for example, for the whole year, I have been here since, I believe, October. I still have gone through a lot, and I would say the same for most of us, right? So I wonder if that can be maybe considered for everyone, just also for fairness in that way. But we can, yeah, Corbett, I'd love to hear what you have to say about that.
Yeah, thank you, Nikki. The director runs to it for it. Yeah, off the top of my head, with the policy, there's no like blackout days or anything like that, in the sense of like you have to be here for a certain amount of time before you claim them. So I think you yourself could submit them, but if you have been told separately, I can definitely review the policy, and we can definitely encourage next counselors to review the policy.
Yeah. For confidentiality purposes, I don't think I can say exactly like what the email said, but you can check the email that like all the counselors got, because it did say something along the lines of that. So maybe you can clarify that, and maybe we can change it so that everyone can be eligible for it as a counselor.
Yeah. I'm happy to look at it with and recommend next council do so.
Thank you.
Okay. Before the next presentation, my apologies, I forgot to add an item to the agenda that I had actually emailed out on behalf of a member. It related to the Uyghur solidarity statement. So I'm going to move. Give me 1 second. I gotta grab the motion. Oh, shoot. Actually, not while we're in the next presentation. I'll move straight in my motion. I will move it later, but I just need to track it down. I don't want to sit here waiting. So next item is
I believe it is the Hug the Mountain event presentation.
Thank you very much, Addie. Yeah, this was, give me 1 second. This was submitted by faculty, submitted by Health Sciences Counselor Giselle. And we have a presentation from Faculty of Health Sciences, Dr. Kate Taryn. Please correct me if I've mispronounced your last name. I will give you co-hosting so that you can share your screen if you wish to do so. If you have a slide.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Corbett. Thanks a lot for those technical arrangements to help me with that. Wonderful. So thank you everyone for having me. I will definitely share some slides with you. Just want to say how overwhelmed, inspired I am after listening this year in review. And I'm so glad I came early enough to see all of that, the work that you have done. It actually puts me in a position to think that faculty can never live up to the amount of work that students are doing. So yes, so my name is Kate Tyrian. I am a faculty member in health sciences. I'm a senior lecturer. I'm also the director of undergraduate program. So I sit on undergraduate committee on Senate with one of your counselors, with Abby, who is actually the heart of that committee. And I'm really impressed with your procedures here. And this is like, Abby, I think our committee should do the same, asking everyone about their access needs and showing so much support for each other. We can still learn a lot from your processes. So yeah, let me start sharing my slides then. Bear with me, please. And while I'm doing this, I will definitely also mention that my access needs are met today. I am just enjoying the privilege I have and very, very cognizant of that I can join you here. So, oops, I am sorry for that. Oops. I want to go to my presenter view. There we go. Great. So I am joining you from my home in Hope, BC, which is located on traditional ancestral unceded territories of Stolo people, Stolo Nation. And as many of you have done, so going beyond just the land acknowledgement, I want to add just 2 words there, and you can fill in what you're grateful for and what you're committed to. And you have already shown with the amount of work that you do that you're really, truly committed to environmental justice, social justice, Indigenous justice work, and equity, inclusion, and diversity work that you are doing incredibly, incredibly well. So when I saw this presentation just before me, I was thinking that I am really in a right place right now, and I'm so proud of SFU to have this kind of student body. You are a group of very caring people, and I'm feeling that this is the right group to talk to and present about the issue that I'm going to talk about. Competent, capable, mindful, and supportive and caring people for each other and for the institution that you're part of. So yes, also let's acknowledge that SFU is located on unceded territories of Coast Salish people. This is one of my favorite places on campus. When I am on campus, I enjoy being around this frog constellation carving, and that many of you are, of course, familiar with. I encourage you when you walk around the campus also learn about and continue learning about a rich Indigenous culture that exists around us. So today, I really again thank you for your attention to the matter that I'm going to speak to you about. And I know that for most part, I will be preaching to the choir that I know that many of you are like me also fed up with the inaction that we see among those who have to step up their game and do the right thing for the environment, for the planet, and for the future generations. So that's what I'm going to talk to you about. An event that we're organizing around SFU campus and on Burnaby Mountain, Hug the Mountain or Hug Burnaby Mountain event. So this is and if you are actually reading the newspapers, local newspapers such as Burnaby Now, this was earlier today that one of the reporters posted about people coming together to form a human chain to hug Burnaby Mountain and protest Trans Mountain. And I saw in your work that you also pay attention to this issue. Among others, the TMX Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion is something that is on the mind of many people living, studying, working, playing on Burnaby Mountain. So, and I thank you for that work as well. Yes, I just want to also acknowledge that all of us, through our work, through our connection to this land, we are living through historic times. I know it's a grim reminder, but I want to remind us that last summer we had this unprecedented heat wave that resulted, unfortunately, in over 700 deaths in this province. The village of Lytton, which is only 60, 70 miles away where I live, burned down to ground in June, and record high temperatures around the province. November 14 to December 1st, we experienced one of the, again, historic atmospheric events that happened, worst flooding in over 70 years. Farms, fields, and homes underwater, lives lost, critical infrastructure damaged. And I was really heartened to see your support for communities in Fraser Valley that were impacted and your work to support those communities and people. So what also happened in 2021 was the COP26, this global climate meeting in Glasgow, which I don't want to stop more on because I can only summarize it with more talks and empty promises from global leaders, including our own, where they set those voluntarily targets for climate issues, climate targets and CO2 emissions, and never meet them. Canada has never met our climate targets. We should be aware of this. So what is also happening at the same time, which gives us a little bit more hope and and hopeful thinking is that land and water protectors are resisting the reckless decisions made by governments and corporate projects in tandem with our governments. You are all have been probably following amazing work that grassroots organizations, people from all walks of life, from academics, economists, lawyers, and community members working together. So Hume Park, tree sitters in New Westminster, not very far from our campus, Fairy Creek protests on Vancouver Island, and as recently as you know, that Save Old Grove movement, that one of our own, Zain Haq, is one of the staunch fighters for that as well. So I just admire and stand with these people who are just not only again talking the talk but also walking it. And so coastal GasLink protests as well, as you know, in Wet'suwet'en lands with no consent, the government plowing ahead with those reckless projects. TMX that impacts us most of all of those projects directly is with their Burnaby Mountain terminal expansion. What that means to us, it's twinning the pipeline that oil already exists there, tripling the amount of oil going through those pipes. You might know that right now that amount is about 300,000 barrels a day from our Alberta tar sands to our British Columbia coast. What the plan is to triple it, so to bring it to close to 900,000 barrels of diluted bitumen to flow through those pipelines under Burnaby Mountain through a tunnel to Westridge Terminal, just to be shipped overseas for overseas refineries. And let's also not forget that all this huge over 1,000 kilometer pipeline is crossing sensitive ecosystems that sustained the life for centuries on those lands, and crossing Indigenous lands with no consent. So the government doesn't have the consensus consent from all Indigenous people, including Tsleil-Waututh and Squamish people on our province. And Lower Mainland. And of course, some of you are studying political science and economics and so forth. There is no economic viability to this project. Indigenous leaders called it stranded asset with ballooned cost now over $21 billion to finish this project. And this cost is growing. So I don't want to overwhelm you with this. You know those facts. I'm happy to discuss and engage with discussions about this. But in pictures, this was our reality in 2021 in BC. So those few pictures really show what climate change means. And it doesn't take many university degrees to connect the dots with climate change, its impact on people's life, their livelihood, their health, and the health of this planet and ecosystem. So it was a remarkable year. There is no doubt about that. And we are entering another year. And what the climate science is telling us, that we're going to see more of those events, more often, more intensive, more prolonged. That's what we have to be prepared for. But instead, our government is going a different direction. So what is also remarkable is this unwavering commitment of amazing people who came together to stand against those projects such as TMX and other projects that I talked about, resistance movements. And I know that young people have been always big part of this resistance movement. You stand for climate justice, you stand for Indigenous rights, and to save the planet. So just today, I worked on this press release that we are going to give to media teams to have more shared in traditional media, but also a big social media push. What we said in that press release, that what I was working on, that among all other things, also the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change just recently in the recent report stated that those projects have to stop if we are going to reverse the things that we experienced last year. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres called this report a code of red for humanity. He also called it economic and moral madness to continue building more fossil fuel. UN Secretary General called Canadian governments, you are mad if you're building and investing money in fossil fuel infrastructure, in new fossil fuel infrastructure, instead of discussing how we transition in a just way to a more sustainable future and habitable Earth. What that means for us here in Canada, it means that we need more climate leadership, not the one that our government is just putting up there and doing lip service about it. It is not working. So climate leaders don't buy pipelines. Climate leaders don't invest public money into fossil fuel projects and infrastructures like this. And this beautiful campus that we all enjoy and love and cherish is a front line of global climate crisis. This is what I want to be the message for all of us. So are we going to allow a tunnel to go under this mountain? We approved the gondola, wonderful. We are working with the communities around us, but are we okay to have triple the size or amount of bitumen flowing to this beautiful coast here, to, again, Westridge Terminal, where all of this is going to be shipped out of Canada for refineries in Asian countries. This is not an oil that Canadian economy needs. Unfortunately, so our government is choosing to go a different direction. And what you see here is something that you see every day driving up, biking up, or whatever way you're getting to campus, this oil tank facility, the storage facility. We used to call it a farm. Let's not call it a farm anymore. Farm is a place where we create goods, public goods and good things. This is not a farm. This is an oil storage, dangerous facility that this organization and with our government, with their cronies, are building on this beautiful mountain. And what TMX is saying that the project is 50% completed, which is actually not true. It's only 35% complete. And I want to tell you that another pipeline, Keystone Pipeline, was 95% built when it was canceled by the US government. So we still have time to work on this together. And that's why I'm here. And we have to stand with those remaining Indigenous communities who are opposing this pipeline, and standing with them and on their shoulders, shoulder to shoulder, and engage and show some leadership. This is, I don't know how many of you have been there, but I hope after today you're going to visit. This is the Coast Salish traditional watch house that is built next to that tank facility on Burnaby Mountain. It's called Coast Salish Watch House. And this is Elder Jim, who is spending a lot of time there and happy to talk to people who want to come and discuss those issues with him and why he cares. And this is my colleague, my mentor, my inspiration, Dr. Tim Takaro, who has been arrested on a tree sit last year. And he is unfortunately going to go to jail in June. On June 13, he will be sentenced and sent to jail. And he's getting the harshest sentence among all tree sitters because his tree was the highest. The higher you go on the tree to protect the tree, the more time you're going to spend in jail. Anyways, inspired with all of this, what I have been seeing around us for years and being a public health physician myself, I thought that we are beyond the point when educators, professors, faculty members can just enter a classroom and teach about climate change and its impact on health. We really have to get out to those communities that are impacted. We have to take our students there. That's where climate work is happening, not in our university academic classrooms. And that was the first attempt that I I organized and marched with my first year health sciences students last year on December 7. We organized Burnaby Mountain Climate March. It was a rainy day, but we came together, and with some support from SFSS as well, you lended us your megaphones that we used on that day. And thank you, Marie, Giselle, and everyone who supported this. So this was our 3-kilometer walk to go to the tank facility so students can see what was happening there. On our way, Dr. Tim Takaro and other community leaders were talking to students and talking about how dangerous it is to have such a facility close to a very densely populated area. Burnaby campus hosts a community of 40,000 people. There are very densely populated residential areas here. There are elementary and high schools in this area. It's very dangerous to have such size of this facility near us. And I wanted my first year students to see this, to witness this construction that was happening on our campus, so close to our campus. So this was the day of the march. As I said, it was a very rainy and foggy day on the mountain, but we marched together and we learned so much from each other. So that was also a way for me to connect with many community organizations. One of them is called Protect the Planet, Stop TMX, a grassroots organization that unites, again, as I said, people with different skill sets and with very diverse backgrounds coming together and working together. So I joined Protect the Planet, and now I'm engaged organizing a little bit larger, more ambitious event, and I'm here to invite you to support that event because it's on Burnaby Mountain. So through this work, I also connected with some of my colleagues here on campus, and we created this group called Faculty for the Future. And so we right now have approximately 60 faculty members who joined and are actively engaging in conversations and discussions. What we did most recently was to send from the faculty group, send a letter to the Board of Governors and the leadership at the university at SFU, urging them to take the climate crisis seriously, to support the demands coming from you guys, from students. We basically supported what 350 SFU said in their open letter. We supported every message that you wanted to send to the administration and put our board there standing in solidarity with you. And here you can see what's the purpose of this group. One of our main goals is to become that support system for student advocates, for student leaders, for future and sustainable future for us. And so today, just before this meeting, I was in SFUFA meeting, so SFU Faculty Association meeting, that we had a very similar motion there to oppose TMX. Again, that's another environment where we preach to the choir, but it's very important that our administration clearly hears what students think, what faculty think, that we speak with the same message to them. And here's the motion that we put up for vote today at a faculty association, and it got approved. So it passed. Just got the message from my colleague there. And this was in the message was we highlighted that investing in new fossil fuel infrastructure is moral and economic madness, according to UN Secretary General. And we called our university administration to take a very clear stance about TMX. We still haven't heard from our administration clearly opposing this project. They are dancing this dance and, saying we don't say political things. How is climate change a political thing? It impacts everyone regardless of your political views. So we will continue working on this, and we call on the federal government to cancel TMX immediately is one of our requests through this motion. So now what I'm here to probably contemplate with you that I won't leave you. I want to leave you with a few questions also to think about that Simon Fraser Student Society. You again have done amazing work around this, but those are the questions, right? Why we should care. And again, I don't want to lecture you on this. You can better do that for any audience, and why we should work together. I think I showed a little bit of that it's important that people in power who make those decisions hear it from everyone. The same message is saturating from community organizations, from faith groups, from academics, from students and faculty, and so on. And why we can't delay this work. This is another important thing of urgency for our campus, especially. So again, if you have been following this development around Trans-Mountain Expansion or TMX project, this is the immediate danger for our community at SFU. And this is what I want your attention to. So I can populate the slides with many headlines, but this too tell everything, that Trans-Mountain is trying to bypass critically important fire bylaws of the city of Burnaby. And we're part of city of Burnaby. There is no fire department station on our campus, as you know, and it will cost a lot of money to have one there. And Burnaby Fire Chief on many occasions talked about how his department is not going to be able to respond to a fire that initiates in that tank facility there. And it's not a matter of if, it is of when. If you are expanding the size of that facility, and if we are going to see more summers like the one we had last year, this is an immediate threat to our community. Basically, what will happen, the fire is going to close all the intersections. You see, this is the only forest left between the tank facility and SFU. This is the Gaglardi intersection here that you're seeing. The Burnaby Fire Chief is telling that this intersection will be blocked, and all of us on top of the mountain that day are going to fry. That's what he's trying to convey and tell us. And no one is listening to this. And they're expanding those tankers here to, again, triple the amount of oil there. Now, what I am asking you here, I want you to show and amplify and bring your leadership to this fight again. So support the motion on TMX that you will have today in front of the council that Josel prepared. And I am happy to take any questions about this, and also to support this event, Hug Burnaby Mountain event. I want you to lead and make it known to the community around SFU campus that we as a few people stand in opposition to any new fossil fuel infrastructure development, especially in BC, but not only in BC, by encouraging your members to engage and lead. I know that you have subcommittees, that you are supporting a lot of the work that 350 SFU is doing. I just want you to carry on this work with that forceful leadership that you have shown on many other issues, and help everyone else in this fight to continue the work. So endorsement that comes from the society is very important for events like this. I'm again working with community members, and every evening when I have the planning team meeting, that's what they're asking me. Is SFU supporting Hug the Mountain? Is SFU Student Society supporting? I want to go back to them, to our evening meeting, and say, yes, they are endorsing. They are with us. They stand with us. That's what I want to do. And of course, I'm inviting you to co-host in any way you want to be part of this historic event. And this event was, of course, inspired by historic human chain events. Many of them, we created a website for Hug the Mountain. It's hugthemountain.ca, so you can go and look at it. But I want to highlight a few opportunities for our students, especially those who are interested to engage in more activism and more community work, especially about environmental issues and climate issues. So there will be amazing opportunities for networking. So this is the partners that are supporting this event, and this list is growing. I'm just getting the logos to add to the website. But for example, Canadian Association of Physicians for Environment. This is one of the well-known organizations in climate work. Tim Takaro has been part of this for many years. So for health scientist students, there are amazing opportunities to meet those leaders. Climate Convergence, 350 Vancouver, Broke, others are going to be there and with their supporters. So becoming part of local history, again, this is happening around us. I think it would be great to tell to our grandchildren that we have been part of the human chain around Burnaby Mountain, and also to make our collective voices heard once again. I can tell you that TMX and their cronies are really taking note of this kind of community message. And it's very important to come together one more time, especially after 2 years of COVID non-engagement in in-person actions. So this is going to be a show of love for the mountain, for Mother Earth. We're all very much hug deprived and after COVID. And I think this would be a great way to show this solidarity in this way. So here is the map of the perimeter that we are hoping to cover with humans. And there is going to be also a water hug with boaters and kayakers, starting in Burnett Marine Park here and then stretching all the way to Westridge Terminal, hopefully. If you are a kayaker or you have a paddle boat or something that you can bring up on the water, this is where you go. This is an interactive map. You can click on any of those stations and learn who is hosting this station, what they're doing. And I really would like to put SFSS on this map, right? That's what I would love to see. So here are some asks that I can do. And after you hopefully approve that motion, you can also consider engaging in those ways that I listed here. So host a hug station. Again, putting our name on this map with all these other organizations on the front lines. If we don't have the resources to do a station ourselves, which is basically to have a little tent with a table, people coming together and raising awareness about the issues and talking about issues that we care about. We can also co-host a station. So we can join one of those stations and co-host. So for example, as I said, those organizations have already committed and we have this list is growing. So if we can't have a participation in a station, hosting station, probably students can come together and organize some kind of a bike ride along the hug perimeter. Imagine you going in your GoPro cameras and taking a footage of that beautiful chain of people and, holding hands or holding ribbons connecting us to make stretch the hug a little bit. So we will have also drones, for example, to have aerial footage from this. So we're hoping to make this as an international media event. So please come join. And then of course, there are other ways. If you're an avid runner, I invite you to bring your group and run the hug perimeter and greet the huggers there with your enthusiasm there. Or any other way. This is the way that people can participate in any way they want to show their love for this mountain and oppose in this positive way, showing our connectedness, showing our care this way to TMX. So I am happy to share those slides. I'm sure I'm over my time that you allocated for me here, but we created this 2-minute promotional video that I would love you to amplify and put on your social media and share and spread the word about the hug. You can individually sign up for Hug the Mountain. I hope we will have a SFU station, and if you want that, I am the contact person for that, so we can work on that together. There is also a Facebook event page, and that's it what I prepared. Actually, no, I prepared a lot of things to share with you, but I will stop here, and I'm happy to take any questions you guys have. And thank you for your attention. Appreciate that.
Thanks,
I didn't pay attention to the chat, Corbett. If I missed anything, so please let me know.
No problem. I'll scroll through just to double check as well. Just I was posting a number of links through your discussion, your presentation. Is there any? Is there any comments, questions, or concerns? Please list yourself. Abby, go ahead.
Thank you, Corbett. First of all, Kate, I want to say thank you for coming. As you mentioned earlier, it's nice to see you in an area outside of Scoos, outside of normal. No, I think this is great. It's a very positive event focused very much on protection rather than the negative aspects of this, which I appreciate. Well, I don't think I'll be able to personally make your event. I think it's a great idea, and I hope you guys have great success with it. And I'll be voting in favor of supporting this. I believe it's motion 9.5. So thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Appreciate that very much. And thank you, everyone. So in the thank you messages there, thank yous go back to you because you inspired things like this. So I think faculty seeing students being involved in this work. When I heard about the hunger strike that Zain and few others announced last year, that was my tipping point. I said, I can't stand there and go to the classroom and look into the eyes of those students and say, this is all I'm doing. I'm just lecturing you about public health. I think we should do more. That's why I'm here asking you for your support.
Thank you. Nim, go ahead.
First of all, thank you so much for such an informative and passionate presentation. I just wanted to speak out in full wholehearted support of everything here. And I think that it'd be super cool if the SFSS did have a group that went out and we really encouraged our membership to come out and support. We have over a week now to rally people, which would be really great. And having people show up would be incredible, but full support and thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Nim. Any other comments or questions for Kate? Okay, if not, then thank you, Kate, for coming and presenting to us.
My pleasure, Corbett. And I'm going to sign off for now, but Joselle has my cell phone. So I'm happy to jump back if there are any questions when you're discussing around the motion. But I really appreciate all your support that I have already sensed through the Zoom screens that was possible to get. Yes, I would love to see many of you coming to hug the mountain together. Okay, thank you. Best of luck with the rest of your meeting. Hardworking people.
Okay, before we go to presentation, I do now have the actual motion I wanted to add to the agenda. The item was emailed out to council about 3 hours ago. It's on our post in chat. So I am moving to amend the agenda to include following motion. Whereas on May 19th, 2021, the SFS Council voted unanimously to condemn the ongoing genocide of the Uyghur people and struck a working group called the Uyghur Solidarity Working Group to formulate a statement and issues policy on behalf of Council. Whereas the Uyghur Solidarity Working Group has finalized the statement titled SOS Uyghur Solidarity regarding the recent history that has led up to the persecution and ongoing genocide of Uyghurs in concentration camps, propaganda and misinformation created by the Chinese government against Uyghurs and holding accountable misinformation spread by SW faculty members. Be resolved that the SOS Council approved of the statement recommended and formulated by the Uyghur Support Working Group and share it with membership. The title of this should be just Uyghur Solidarity Statements. Statements endorsement. Do I have a seconder?
Matt.
Thank you, Matt. Just for clarity on this, because this is after we have amended the agenda, this will require 2/3 majority votes to be added onto the agenda. Is there any discussion on this amendment on this item? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote. All in favor, seek unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I'll call on you to record your vote. Okay, that passes unanimously. This item has now been added to the agenda for new business at the end of new business. So we'll now move back into our regular council meeting. We now have our final presentation is from Matt. It is the affiliated student group seats presentation. You are free to start when you wish, Matt.
Thank you. Jess will be sharing screen for me. And we also have Chantel here from SF-PIRG, and then we have Raheel from TSSU. We unfortunately, Embark was not able to be here tonight, but hopefully we can follow up, and if there's anything we can reach out for additional resources. So I'll start the presentation. It's titled Affiliate Student Group Seats Addition, and this is pertaining to the motion later on in the new business portion of this meeting. I just want to acknowledge that we are all on unceded and stolen territory of the Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, Coquitlam, Katzie people. I just want to acknowledge that I am an uninvited guest from 68 CTV Blackfoot territory in Treaty 7. And the work that we do within the Student Society happens to be on Burnaby Mountain, which is also pronounced Tlachwaihuitan in the Squamish language, which means where bark is peeled. So just to acknowledge that place names have been here longer than SFU, longer than the SFSS, and it's always good to acknowledge that the work that we do should always encompass prioritizing Indigenous sovereignty and also solidarity in the work that we do. So next slide, please. So the creation of affiliate group seats on council as per bylaws for TSSU, Embark, and SF-PIRG. So like I said, this is pertaining to the motion later on in the meeting. I will read this out just so folks can, this is what we're going to be talking about in this presentation. This is the motion, and it reads, whereas SFSS bylaws allow for the creation of council seats for affiliate student groups who has affiliation with members and have indicated interest to be a part of council, all of whom share membership with the SFSS, to be added to council alongside current affiliated student groups such as SAC and RHA. Whereas SF-PIRG and Embark has members that are SFSS members being student societies on campus and are housed in the Student Union building, whereas TSSU is the labor union representing research assistants, TAs, sessional instructors, and more, many of which are undergraduates, and wealth of knowledge would be beneficial on the SFSS council table. Whereas all these organizations' presence on campus would mutually be beneficial to the SFSS, the organizations, and our members, be it resolved that council establish a new seat on council for SF-PIRG as an affiliated student group on council. Be it resolved that council establish a new seat, a council for Embark as an affiliated student group on council. Be it resolved that council establish a new seat on council for TSSU, an undergraduate rep as an affiliated student group on council. Be it resolved that the groups appoint their representatives for the start of the term in May 1st, 2022, and going forward at the group's capacities. Be it further resolved that the group selected amongst their members and appropriate alternates as per the SFSS bylaws and policies. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the overview, we're going to be going into the background, why, what the impact will have, and then also we're going to have times for the groups who have been able to attend to share. Next slide, please. All right, so just going into the background, the SFSS is a part of the community of students on campus, some of which share membership fully or don't share at all. The SFSS is a part of the community of student groups on campus, some of which share membership fully, partially, or do not share membership, but at all who contribute to the fabric of the student community at SFU. SF-PIRG, CGSF, Embark, the PEAK, GSS, and SFSS are the 6 separately incorporated student societies that exist that have been established by a student vote, while TSSU was established as a labor union by members, which include TAs, TM, sessionals, instructors, and RAs, many of which are undergraduates. Student societies such as York Federation of Students and many others have representations of some of these independent student societies on their council. GSS holds a seat at UBC AMS, even though they are also separate, to ensure a cross-section of the community has their voice. This is similar to what the intention behind ensuring DSU representation on council was. GSS at SFU also has representation or the mechanism for representation on their council for groups who are affiliates, one of which is TSSU, who the GSS share many members since they are the graduate students. So there are a lot of folks who are in TSSU and who are also in GSS. Any such appointments would be done in alignment with the SFSS bylaws, which states that members of council must be members in good standing, which SFSS would have to verify. Groups would appoint as outlined in bylaw 5.2D, which would either be a member of their affiliated student group to be elected by that affiliated student group. So also just to mention in the background why this is essential is, especially with where we're at now, in the student union building, we house some of these members in the sub. So it only makes sense, especially for PERG and MBARC, to have voting rights or have the understanding of what is happening on council, since it can directly impact their space and also their membership to what is happening on campus, just like we have you know, support for affiliated student groups on council already. Next slide, please. So why? The SFSS does not always know what is happening on campus in the other organizations due to the siloing of work and information. So sometimes we don't know what is happening within certain memberships, and I think it's important to allow that capacity for these groups to have their membership represented for folks that are elected within the external organizations, to have that representation. This is increasing democratic participation throughout the SFSS and is good for all student organizations and the work being collectively done. This is also following with the restructuring, when in last year's board, when we made the restructuring to merge exec and council. So this just furthers that alignment to ensure that we're not also excluding members of our community, especially when they are housed in the student union building as well, which I believe is very essential to supporting that democratic participation of our membership. And also connections are being lost between student organizers. A lot of these groups have been a part of our community in so many different capacities. For example, SFPERG has been, a long time support for a lot of students, especially with the restructuring, and also supporting many students who are currently or have been working with exec or on council as well. Also, MBARC has helped us for numerous business cases, especially with the gondola advocacy, and MBARC has also supported the student union building when they were going through the first reiterations of the building with our sustainability plan. So this just goes to show how long back that these communities have supported the SFSS and also supported our community at large at SFU. Next slide, please. So the impact that this will have, this gives the opportunity for collaborations on joint campaigns, which we mostly already align with in a lot of different capacities already, which includes advocacy efforts, events, and services in a systematic way, increased knowledge of inter and intra-group activities, fully connected campus community with students working in solidarity, and building on precedents at GSS and building more alliances. I think that with the impact that this will have, it'll just give the opportunity to have more varied collaboration and also support for what's already happening in these organizations. And also, this would also amplify the work that they are doing, which would not only impact the SFSS, but the community at large, to have a more strengthened community, especially moving forward. Next slide. So we're going to go into the group share. The first slide of the group share is MBARC. So I'll just read out what MBARC has on this slide. And then we'll be going into TSSU, and then we'll be moving on to SFPERG. So for MBARC, examples of SFSS and MBARC collaborations, the MBARC Community Kitchen, SFU Climate Justice Coalitions, allocated space in the sub, new leases signed outlining an agreement of partnership and collaborations. Current collaborations, the community kitchen in the sub, where Embark manages food, SFU 350 climate declaration sign-on, Subgarden. A couple other things to add on. Before Embark, Embark used to be SFU sustainability, I believe. And from that, like I said, Embark at the time was helping SFSS create their sustainability plan. And they've also been working with the SFU community fridge while it was in the sub, and their members have worked on varying things, especially with students against TMX, a lot of advocacy work towards creating sustainability within the student union building, and working with varying execs on projects which pertain to their portfolios. And I believe they already do have folks who are on the Equity and Sustainability Committee, if I'm not wrong. And we'll go on to the next slide, which I believe is TSSU. So Raheel, if you're here.
Yes, hello. Thank you, Matt. I'm Raheel, the TSSU coordinator. Thanks for having me here. Since 1978, TSSU and SFSS have had mutual members and work collaboratively. And here I can talk about a few examples of SFSS and TSSU collaboration in the last few years. I think most of you know about the SFU tuition freeze now, the historic campaign in 2019, and the huge win that we had in that campaign is in another format, still continues somehow. We'll talk about it a bit later. And also about Research is Work campaign, which was the unionization of RAs. This was also a historic movement, and SFSS supported TSSU, and we had collaboration in that. We had also COVID-19 coalition, which was a coalition at the beginning of COVID when the students were lost, and when people, including SFU, were taking advantage of this situation, and students' rights were being violated. TSSU, SFSS, and GSS have come together, shaped that coalition to advocate for students' rights. And there have been this recent COVID-19 advocacy joint letter that you heard about in the annual report, and many other joint letters between TSSU and SFSS as well in other areas. And we had also this student workers survey, which the intention was to collect the insight of the students about their experience at SFU. And it was also collaboration between TSSU, SFSS, and GSS in the last year. And the Solidarity and Social Justice Committee at TSSU has also lots of mutual activities with SFSS, including anti-Trans Mountain Pipeline initiatives, No Cops on Campus, which started after the very disturbing violent arrest in December 2020, and then the people from different from TSSU, SFSS, and other groups came together, shaped this task force, and since then they have been meeting regularly and working on that initiative. And SFU 350 campaigns and initiatives also has been supported by the SSJC committee at TSSU. And recently the Palestine Liberation Issues Policy as well as endorsed by the SSJC, and some more discussions before that has happened too. And some current collaborations that I can mention is the BC Tuition Freeze campaign, which is happening now. The Tuition Freeze Now campaign is now happening on the BC level in collaboration with UBC and UBIC, and SFSS and TSSU are working collaboratively, and also GSS on that. And we have also Migrant Student United chapter at SFU. We recently had a presentation about that. It's a group to support international students. It's also a coalition from GSS, TSSU, and SFSS. And we hear more about it today as well. And there is this idea of creating planning a workshop by around a student, SFU student activism, history, and organizing. So TSSU and SFU will collaborate on that workshop as well. Thank you. I pass it on to Chantel to talk about SFPERG.
Thanks, Raheel. It's so good to see you. Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me at your meeting. My name is Chantel. I've come to, I think that it was like about a month ago that I was here speaking with you about No Cops on Campus. So I'm here today, again, on behalf of the PERG. So since 1981, we've had a shared membership with undergraduate students at SFU. This work has been incredibly various year to year and has taken on many forms that are really hard to capture in one slide. So there's been a lot of support over the years for SFSS campaigns. Similar to the TSSU, our most recent one is supporting the Palestine Liberation Issues Policy. We also are collective participants in rallies and actions, supporting undergraduate students in action groups. Embark, who Matt spoke to earlier, used to be an action group of SFPERG, and we have had many of them over the years that have done good work and continue to, as well as volunteer collectives, supporting students through various forms of grants, and then a lot of training, so much training. We do have allocated space in the sub. We're down on the bottom floor with the other equity-seeking groups. We do have a shared lease between you folks. Some of the training that we've done that I had alluded to before, so we've done a few years of training now with SFSS executive committees and council members, specifically on issues of anti-oppression, how that shows up in our lives, how that shows up in governance, like how do we govern in anti-oppressive ways, which we here at the organization have lots of experience with. We host a variety of events, the vast majority of which are for undergraduate students and are participated in by undergraduate students. And then since our beginning, we've been facilitating safe and inclusive spaces on campus. So I think that right now, you know, we're really in like a renaissance of activism on campus, which is really excellent to see. But that has definitely not always been the case at SFU, and through those years where we haven't had so many spaces for students to tap into, SFPERG has really held down a very like safe anti-oppressive space for students on campus over the years, and with something that we will continue to do in the years to come. So I guess that's very briefly it for us.
Thank you, Raheel and Chantel, for going over that for everybody. So what's next? Hopefully with the motion passing, we'll see more joint campaigns and initiatives like rallies, actions, collaborations, and a closer relationship and working relationship, especially with folks now being in the sub. SFPERG updates, or SFSS updates at TSSU, PERG, and Embark, continuing relations and organizing open motions at their membership meetings to consult wider community, just as like how this happens. I know that like within FNMISA, even though they're a constituency group, there is the council rep who goes back to their membership and updates folks on what's happening within SFSS, which kind of broadens the membership's knowledge to what is happening within council meetings, or even just stuff that sometimes gets missed when folks aren't as involved as even if they're not in their DSU or anything like that. Hopefully, we'll see TSSU, PERG, Embark updates at SFSS, knowledge sharing and best practices and knowledge of group initiatives. So once again, having these folks come to our meetings and be able to share what has been happening in their groups, initiatives, bring campaigns, and build on that capacity. Next slide. So I just want to, I will be voting in favor of this motion. As someone through my academic journey, I've been an RA, which is a research assistant for both the criminology department and the Indigenous Studies department. And that was a huge, part of my academic career prior to being involved with the SFSS, researching different projects and helping community in a different sort of way than it is here. But also as a research assistant at an undergrad, it is such an amazing opportunity. But also with that work, having a precarity of work and being able to lean on the TSSU sometimes when there's stuff happening within our departments, just finding that support. I can also speak for other folks who are undergraduates, like who have had to deal with the precarity of being like a research assistant and things like that, and dealing with those sorts of things as an undergraduate student. Sometimes it's hard to navigate. And I think that that would just bring more clarity and support for undergraduate students who do actually happen to be RAs and TAs a lot of the time. I also want to say that also as a previous board member of PERG, and also for the support that they've shown, not only to me, but now the FNMISA and other equity seeking groups on campus, they have been really substantial to, initiatives and advocacy supports that even prior to wanting to be involved with the SFSS, they were the first place that like I went to find that support, and especially to support reconciliation efforts, advocacy. I remember they used to help with printing, stuff when we couldn't afford to print anything, or understanding the bylaws. I remember Craig, the old comms person at PERG, helped me understand some of the bylaws of the SFSS, because I honestly didn't know anything about it and didn't really care to know anything about it at the time. And I just so happened to be here now, which is weird. But just, knowing that if they have the opportunity to sit on council, it will be really great, not only for the SFSS, but for these groups in general, because they are safe places on campus that support so many students that I think, just gives that opportunity to help support in a better capacity that we haven't seen, and to really strengthen those relationships, because as a SFSS, we do need to do a better job of building relationships and maintaining them. And I think this is a good first step to allow these groups voting rights, especially, like I said, a lot of them, Embark and PERG, are in the sub. I don't see the reason why they shouldn't have say for their affiliated student group to have a seat on council. So that's why I wanted to bring this motion forward today. And I hope that if you have any further questions, we can ask them in the motion. But thank you, Chantal and Raheel, for coming today. It's really great to see you. And thank you for listening to the presentation.
Thank you, Matt. If anyone has any comments or questions, oh, no, you're back.
Thank you, Abby. I just popped back in. Nim, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to those who just presented for once again another comprehensive and really passionate presentation. I personally wanted to say, as somebody who has been an RA, so as a member of TSSU, somebody who's been supported by SFPERG in the past multiple times, and is a part of kind of the Embark gardening group. I think that having seats for all of these affiliate groups on council makes sense, and I surprised it hadn't happened sooner. I think that these groups are so fundamental to the undergraduate students and the graduate students of the university, and in not only in equity realm, which they are, but also in just making our lives on campus more enjoyable, and the knowledge and the experiences that they bring to the table to be able to just like every DSU member and every constituency group brings their own experiences and their own perspectives to this group to educate from us all to learn from. I think that having these groups would enhance that so much. So yeah, in full support of this. And thank you for the presentations.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you. Ben, you're next.
Yeah, so I had a question, I guess, either for the executive or for TSSU, whoever wants to answer. Why are we proposing giving the TSSU a so-called undergraduate representative when an undergrad representative would be accountable to and elected by the entire TSSU membership, which per the Migrant Students United briefing note, we know to be non-undergraduate students mostly.
So Rahil, go ahead.
Yes, so we have more than 500 undergrad members at TSSU. So this is a considerable number of mutual members. Other than that, there are lots of areas that are impacted. The impact is on because we work and study in the same environment. The conditions impact the members of both these two organizations. And on the other hand, I want to clarify that this is not the general membership meetings of the TSSU, in which the representative will TSSU representative will join that and update about the SFSS ongoing initiatives and activities. It's not actually a representative body, and it's a general membership. And the goal of creating that seat for TSSU and other student societies is more facilitating better collaboration and information sharing, and creating that environment that we are more aware of each other's activities.
Okay, so it just looks like there's 2 direct responses, one from Abby, one from Ben, and one from Matt.
This is for Ben's original question.
Oh, wait. Sorry, you have to go in order. So Abby first.
Okay, yeah, direct response to Rahil. Sorry, I just wanted some clarification. So are you saying that out of the TSSU, no graduate student members will be able to vote for who the council rep is on TSSU for the undergrad? Because I think that's my concern, and I think that's what Ben was trying to say. The issue is graduate students voting for an undergraduate student representative. That's the issue here. Given that your membership has a substantial amount of graduate students, we don't want graduate students voting for who is representing the undergraduate representative. That's the issue. Thank you.
So I can respond to that as well. So similar to the seat that we have at the GSS, and per the bylaw at the GSS, the TSSU rep is at the GSS is graduate student. So the same can happen here. And representative from TSSU at the SFSS can be an undergrad student.
Okay, so some people are doing a lot of incorrect responses, so I am give a clarification on it. So Ben, is there not a list in the sense of just a general comment, or?
I have a direct response to what Rahil just said.
Okay.
To clarify, per your own representative's policy, it states that for external and internal representation, TSSU representatives are elected by the general membership to express and advance the interests of TSSU and are accountable to the membership. So I'm still a bit confused there. Would a prospective TSSU council representative be elected solely by the undergraduate membership of TSSU, or would they be elected by the entire membership of TSSU?
So I should put myself on the list to respond to that?
Yeah, so no, you can respond to it because it's a direct question to you. or two
Yeah,
presenters.
so it will be elected by the general membership, but not as a representative seat actually. And the general membership include both graduate students and undergraduate students.
Okay, Matthew, you have another direct response, then we'll start doing lists.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to Ben's initial comment, and it says this is kind of just some thoughts that I had to carry over, was that the undergrads are only piece for the GSS position. We put into the policies that it had to be a grad student because that's what GSS required, and I don't see why the membership wouldn't do the same for the SFSS. The person is a representative of the TSSU membership, which includes 500 plus undergraduate workers. TSSU meetings are general meetings and not representative body. So the person would not represent undergraduate interests only there. They're voting as a member, and of course, as a conduit of information and collaboration between the organizations. They would still give updates as representatives to SFSS, and then that person gives input to TSSU, and so it would be an undergrad rep, and that's kind of all that I have to mention on.
Okay. Ben, if you're saying you have a direct response to Rahil again, but I would like to get other people's listing in, so this doesn't end up being a back and forth, and because direct response can get over. So I'd like to go through some lists first, and then we'll kind of go back. Okay, Nikki.
Hello. Okay, can you hear me?
Yep.
I think this is a good conversation to be had. Like, I do advocate, and I do suggest that like we should look into the various policies and bylaws of each organization just to see how representative they are of the membership. I just took a quick look again to refresh myself on what the mission statement is of the SFSS, because I do believe that like any addition of a council seat needs to be made in mind with the mission statement of the SFSS first and foremost. And the mission statement of the SFSS is to advocate for students, build student power, and provide resources and services that represent, connect, and benefit our membership. Our membership are undergraduate students, so I think it's like, I appreciate Ben bringing up the potential issue of graduate students having some say in undergraduate issues. So I think that it is important to look into how representative each group is of undergraduate students specifically, which is the membership and who we are trying to benefit as the SFSS. Also, I have been a member of the TSSU, actually as a research assistant. I've been part of the grievance committee. I think the TSSU is a great organization from what I've heard of, and what I've been involved in. However, when I was involved, it was almost all graduate students. So I think like, I'm not sure if it's changed since then, but from my experience, it was a lot of graduate students. And I was actually the only undergrad that was involved in my time. So that's just my personal experience. But yeah, I think that I advocate for us to just like, I think it's a good idea to consider new council seats. We just have to think of the membership and just really be careful of like, and cautious of like potentially like, I guess like diluting the power of the membership. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nikki. Just want to remind everyone, this is presentation, right? That we can debate the merits of the motion itself during the actual motion, but it's more about the asking questions and stuff around the presentation. We have, sorry, I'm just scrolling through. Rahil, did you have it as a regular list, or is that what that list was going to be? Was more a direct response to somebody else's question?
Yes, I actually want to mention that in the, for example, the Researchers Work campaign, there were so many undergrads involved in that one. And recently we have undergrad members in our contract committee, which is a pretty substantial committee in in creating, developing the collective arguments of the TSSU members.
Okay, thank you. So just, okay, so I'm just looking at Abby's rescinded, Giselle rescinded. There's Judith, is it really the presentation or the motion?
To the presentation.
Okay.
This question might go towards Rahil or Corbett, whoever can give me an answer honestly at this point. I have asked Corbett on April 11th whether we have numbers and how many undergraduates actually fall under TSSU. I was wondering if somebody could give me an answer on this, because at this point, based on my understanding of what I've been told, TSSU is not aware of its undergraduate membership due to some conflict with SFU. So I was wondering if we could get clarification on whether we know actually how many members of the undergraduate population falls under TSSU.
So because I have responded to that. Sorry, Judith, if it wasn't clear. It's more than 500 undergrad members at TSSU right now.
Okay, thank you. Matt, do you have direct response that's to the related presentation or the motion?
I had a direct response to Nikki, but I think I'll retract that and just go through the list so that we can finish up this to actually move on to new business.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I think my list, with everyone's reading the retracting, I think mine was the list, but mine too. This presentation was partially just to thank everyone for coming to present, and I've been involved with, or at least I've worked with or been involved with TSSU as a PERG and BARC and others in a number of different areas the last few years. And I value their relationship and the work. So I do want to thank you all for coming here and presenting. And so I think I am the last list so far, and if that's okay, then we can start moving into motions.
There is a question in the chat. Should I respond to that as well?
How many total members are?
Yeah, how many of these members are active? Yeah, so I can't give you an exact number of how many of these members are totally active. I can't give that about the graduate students that are active at TSSU right now. But I can refer again to the mutual activities with that we just had a presentation on. And as you see, it was just some examples of the mutual activities between the SFSS, the undergrad students, and TSSU. So I think that the number is considerable, and an impact, as you can see, is really valuable.
Okay. Okay, we're getting some debate in the chat. Nikki, you have a list. Is it again to the presentation, or is it something more related to the motion later down in the agenda?
I meant it as just like clarification, I guess, of like my question and like why the intention and why it matters. But I can like leave it for later, just because I actually have experience in a TSSU as an undergrad student. So I think my experience here is valuable and unique.
Okay. Okay, so I think we're good with the presentation because people are more asking other more specifics about that. I think was relevant for, we can have that debate in the motion later on. So I'm going to have us move on because we still have a number of agenda items and today. Okay, so thank you for those that are coming. If you're still staying, you're welcome to keep staying and watch the rest of the meeting. But yeah, we will now move on to item 7.1, Committee on Counselor Breaching Confidentiality, submitted by myself. Just a report. So So I gave this report at the previous meeting, and I feel might as well just repeat it for the people that weren't able to make it. The committee met last week, and we had discussions related to follow-up from the first investigation about the in-camera breach that happened in February. And we realized we wanted to continue. There was a follow-up investigation that needed to happen, and so we met, we discussed, and we voted to do so. This investigation will naturally transition over into the new council year, the new committee members. And so we're going to have a meeting with them on Friday to kind of do a transition and discussion. And it'll be up to the following committee to whether further that investigation or not. So that's just the only thing I had to say. Okay, we'll now move on to item 8, old business. 8.1, Migrant Students United Working Group and Funding motion. This was brought to the council yesterday, and there was a request to postpone it to have it discussed today. And that postponement motion was successful, and so now we are, it's been brought back as old business. So I'll read out the motion. Whereas MSU chapter at SFU is a joint coalition of TSSU, GSS, and SFS members who are current and former international students and their allies under the support of Migrant Students United of Migrant Workers Alliance for Change. Whereas Migrant Students United, MSU, has long sought equitable and just policies for migrant students by speaking up about and fighting against the systematic barriers at university, provincial, or national level in order to access their rights and gain support. Whereas MSU has initiated or actively participated in many activities, campaigns, and rallies like International Students Health Fee Campaign, PICS, PGWP, Status for All, PR Campaign, BC Tuition Freeze Now, and more. Whereas IP-3 titled Tuition Affordability notes that tuition has become increasingly unaffordable over the past several decades. It remains one of the largest barriers for students in receiving a post-secondary education, where several migrant and international students must pay a drastically higher tuition in comparison to domestic students, while also adhering to 2 consecutive semesters of a full course load yearly. Whereas due to this higher tuition in nature and with the rise of tuition twice, with a total of an 8% increase in tuition for migrant and international students within the last 2 years, and another rise of 4% of tuition coming soon, many migrant students and international students are experiencing financial instability. Whereas financial instability provides difficulty to participate adequately as many students take on paid opportunities in their free time to cover higher costs and are unable to participate adequately within coalitions, groups, clubs, unions, and such to fight for their rights. Whereas TSSU and GSS have contributed funds required for the background work of creating the MSU chapter and its campaign so far, and SS has not supported MSU yet in providing funding to ensure that migrant students have the space to advocate for themselves without it taking a toll on their living circumstances. It further resolves that Council support Migrant Students United and direct Council to create a migrant and international students' rights issues policies. Be it further resolved to create a working group of the councillors and members ensuring strong representation of international students, co-chaired by International Student Advocate Representative and supported by the VP Equity and Sustainability, to draft and recommend to Council this migrant and international students' rights issues policy. In consultation with the International Student Advocate Constituency Group and Migrant Students United SFU. We further resolved that SFS Council supports and approves the funding of $15,000 of a joint coalition working with GSS and TSSU to disperse for the campaign's expenses and volunteer stipend in 2022 through a disbursement model where the funding is dispersed by TSSU or otherwise if mutually determined by all 3 coalition partners for the summer and fall semesters from a line item determined by the VP Finance and Services. Okay, that's a lengthy motion. It was submitted by International Student Advocate Representative Chi. Do I have a mover?
Political science.
Political science. Do I have a seconder?
Philosophy.
Math. I heard. Chi, since you were the main person last time, would you be willing to introduce the motion?
Yes, can you give me access so I can share my note?
Sure.
Can you guys see it?
Yes.
All right, so we have Rahil, Wei Chun, and Mohammed from MSU are here with us. So thank you guys for joining us today. So first I would like to start with land acknowledgement. So we respectfully acknowledge that the SFSS is located on the traditional unceded territories of the Coast Salish peoples, including the Musqueam, Squamish, Tislewatum, Kigwetlam, and Khasi nations. Unceded means that these territories have never been handed over, sold, or given up by these nations, and we're currently situated on occupied territories. So just a heads up, I'm just gonna go through all the main point quickly for those who weren't here yesterday. So international students face many challenges during and after our studies, like tuition fees, double amount of MSP, and the limitation of postgraduate work permit, or time restricted working hours, and many more. And currently there is no collective advocacy, community, and social network support for both undergrad and graduate international student on campus. And Migrant Student United MSU chapter SFU is a coalition of grad and undergrad, current and former international students from TSSU, GSS, and SFSS under the support of MSU to focus solely on international student issues. And it has initiated, participated in winning many campaigns to advocate for migrant students, like Status for All, the PR campaigns, postgraduate work permit extension for former international students, and just so many more. Also, like the nature of the systematic barriers faced by the international student is at the federal and provincial level, which will require like the collaboration of the MSU chapter SFU with the national MSU and to contribute to this goal. So we are advocating for, we're advocating for lowering tuition fees, change in PR and postgraduate work permit rules, also bringing down the MSP fees and more financial support for students. So international student takes on paid opportunities in their free time to cover for living costs and tuition fees, and they don't have adequate resources to join groups, clubs, and unions to fight for their rights. And so we are planning on providing funding to ensure that students have the space to advocate for themselves without it taking a toll on their living circumstances. So here's the budget breakdown, and we're planning to provide a stipend for 6 volunteers with the required working for 5 hours per week. And that's a total of 30 hours per week for 6 members with $20 per hour, which comes to a total of around $20,000 for the summer and fall semesters, with $2,000 for campaign and events, which is around $22,000. So we're asking the council to approve the spending of $15,000 for the campaigns and volunteer stipend. So why $15,000? Because SFSS has the largest membership of international students and a sizable operating budget compared to the GSS, and it's in the interest of the SFSS to be putting money towards initiatives like this to help all the undergrad international students. Also, the SFSS has a means to do so with, I think we have like around $700,000 of unused budget this year. And so our recommendation is to dispense the funding through the TSSU, because right now the SFSS doesn't have a stipend system for compensating student volunteers doing advocacy work. So whereas like for TSSU, who has been hosting the MSU chapter, has the system to dispense the stipend for volunteers members. So it will be way easier to transfer the fund to TSSU and to ensure that the volunteers log in the hours and like receive their stipends, and the rest of the funds be used towards the events and campaign. So in the motion, we're asking the SFSS to create a working group led by the VP Equity and Sustainability with the ISA co-chair and consult with MSU to create a migrant and international student rights issues policy. That also go hand in hand with our IP3, which is tuition affordability. And also we're also asking SFSS to contribute the funding of $15,000 to support the work campaign expenses and volunteer stipend for the summer and fall 2020 semester. And thank you all for listening, and the MSU and I will be here to answer questions.
Thank you, Shi. Yeah, and thank you again for summarizing the main points of the presentation from yesterday. Please, people, list yourself if you'd like to ask. Sorry, we're now into the discussion portion of this motion. So please if you'd like to list yourself, please, sorry, if you'd like to add yourself to speaker list, please type in list in the chat. Okay. First is Serena.
Thank you, Corbett. I'm just reading this statement on behalf of Vivian from the SFU Disability and Neurodiversity Alliance, and it reads, "Hello, counselors. My name is Vivian, and I'm an acting executive of the SFU Disability and Neurodiversity Alliance. I urge you to vote yes on this important motion to meaningfully support Migrant Students United and their advocacy work. As you have heard in presentations and discussions over the past few council meetings, migrant students face disproportionate financial difficulty and discriminatory healthcare, immigration, and education policies, on top of the challenges of newly living in Canada. Migrant Students United, being the only group on campus of its kind as a coalition that builds bridges between SFSS, TSSU, and GSS, and works on both a local and national level, is uniquely positioned to advocate for migrant students, as they have. I have seen incredible work from this coalition, including a recent win to stop mass deportations related to changes in postgraduate work and immigration. They have also actively been involved in International Students Health Fee Campaign, Fix PGWP, Status for All, the PR campaign, BC Tuition Freeze Now, and other campaigns and work alongside students across Canada. These campaigns have resulted in societal changes that meaningfully improve the lives of migrant students. Migrant students are a crucial part of SFU's diverse student body. Many have been pillars of SFU's community for years. Now is not the time to balk in support. TSSU and GSS have already committed funding to support MSU's work. SFSS has an excess of resources projected to have an operational surplus of $500,000. $15K or $15,000 is minuscule in comparison. This council has recently given another student group $9K to simply host a party. Would support and advocacy for migrant students not be just as or even more important? Thank you.
Thank you, Serena. Sorry. Next is Abby.
Yeah, and I would want to thank council for giving us the opportunity to do our due diligence by having an extra day to think about this and to look at it. Now that we didn't have a notice for this, or the briefing note come out in the middle of the meeting, we've had time to review, and I think the PSSU will be happy to vote in favor of this. The only thing I'd ask is if any members of council or current members of the MSU that they abstain, as it would be a financial conflict for you. Outside of that, I'm more than happy to vote in favor for this now that I've had time to review the briefing note appropriately.
Hey, Abby, I want to correct you on the conflict. Unless they're specifically would be being paid from that motion itself.
Well, part of that motion is going towards wages, so yeah, they would be potentially getting.
Let me finish and just cut me off. So unless those specific members are going to be specifically getting that amount, then that's only a way to be a conflict. If it's just if that's whoever's getting wages is separate, it wouldn't necessarily be a direct conflict of interest or even indirect, because you need to have proof that they're actually going to be financially benefiting us directly.
Okay, sorry, I should have stated more clearly.
Conflict of interest can be easily thrown out a little too easily at times, and it's not anyone's fault. It's just something that's not well defined at times. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, sorry. So just for clarity, if anyone is going to be receiving wages from this that is currently a part of the MSU, I ask that they abstain. Thank you. Corbett, you're muted.
Thank you, Abby, and thank you for everyone. So just give me a second to get back. Next is Nikki, and then Jess.
Yeah, thank you so much for this presentation. I'm really happy that this kind of initiative for migrant students is actually being presented to council. From my time in post-secondary, although I am a domestic student, I have a lot of friends and I know a lot of people who are international students and also migrants and first generation Canadians. And I often find that and notice that a lot of the needs of migrant students are not being fully accounted for and being kind of left to the side. And there are really significant needs and that are really important. And I'm really happy that there's a group now that is made to actually work to meet these needs and have this form of advocacy, because it's really needed. Like, and it's been a really long time, and people. So like, I'm really happy that this is happening, and I strongly support this initiative. And I think that having a stipend, if it's done well, will help the work be done. And I hope that it would be really effective and efficient for that. And again, I really appreciate the work that all of you are doing. So thank you.
Thank you, Nikki. Jess, go ahead. And then after that, it'll be Nim.
Thank you to the folks who are working on this motion and this briefing note, as well as Chi. I'm in full support of this motion. We see the necessity and the hard work that the migrant students do at SFU. They do a lot of back-end labor in order to support themselves, not only within school, but through areas of work and volunteering and community connections. With things that we've donated before to other student groups who are equity seeking, migrant students are just the same, and they need just as the same support as we've done in the past. I'm in full support of this motion, and I encourage everyone to vote in favor as well.
Thank you, Jess. Nim, go ahead, and then Nadia is next.
A lot of people have said what I was going to say, but just wanted to speak out once again in support of this motion and in support of MSU. They are a fundamentally crucial organization at our university, and they need to be supported financially for the labor they're putting in and all the incredible work that they're doing. And they have helped with other campaigns at the university, and it's time to step up and support this group.
Thank you, Nim. Nadia, go ahead.
I'm an international
sorry to interrupt. Sorry, I think Matt would be ahead unless Nadia is a counselor.
Thank you. My apologies. I forgot about that. Yeah, sorry. We have our default rules is to prioritize counselors first, Nadia, unless someone motions to spend that policy to basically do a first come first serve or some other format.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, we'll make sure you get in. Matt, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to speak in favor of this motion, and thank you folks from MSU for coming, as well as Chief for bringing this forward to speak once again, even after there's been a few times there's already been deliberation on this. I'm glad folks have taken the time to read the briefing note, and a lot of sentiments that have been shared have already been said, but we have allocated a lot of funds throughout the year to different projects, as you could tell even within the year-end report that we presented at the beginning of this meeting. And I feel as though that this is just something that we should continue to contribute the resources that we have in order to impact students, especially students and our community members who attend SFU as well, and also folks who are supporting them, and just to ensure that folks are being compensated in a way that is necessary in order for this work to happen in a good way. So I just want to speak in favor, and thank you again for coming.
Thank you. Nadia? Unless I missed another topic.
Hello. So as an international student, I have faced a lot of challenges in terms of availing in my education and all. And therefore, I really support this advocacy group. I've also worked with MSU in their different campaigns, as well as with ISA. And even though I want to work more with them, and I'm really passionate about this, I feel like I can't most of the time just because of the financial constraints. So the stipend will really help people who want to do it, who want to work for this, but they cannot because of the financial. And I will urge all of you to support this motion just because it will bring a big change in the lives of international students, and I fully support it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ria?
Oh, did Marie?
Sorry, Ria, you're unmuted, but nothing's coming through.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Oh, okay. Can I go? Because I know Marie and Jeremy just listed. Do they have to?
Yeah, I saw them right after. I said, okay, if everyone's okay with continuing with letting Ria speak, and then we'll go with Marie and everyone's. I'm not hearing any objections, so Ria, go ahead.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. First of all, I just want to start out by saying thank you so much, Chi, Rahil, Muhammad, and Wei-Chen, for all the labor, energy, and time that you folks have put into this motion, and also the amazing and very crucial work that you all have done in advocating for migrant students. Yeah, I just highly urge all counselors to vote in favor, support, and approve this motion. As mentioned in the briefing note and with the thorough presentation given in the previous council meeting, migrant students are constantly being exploited and taken advantage of through post-secondary educational institutions and the government. And facing these systemic barriers, it makes it increasingly difficult for students to organize and advocate for themselves. As Nadia also mentioned with her experiences too. And this funding will ensure a place where migrant students can come together, support one another, organize, and have the space to organize for themselves, as they are the ones who are facing this exploitation firsthand. And also as a student union, it is important that we support, protect the rights, and amplify the work of all students, which also includes migrant students. Thank you.
Sorry, I was muted. I will read out Marie's what Marie posted in chat, and then we'll go to Jeremy. This is from Marie. This is such a fantastic initiative. As noted before, it is so beyond difficult for students of whom are international students and migrant students to continue advocating and making space for other international students. Doing so, it takes much needed time away from their plates, and it is the duty of the SFS to ensure that our membership live up to their full potential. Doing so means that students have their labor counted and paid for in order to be able to fully engage in the community, with the understanding of how heavy tuition is on students and how financially inaccessible to be an international or migrant students, while also there being hourly work constraints on these folks. Additionally, as domestic students, we need to be standing in solidarity with these folks. That means pulling up, ensuring they are compensated for good work, and continuing to collaborate and amplify their initiatives. Thank you, Marie. Jeremy, go ahead. Oh, and Jeremy says he's sick, so please read it out loud. Knowing how much this benefits international students, I know this will help a lot of marginalized communities, as well as I know IATSU has lots of international students that would want this motion passed. Okay, thank you, Jeremy. We have a request from Wei Chen-Kwa, who is not a member, but is asking about to speak. We can pass a motion as council to allow a non-member to speak outside of a presentation. So I move to allow Wei Chen-Kwa the speaking rights for this motion. Do I have a seconder?
Matt.
Thank you, Matt. Any discussion on this request or this motion? Seeing none, I'll move to a vote. All in favor, seek unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, please use raise hand feature in Zoom, and I'll call on you to record your vote. Okay, that passed unanimously. Wei Chen, you do, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Corbett, and thank you, Council, for letting me speak. Really appreciate this being brought forward again and people speaking support. It really means a lot to MSU and then the migrant students, international students. We want to speak, as a former international student that just graduated last year, we still face a lot of struggles after graduation. We need to meet our job requirements. We need to take an English exam that costs hundreds of dollars just to qualify for permanent residency. And our postgraduate work permit is not renewable. It only lasts for 3 years, and as if you don't qualify for PR, you get deported. And recently, we actually won an extension for the postgraduate work permit for the second time. The first time was won in 2020 when I was on the SFSS when COVID hit. we managed to extend that permit, and now we managed to win again. And that is because we have a collective effort with the MSU national chapter. Together, we did a phones out and we called them minister office, immigration minister, and prime minister's office, up to the point that the voice mail was full. And not long after that, just a few days, they announced this new policy change that they're extending the postgraduate permit again. And that really prevented a lot of students, former international students, and potentially, your friends that are international students in the future to be deported. That really prevented a lot of that. And really want to emphasize how important this work is. As an international student myself, who spent about 6 years here now, who built such a community at Canada and really call it our home, to have the potential and just that anxiety of potentially being deported and our whole life being uprooted is really unfair to us, considering how much we spent here, what we contributed to the community as essential workers working part-time jobs, being student as a student. And we know that these are essential jobs, and our struggles connect with migrant workers as well, migrant farm workers, migrant care workers, who face the same precarious immigration policy and issues that a lot of us face. So really passing this motion and helping us, we achieve all of this with very little resources and very few organizers. We just had about 6 of us, like 5, 6 of us, and a lot of people didn't have the time to come join us and to organize us, not because they're not passionate or want to do this work, but because they can't. They can't afford to take time off work. They need to afford living in one of the most expensive cities in the world to be a student. But at the same time, they face so much precariousness for being temporary status in Canada. So really urge councilors to vote in favor of this. Again, 15K is really not a lot. So yeah, thank you again.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Wei Chen, for your words. Do we have any more people on the list? If not, I would like just to add myself to the list and hopefully finish off this discussion so we can move to a vote. Yes, I'm in support of this motion. I've worked a bit with Migrant Students United, but very much support a lot of their initiatives. They've been doing a lot of good work, especially recently, getting a lot of attention on the issues, and to the point where even the SFSS has recently today got reached out by a journalist asking about our thoughts on and our experiences with supporting migrant students. Additionally, $15,000, we have that amount for funding available. We'll learn more at the preliminary budget motion, how much more. So just want to say that we can definitely afford this support, this $15,000. So thank you very much. I would like now to move to a vote. Okay, since I have heard no, it's all been in favor, I'm going to move to that we vote by unanimous consent. If all in favor, seek unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I'll call on you to record your vote. Seeing none, that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll now move on to our first item of new business, 9.1, SFU 350 mural invoice, submitted by myself. Motion reads, whereas SFU attempted to go after students involved in the SFU climate justice mural under the guise of student misconduct, whereas the SFS stepped in to defend student rights to protest, whereas SFU 350 is an SFS club and is our duty to defend the clubs and student activists from bullying through inappropriate use of policies, as was employed by SFU and the administrative team at SFU. Whereas this climate justice mural was instrumental, along with other actions by SFU 350 and climate justice activists, in SFU divesting multi-million dollars, around $400 million, from fossil fuels in support of climate action. Whereas the situation was finally resolved after SFS president had a conversation with the SFU president had a conversation with the SFS president, along with backlash from media, SFS, student unions, constituent groups, and student unions from other universities. deviating from their heavy-handed approach of weaponizing SFU policy. Whereas SFU convocation mall renovation uses porous materials that were susceptible to damage even from washable paint, whereas Holi events and other such cultural events typically happen in convocation mall or elsewhere and have run into similar issues. Whereas this porous material now causes complications for these cultural events in those spaces. Whereas SFSS, during negotiations, committed to considering covering the costs of the repairs and replacement of the tiles. They were necessary to mitigate students forcibly and inaccessibly covering the costs without attention or understanding of the porous material complications. Whereas SFU has indicated through that though the tiles were cleaned, that they were more long-term paint left back due to the type of the floor material. Be it resolved that council vote to cover the costs as stated in the attached invoice for the removal of the SFU 350 Climate Justice mural and replacement of tile from a line item determined by the VP Finance and Services in alliance with the climate action statement approved by council previously. We further resolve that the current and incoming SFSS executives first work to encourage SFU to share the cost of this invoice to redress the situation following public outrage and harms caused and report back to council with updates. We've further resolved that SFSS urges SFU to not use this type of material for future renovations and constructions and to use more appropriate material to support cultural gatherings, events, and actions previously held to reduce the need for tile replacement and cleaning. Be it further resolved to work with SFU to do an audit of other spaces that have similar material on campus and call on SFU to replace these with better material when feasibly possible, while further supporting the conversations around protests and how the community can ensure appropriate communication and discussion before action. You have a point of order, Ben?
Yeah, so I'm looking at, excuse me, section 10, paragraph 26.1 of Robert's Rules. And my concern is here that the second to last and last, be it further resolved clauses, fall outside the scope of the SFSS's constitution, thus requiring a 2/3 vote to potentially introduce the motion without it being out of order. So my view would be that this motion is out of order until such time as that takes place, which it hasn't yet.
Okay, can you explain why you think those two fall outside the SFSS constitution?
I don't see how working with SFU on an auditive space is presumably to, I guess, gather details about the permeability of the grout within them falls under the SFSS constitution. It's not clear to me which point of the constitution it falls under specific to point to, I guess, point 2 of the constitution.
Okay, my arguments would be that it's kind of related to the issue with the porous materials, and that it's kind of relates to Holi and some of the other mentioned in one of the other clauses, that if this material is susceptible to things like washable paint or other things that should not be stainable, that's going to have increased costs to student events for cleaning, and SFU is going to be repeatedly cleaning, doing potential repair work and stuff, and that is a financial impact on the SFSS, and as also on those student groups, because by default they would get billed, and therefore in our side it's our responsibility as society to advocate for students and student groups so that they do not receive those higher costs, and working with SFU to find ways to have better materials or other things to reduce the financial burden on our students and ourselves is well within our overall mission as a society.
So to be clear, you are ruling the motion in order?
Yes.
I'm going to appeal the ruling to the chair.
Okay. Well, we're welcome then to go to a vote on by council if they agree with my view that it is in order. No, we're voting on it. Sorry, point of order, Ben, again?
The appeal is debatable.
Oh, I thought you were asking.
No, I was saying that I was appealing your ruling.
Yes. Okay, then people can debate it. You can welcome to say.
Yeah, I mean, my concern specifically is really focusing on the last, be it for the resolve clause. I don't see how that falls within our constitution. In terms of working with SFU to do an audit of spaces, that would seem like that would fall under more the duties of, I honestly don't know, I would guess facilities or somebody. I don't
Okay.
understand how this is relevant to the SFSS's constitution, and I don't believe it's within it.
Okay. Well, I think there's also be a definition of what, when we say work with, doesn't necessarily mean we'd be going around with the clipboard and doing an audit, that we would be working, supporting them and encouraging and pressuring them to do an audit. Work in this case is a very general term, just like we work with them on campaigns, on other stuff. It's not necessarily. Nikki, you're on the list, I believe, but just double checking.
Yeah. I'd just like to ask, I guess this is kind of a point of information in a sense. I would like to just ask Ben, I'm reading the Constitution over right now, and I'm curious, and I want you to compare and contrast, if you can, just like the last whereas clause that you have a bit of a contention with, and where exactly in the Constitution it doesn't, you think it doesn't fit. I just want to have better clarity. So I'd really appreciate it if you can do that.
Okay, Ben, or sorry, Marie has a direct response first, and then Ben. Oh, retracted, Marie? Okay, Ben, go ahead.
All right, so I think this does come out of, in some sense, Corbett, mine and your definition of the word work with seemingly differing, but my take on this would be, if we're working with the university on this, I don't see how that falls under necessarily representing or advocating for the interests of undergraduate students. Likewise with promoting undergraduate student activities. It's specifically, this seemed, at least under my interpretation of the word working with, it seems as though more so that we would be taking on a different role in that. And of course, council can decide how they want to interpret that. But yeah, and then looking at points C and D, specifically to promoting, among other goals, democratically determined by the society, the principles of public, universally accessible, high quality post-secondary education, and of meaningful undergraduate student participation in all aspects of university governance. I don't see how working with SFU on an audit of spaces falls under that. Looking towards facilitating collective action by undergraduate students, I guess maybe in some sense an argument can be made there that it potentially falls under that. And to point E, I see point E as personally being completely irrelevant to whether to us working with the university on an audit of other spaces as to their relative composition. I don't know.
Yeah. Serena, you're next.
Sorry, I believe I'm first.
Oh, sorry. That looked like.
Sorry, yeah, good to go. Or
No, sorry, I didn't see your list in the first place.
oh, maybe I DM'd it someone. The Mansur can go first then.
Yeah. Oh, Marie was listed first. Sorry, I thought you had rescinded it, and then Serena.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm really sick, so excuse my voice. But I was just gonna say, I don't really stand with what Ben is saying. I don't really believe that this is applicable, and I think it is derailing from the actual motion at hand. Especially when we're talking about how like VP university relations, it's specifically their role to be working with the university as well. And that, of course, this is like to specifically like represent, advocate for undergraduate students at the SFSS. And in understanding, obviously, this space is bookable. A lot of times there are rallies and protests that happen in this direct area. Students use this area all the time as well. Previously, there was even a Hawley cultural event in this area that was bookable at the time, and there was same issues when it came to like porous stones and like actual staining of the stones, and like members didn't know this. This is like a second time that this is happening. Like, so it is in the right of the SFSS, I believe, to take this up with SFU and have direct communication about it. Commit to having more discussions about this and the area in hand, and how we can ensure that we have the same alignment on peaceful protesting in the first place. So I really do believe like we still need to continue to have that discussion with SFU, and we need to like finalize and complete this discussion in relation to peaceful protest, which is so applicable to the spaces that we hold, the spaces that we protest on, you know, the grounds in which we do those things on. And this is directly applicable to the mural in and of itself, because it was a, you know, peaceful cultural art piece and protest in and of itself that brought the community together. And like SFU has also acknowledged that too. So I do think like this is definitely a space for like the SFSS to directly communicate with SFU on these matters. And I really think that we should just like move forward on this as well. Like this is the VP university relations role in the first place. And like, yeah, it just doesn't make sense to me how saying that this is not applicable would stand.
Okay, thank you, Serena. And sorry, Abby, did you also list, because I still haven't seen it show up in chat?
So what it was actually, I retracted my POI and I listed in the same one. That's probably why.
Oh, that's why I missed it. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm okay with letting Serena go first because I relisted.
Yeah, let's just do that. This is simple to me, so you can start tracking them. Oh, Serena says Abby can go ahead. So.
Oh, thanks, Serena. I just want to make sure we're on the right track here with this discussion, because this discussion is not about the motion at all. This is about the Roberts Rules interpretation, Benz versus Corbett. So if you're voting, sorry, I'm confused myself. So maybe Corbett, you can direct response to this so we know if we're voting in favor what we're voting for versus if we're voting against what we're voting for. That'd be great.
Yeah. So let's just go for the span, like the timeline, so to speak. I moved the I read out the motion. Ben did a point of order saying that he believes it's out of order because it's outside of the Constitution, SFS Constitution, and requires a higher threshold vote. He stated his initial reasons for his belief for that. I countered it with my own views and said it was in order, and he's now appealed the motion. And so I believe the vote would be, does council agree with the appeal? So vote yes if you think this motion is out of order. Vote. Sorry, Ben, am I flipping this around?
Yeah, the question is on whether the decision
around.
shall be sustained.
Okay, so basically you vote yes. Okay, thank you. So vote yes if you believe this is an order, and basically follow what the chair's view is. Vote no if you follow yes. No, vote no if you don't. If you think it's not, it's out of order. Thank you. Sorry, this still messes me up because of the way it's organized. Okay. Thank you, Ben, for the actual language. So, shall the decision of the chair be sustained? Okay, Serena?
Thank you. I just wanted to speak in terms of the work with in for the resolve clause. I do agree with Corbett's definition of work with, and in fact, there's previous precedents for this. I, as VP UAA and someone who's involved in the accessibility committee, have worked with SFU to do an audit of SFU buildings, and that includes all the property that's on it. We've literally looked at paint on asphalt and decided if that's something that we needed to improve. So I think it's definitely within the scope of our Constitution, and that it would be what am I trying to say? It would be within the students' interests as well.
Okay, thank you. You want to go for votes now? Because I don't see any more listing. I think if worse, I'll end up just going in circles and getting more onto the motion itself, not the actual Robert's rules thing, the appeal. I'd rather not do a roll call because it's going to take forever because there's a lot more people here. But so can it be a raise hands if you are like a yays or nays type thing? All in favor, raise, use the raise hand feature in Zoom. Point of information. Sorry, clarifying that if raise your hand for yes that you believe this motion is in order. My apologies. So if you're in favor with my interpretation, yes. You're going with the chairs. Yeah. Thank you, Judith. Okay. Kind of stabilize around 21. Okay. Please lower your hands. Sarah and Chloe, can you lower your hands? Or actually, see if I can do it for you. Nope. Oh, yeah, I can. Yeah. Thank you. Raise your hands for voting no. Basically, Ben's interpretation. No problem, Chloe. Okay. Had one person mention, Nikki, did you end up accidentally voting twice? Okay. So the first is yes, no. So I'm assuming you want to change you. Okay. Either way, it's okay. And raise your hands. Lower your hands, please. And is there any abstentions? Raise your hands. Just doing a proper full vote. Seeing none, the vote was 21 in favor, 5 against, so council sustains the motion for the chair. Okay, now we're back on to the actual motion. Okay, so I don't think we got the point of like a seconder. So I moved it. I'll move this just to keep things going. Do I have a seconder?
Math.
Thank you, Matt. So now we're on discussion of this motion. Please list yourself in chat. And of course, we will start with, we prioritize counselors first, as per our rules. Okay, sorry, I just expected more of a jump. Okay, Ben, you're first.
When did the executive committee get this bill?
Exec committee, I sent it to them in the middle of February 22nd, I believe. Ben, go ahead.
To clarify, I meant when did the SFSS get this bill?
I received the invoices or rather the president's account received it in late December. Okay. Okay, next for counselors is Nikki and then Judith.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Nikki.
So I'm just wondering, is this something that the liability insurance from the SFSS could cover? Because I know that there is liability insurance for clubs since the SFU 350 is a club, right? So like I would assume that liability insurance would cover something like this, or it should be looked into if it hasn't been. Because I guess like SFU 350 is under the jurisdiction of SFSS, so therefore, you know, like the authority kind of does foot the bill and foot the responsibility in a lot of situations like this. So it wouldn't be too odd for SFSS to cover it, but I would rather that like all work can be done to try to get liability insurance to cover it if that is a possible avenue.
So as far as I know, it does not. Pretty much any cleaning type work we cover on behalf of our clubs.
Sorry, just follow up. Why is this considered to be cleaning rather than just like some sort of like, it could be even a legal argument, right? That like it could be a human rights issue, right? There could be some sort of like legalistic argument here that like it could be, it's not just merely just cleaning. It has like a function for, you know, standing up for, you know, human rights and environmental rights.
Okay. Sorry, just trying to make sure I'm clean on the list. Judith, you're next.
Yeah, okay. I have a legitimate concern in regards of how this motion is phrased in regards specifically to the third whereas clause where the SFSS is referring to SFU as bullying and using inappropriate use of policies against students, and then later saying that you in a be it resolved clause that incoming and current SFSS executives would first work to the SFU to share the costs of the invoice, when in a previous whereas clause, there is a statement about how we kind of already agreed on covering the costs. I'm confused as if we are in a position where we kind of already agreed to pay it, and then we are going back to negotiate to potentially pay half of the bill or rest of the bill or portion of the bill. And then we proceed to say that SFU is a bully. I am confused on how we're expecting SFU to respond in a favorable way in this regard, given that we should be going in from a more of a polite and I guess favorable perspective to assist SFU 350, but also to ensure that we can work with SFU in the future. I am concerned with the way this is worded if our goal is to cooperate with SFU to resolve this bill. So I want to get some clarity on why this was worded the way it was.
Okay. Marie, you said you can respond to that, and you did in chat because I'm assuming you're.
Yeah. I could speak to this because I was directly part of this as well. Specifically when it comes to SFU, SFU in and of itself has also agreed that they did take this up inappropriately within our communications with them. They directly admitted that. We also have a joint statement together talking about how we are going to be working further in collaboration with each other to adequately ensure that this won't happen again as well. As you could also see, it wasn't just us, like the other student unions on campus, DSUs, FSUs, constituency groups stood in solidarity saying that what SFU was doing was wrong and that it was weaponizing student policy and student conduct policies on students. And additionally, doing so on students who they were unaware of, who were like even a part of painting the mural or not. So they were doing it loosely as well. And then furthermore, we had a discussion with them about, the harms that were caused. And thereafter, Joy Johnson basically also said that they do honor SFU 350's work and now do understand the implications of what had happened. But yeah, I can also send you further information if you'd like about what had happened as well. But in terms of this, really obviously, because we definitely need to be taking this to council for this to go through. A big thing about this too is that in terms of the pricing in and of itself, there's only so much that the executive can pass. And the intention, of course, was to protect students who were being targeted at the time. And at the time, there was also a really strong support with council endorsing the campaign as well. So those all together kind of speaks to us calling it how it is in terms of holding SFU accountable first and foremost, and not dulling it down just to continue relations. In fact, we are continuing relations and are holding them accountable, and they are also understanding of this accountability that they are held to and are more than happy to work further with us on this matter too. So I just wanted to state that.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, there's been a lot of stuff in chat. Just give me a minute to recollect where we're at on the speakers list. Abby?
Thank you. So I have similar issues to Judith, but in a very different way. My issue is kind of with the motion itself being brought to council now. I don't actually have a problem with the motion itself. My problem is that it's being brought now before we've actually gone in to negotiate with SFU. And I think passing this motion puts us in a position of weakness when bargaining with SFU, because if we've already agreed to pay the full amount, which according to this we would be, even though there is a motion to try and work together to reduce the cost, there's no firm thing saying we'll only pay 15,000, we'll only pay X amount. It puts us in a position of weakness because we're already prepared to give into whatever SFU asks. So I don't think that's a smart negotiating tactic, in my opinion. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Okay. Sorry, just got Chloe next.
Judith had a direct response to Marie.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I missed that. Go ahead, Judith. Let's try to reduce the amount of direct responses because those can really derail things. We still have a lot of stuff to cover today.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just going to ask before Marie can go. I'm curious whether I just missed an email here or not, whether incoming execs were basically volunteered to do this negotiation process. Last time I heard about this bill was, I believe, on Friday during agenda planning. At the time, this was a hypothetical at best. So I'm just curious as to what the steps here are and why we weren't notified about this addition to the motion prior to this council meeting. And if Marie can give me some insight on this, that would be amazing, or Corbett, whoever.
Would you like me to respond, Corbett, or would you?
I can respond a bit myself.
Okay.
Because I was in the meeting that was being talked about, but for the most part is because it's near the end of the term. Any kind of discussion would go forward with the next groups, even if we. Sorry, my brain is starting to shift. Basically, it's part of a combination of the time because we're almost finished the term. The fiscal year is almost finished. I do know that multiple incoming execs did mention an idea of wanting to go back to SFU. I don't think it was my intent to fully, yeah. Sorry, my head is starting to hit in the worst possible time, or the lack of meds. Marie, if you have anything else to comment, yeah. So I'll read out from Marie because that's easy for me. The motion is to hope that council votes in support that they have before the campaign, and in doing so, we'll first attempt to see if SFE supports contribution to this moving forward. If they do, it'll be drawn out of the pool allocated by council. If not, then the full invoice will be allocated. So the way to summarize is it'll get covered either way, whether it's a combination of SFU and SFS or all of us. Marie, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I also want to say a direct response as well to this, in specific when it comes to like volunteering exec. Of course, like we don't know which specific executive would like to be part of the process. With this process in our year, VPES, myself, VPES, finance, Gabe, who at the time was president, and VP University Serena, we were directly involved in these relations. And on my end, I've already had it allocated to also pass this over to my incoming VPES, which is Ria. So this was also part of the process in those communications because we still need to talk to SFU on those discussions that we already were promised and agreed upon. So I will be passing that over as well. So I wanted to note that.
Ben, you said, do we have quorum still? Yes, we do. I just counted. We're over 25 people. Okay. Okay, sorry, going back to speakers list. My computer's also acting up really slow right now.
I was next on the list.
Thank you, Chloe. I just opened up just as you mentioned. Thanks.
So I just wanted to say I'm in support of the SFSS helping cover the costs of the mural if there are costs. And I also wanted to read a message that was written by Marie, which states, I encourage everyone to wholeheartedly support this motion that not only gives the executive the time to deliberate with SFU to ensure that this is a shared initiative, but additionally to continue to support students against actions that get down on them, which do not align with SFU's sustainability and EDI framework. SFU 350 not only this week has been awarded the 2022 Changemakers by SFU's Environment Department for their powerful leadership that this past fall, they've also inspired so many student unions across so-called Canada to also stand in solidarity to fight against climate change and institutions like our university that have invested millions into an industry fueling climate change. As many of us know, the university has responded to 350's leadership with harsh weaponizing of students' conduct proceeding, even after the SFSS executive had pleaded with admin to continue dialogues and to avoid an escalation that was unwarranted for SFU 350's community-based and art-based peaceful protest. They still continued, and the community had strongly come together, being DSUs, FSUs, constituency groups, student unions, faculty, well-known activists, politicians, and media to stop SFU. SFU had stepped back immediately after and later not only declared a climate emergency, they had divested around $400 million in these fossil fuels and admitted they need to do more work next time to understand and support these initiatives. Although this advocacy came at a lot of cost with student harm and burnout, it was a great win after SFU 350's 8-year-long campaign. What is left is ensuring that the SFSS support these students in the unexpected cleaning fees due to the unknown porous stone material used, which has previously been an issue during other cultural events like Holi. Not only does the SFSS have a duty to protect students, it is also our duty to protect protests. The mural was a community protest that has brought so many together like we hadn't seen in a long time, and I believe that we must financially protect folks who are doing the work. I encourage counselors who also support SFU 350 in the fall, who supported SFU 350 in the fall, to continue supporting by alleviating this burden. And I just wanted to add that I'm in agreement with what this statement is saying. I was a little surprised to see this motion come so quickly because I thought negotiations were still going to happen with SFU, but I am in support with covering the costs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ben, and then Nim.
Yeah, I have two questions that I'm a bit confused by. Is it the view of the executive committee that they have the authority to pass over $5,000 in expenditures?
No. We know the bylaw pretty clearly. That's why we brought it here.
And why did the executive committee make a verbal agreement with something with SFU that it's clear that they can't pay for? Like the expenditures over $5,000, it's $23,000 or whatever. I'm a bit confused as to why that verbal agreement was made.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, Abby. Just here's a question. I meant to do a direct response. Yeah, I can. Sorry, I'll direct response. I wasn't in those meetings because I was not acting president at the time, but what I've been told was that at the time we expected it to just be a cleaning thing, that there was no damage caused because of the nature that it was just finger paints or as washable paints. And that would be similar to what happened in past events where there was powder or paints being done, and it was similar cost, which was under $5 at the time. Okay. So, okay, next is Nim.
Yeah, a lot of what I was going to say was once again already said, but I just wanted to speak on behalf of the Women's Center Collective. And since I'm the vice president of the ESU and the president of the GSWSSU, we currently don't have representatives here. All of these groups did support SFU 350 when the mural was painted, and support the divestment of fossil fuels, and go on to support SFU 350 and condemn the harmful actions that were taken against them in an attempt to silence student voices and movements. So yeah, just saying that those groups are in support of SFU 350 and going forward.
Thank you. Nikki.
So thank you guys for like this good conversation that we're having so far. Like, I think it's good that we're having a discussion on this. I do have a lot of thoughts, and I think they're really important thoughts to bring up because it talks about like the overall capacity and ability for the SFSS to do good work in the future for the student body, for the membership. So I'm going to talk, this is Marie mentioned a bit earlier that SFU agreed or with the SFU 350 mural. However, like with my understanding of like how PR works, how like bureaucracy works, how governance works, it's very possible that SFU merely said that they agree to protect their image in a PR move because they don't want to be seen as anti-environment, right? And it doesn't mean that other administrators don't have feelings against the mural just because they made a public statement that's supporting the students, right? Especially because it was a big movement, right? I do think that it is in the best interests of the SFSS and our membership, because our duty is to serve the membership, to maintain and promote amicable relationships within the university administration. And it's my intuition that the university administration most likely released this statement in support of the mural for the purpose of their public relation, like PR, rather than an authentic expression of support. Although it is possible that some of the administrators do support, and it is very likely that some of them do very authentically support this, it's also likely that it's a mixed bag, and we should not assume that SFU as a whole supports the mural, right? And it is in the best interest of the membership and student body, right, to maintain and promote amicable relationships within the university administration, because if we do not have amicable relationships, then we will significantly reduce our advocacy power of the SFSS going forward. Producing meaningful work within the SFSS for the student body is contingent on promoting mutual empathy between the SFSS and the university administration. We cannot get meaningful work done without this piece. If they don't understand us, they will not want to help us, right? And at the very least, we should change the wording of the motion to promote amicable language and the intention of community building with the university administration. So I propose that we delay this motion until 2 council meetings, so not the next one, but the one after that, to alter the wording and give adequate time to think this over and work on the wording to reflect amicable language and the intention of community building within the university administration, because that is in the best interest of the SFSS and the students. Thank you.
I'll second that motion.
Sorry, 1 second. Need that. Okay, so just for clarification, Nikki is moving to postpone the motion for 2 meetings in the future. So if I'm going by regular scheduled meetings, that would be, give me 1 second. The 20 until May 25th. Sorry, so motion, that's the motion. If I'm not going to have a motion, then we're just going to move on to the next person. So
this is a motion, right? Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I hear you, but you.
Nikki, what was your motion?
Okay, I propose that we delay this motion until 2 council meetings, right? Because the first council meeting will be a lot of introduction, orientation, transition kind of things, right? To alter the wording to reflect the language that we want to portray, right? Amicable language and the intention of community building with the university administration, because this has been something that has been discussed by the student body, right, in past SFSS communications as an ongoing issue, but also I think this is where we should be moving forward and trying to build community as much as possible so we can get our work done.
So the motion is to postpone this item until May 25th, or whatever the second council meeting of the next term is. Is that right, Nikki?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the motion. Okay. Sorry, seconder.
I'll second.
Discussion. Please list yourself on this motion to postpone till to either the 25th or whatever the second council meeting is in May. Sorry, okay. Giselle?
Yeah, I don't think it's fair to be proposing this motion when SFU 350 members haven't had a chance to speak on this. And especially for incoming execs, like these are relationships that you're going to be having with this group. And so I think before you're proposing motions like this, you need to consult with them first.
Thank you. Kashish?
I was just gonna say that if we are proposing to change the wording of it when we're discussing the motion originally, why can't we just amend it right now? Like it wouldn't make a difference if all you're doing is changing the wording. That was all.
Okay. Marie?
Yeah, Joselle's basically said what I wanted to say, but I want to add to it in that, like, when we're talking about community relations in the first place, our first and foremost priority is SFU 350. And derailing this and extending this to another time when there isn't even a time limit on this motion in the first place, to me seems unreasonable. Especially since these conversations can be continued to have with no time limit afterwards. So it seems like there's no real reason to extend this into the near future within 2 weeks when we can have these conversations and discuss strategy in which to discuss with SFU in the first place separately, which usually tends to happen after these motions are committed to and established. So if we're going to be talking about community and holding community close, I know that for a fact that SFU 350 has done this in almost every single matter when it comes to several motions with the SFSS, and this is at the club level. So I think with our priority, we really, really, really need to support these folks. And I think that derailing, when specifically the motion doesn't say anything about direct action, it really does need communication afterwards, is a really big no.
Okay. Nim? Nim, you're next. Oh, you tried from, sorry, I didn't see the thing. Okay. Ben?
I mean, I'll be blunt. I agree with the motion to postpone. I find it extremely interesting to see members of the executive committee arguing against a motion to postpone this by, to my knowledge, about a month when seemingly the executive has sat on this bill since February. I don't understand why this motion can't be postponed, and I'm just deeply confused by the argument here.
Okay. I have to pause this while we move to extend the meeting. I need to move a motion to extend the meeting because we're that 10 minutes left. So sorry, I moved to extend the meeting till 9:30. Do I have a seconder?
Philosophy.
Heard Matt. Discussion? Moving to a vote. All in favor, seek unanimous consent. If like the standard consent, please use the hand feature in Zoom and I'll call on you to record your vote. Okay, that carries. Meeting is now extended to 9:30. Okay, back into the list for this motion to postpone. Nikki and then Nim. Please, everyone, try to keep this brief.
Okay, hi. Yeah, so I'm just gonna, rationale was being asked for, so I'm gonna repeat some of the rationale and clarify the rationale for extending. I want to second what Ben said. I do think that, like, for me, as somebody who's going to be an incoming executive member as VP University and Academic Affairs, basically, like, my duty is to work with the university administration. And it's really important for me to have good relationships with the university administration in order to get good work done and to meet the needs of the membership, right? So that's like one thing, right? And also I was as a council member, I did not have like time, a lot of thought to put into this too. So I think it's in everyone's benefit to talk about this, to reflect on this, and to propose it in the best way possible that is the most representative of everyone's needs, right? Because that's our duty as the SFSS. And so the rationale here is that, again, if we do not have amicable relations with the university administration, then we'll significantly reduce the advocacy power of the SFSS going forward. Producing meaningful work within the SFSS for the student body is contingent on promoting mutual empathy between the SFSS and the university administration. We cannot get meaningful work done without this piece, and SFU will not want to work with us if we do not promote mutual compassion and empathy. Amicable language is the first step for this, right? And the SFSS does have a history of rubbing the administration the wrong way merely with language, right? So like, I think we have a duty to look into this and to think about ways and innovate new ways of communicating. And just by having more time for reflection, we can consult with everyone, so including SFU 350, right? And we can, if we spend more time on the motion, and honestly, there isn't any issue with spending more time on the motion and actually make sure that we're more representative in our decisions, and we can discuss with more people and actually put more thought into this, right? This is a very important motion. So thank you. I hope this clarifies.
Nim?
I'll try to make this quick because I know there's members of SFU 350 in the chat who are commenting that they've been here since 4:30 and they haven't gotten a chance to speak yet. I want to start by saying that, like, looking at this from a perspective of like a self-centered place where like, oh, my relationship with administration won't be sustained and that's a reason to push it. We should be centering the student group. We should be centering their experiences. And we should be centering protecting students above protecting ourselves and our own individual relationships with the administration. The second thing I wanted to also point out, like you keep mentioning the word amicable relationship keeps being thrown around. The way that these students were treated was not in an amicable way. They were told that they were going to have legal action taken against them by the institution that they paid to attend for painting something on the ground that their student fees have paid for. So that in itself, like the foot that was put forward was not amicable towards us. And not saying that you have to fight fire with fire or anything like that. But what I'm trying to say is that in order to defend students and ensure that something like this does not happen again and set a precedent for it, it's important that we stay strong in supporting our student body.
Okay. Giselle?
Yeah, can I move to suspend the rules for SFU 50 folks to speak before counselors, or have the same amount of like priority for this motion to move?
Yeah, but this is motions on postponements, not so much the motion itself. Sorry, I'm having a really hard time focusing, so. Okay.
Yeah, I was just wondering, like, I think SFU 250 folks want to speak on like this postponing rather like before speaking on the motion. So I would like to move to suspend the rules to allow for that.
I think the better action would be to call the question so we can go to a vote on postponing or not, and if it fails, then we go back. I don't know. So yeah, the remaining people on the list are people who have already spoken multiple times, so I am going to move to call the question. Okay, I'm moving to call the question. If you would like to end debate to move to vote on this motion to postpone, please vote yes. If you'd like to continue debate on the postponement, then vote no.
Sorry, Corbett, do we need to
I
second?
know,
on
I'm
that?
just clarifying
Sorry.
what the voting is. I understand. So I moved it. Do I have a seconder?
Philosophy.
Philosophy seconds.
Yay.
Because obviously this is contentious, but actually no one's debated. They want to keep debating, so I'm going to go for all in favor, seeking as votes. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, please use raise hand feature in Zoom, and I'll call you to record your votes.
Sorry, I didn't mean to object. I was thinking this was the other vote.
Yeah, thank you. My brain was going back and forth. I wasn't sure which way to go.
Wait, can you clarify again? Sorry.
Okay, I'm asking if we all want to, basically, if we want to vote yes on ending debate on this motion to postpone the main motion. Yeah, so then you just go to a vote. If there's anyone who'd like to object or abstain from that motion, use raise your hand in Zoom. Okay, that carries. We have now ended the question. We're now going to move to voting on the motion to postpone. Give me a minute because I know this is back and forth, so there will be need for a roll call vote. And so, 1 second. Sorry. Okay. I'm going to do a roll call vote. When I call your position, please say yes, yes, no, or abstain. Yes is in you want to postpone this motion till May, at least up to May 25th. Or vote no if you do not want to. If you want to not postpone it and continue on debating and voting on the motion for this meeting. Okay. Start with archaeology. Archaeology. Okay. Bachelor environment.
Abstain.
Behavioral neuroscience.
No.
Biology. BPK.
No.
Cognitive science.
Yes.
Computing science.
Yes.
Criminology. Data science. Thank you. Economics. Apologies if I'm missing these in chat. Okay. Education.
Yes.
Engineering science. Staying. English. Oh, and just a reminder, abstentions are basically if you don't have enough information to decide one or the other on whether to postpone or not. But I think we've had enough debate back and forth for people to be able to make a decision one way or the other. English, environmental science, French,
No.
geography,
No.
health sciences,
No.
history, Indigenous studies, interactive arts and technology, no, in chat, international studies, labor studies, linguistics, no in chat, mathematics,
Math is in favor of the motion to postpone.
electronic systems engineering, we get a head out, MBB, operations research,
In favor.
philosophy,
I vote in favor of this motion.
political science,
Yes.
psychology,
No.
SAS says in chat in favor, sociology and anthropology, Kayla, are you still here? Yes, so you vote yes, okay. Software systems is not here, statistics, natural sciences, ISA,
No.
SOCA, Women's Center and Collective,
No.
student athletics,
Yes.
okay, executives, president votes no, VP internal and organizational development,
Against.
VP finance is not here, VP university and academic affairs,
Against.
VP external community affairs, against, VP equity and sustainability,
Against.
VP events and student affairs, against in chat. Okay, give me a minute, sorry. Oh, shoot, 1 second. So vote is 10 in favor, 15 against, and 2 abstain. So this motion does not carry. And we are back now to the main motion. And we're back into the speaking lists. Okay. Okay, we're back to main motion. Left on list is Ria and Allison. These are there's no other people ahead of them. So I don't think there's yet needed enough votes for quorum.
I think we just had a 10 to 15 to 2 to vote and we had one person leave, so we're still okay for quorum.
Yes. So go ahead, Ria.
Hi, everyone. I'm a member and organizer with SFU 350, and today I'm going to be reading out the following statement from our team's core leadership, which is Gurleen Ojla and Liam McKay, who unfortunately couldn't be here, but we all urge council to vote in favor of this motion. The Climate Justice Mural was a part of SFU 350's Climate Emergency Declaration campaign in September of 2021. The campaign, which was endorsed by the SFSS, called for SFU to officially declare a climate emergency and commit to a list of 7 demands, including full divestment from fossil fuels. The mural was a temporary public artwork meant to symbolize the years of unseen work by SFU 350 and the institution's lack of action on climate change issues. Due care was taken in the development of painting of the mural. Our mural did not significantly damage or impact the functionality of the site. We used ChromaTemp, a non-toxic, temporary, and washable pre-mixed tempera paint. The mural was the first time we saw a lot of governing bodies, executives in SFU administration that came to see the problem instead of responding to our meeting requests. The mural was a form of resistance. It was our and the community's peaceful protest for climate action on campus. This was one of the many actions our club organized to raise awareness about our campaign and demands, including a climate justice and anti-oppression workshop and a community panel with Tamara Ruman, SFU's chancellor and board of governors member. In fact, we were successful in getting the SFU Board of Governors to officially declare a climate emergency and divest all funds under SFU's portfolio investments from fossil fuels. Divestment was an initiative led by SFU 350 for over 8 years, and the mural was no doubt instrumental in their decision to divest. It powerfully and symbolically represented the fact that SFU needed to step up. They needed to take action and that it was being demanded by our club and everyone who supported the campaign. I wish we could have gone into the university administration faster. We had more interactions and more FaceTime with SFU admin because of the mural that we had gotten in years. I wish we could have had productive and meaningful conversations about the lack of climate action at SFU sooner, but this is why resistance and protests occur. I speak for all of SFU 350 when I saw we were extremely grateful to the SFSS for the support they provided when SFU was attempting to weaponize their student misconduct policy against our members. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhea. Allison, you're next.
Hi, folks. I'm Allison. I'm here today to speak in favor of the motion. I do want to start off by, sorry, let me just start again. I'm an organizer with SFU 350. I want to start off by giving a huge thanks to the SFSS, first and foremost, for always having our backs, especially back in September when you folks fiercely defended our right to peaceful protest after SFU threatened us with student misconduct charges. And a big thank you as well to others in the SFU community, including student unions and orgs alike, who have not only signed on to the Climate Emergency Declaration letter, but have also shown solidarity when we needed it the most, such as when SFU went after us with those charges. It has absolutely meant the world to us, so thank you. And just quickly, thank you to those who voted against delaying the motion and standing in solidarity with SFU 350. I understand that I do understand the intentions behind this proposed motion of delaying it, but by changing the motion to create amicable language is just minimizing what SFU has done to us. And it is important to center SFU 350 in this conversation because the motion is at the end of the day about us and our mural. But yeah, thank you again to councilors also who advocated for SFU 350 to speak as well. Your support is very much appreciated. But anyways, I do want to note that this mural was very much a last resort to having our voices heard after being silenced for over 8 years by SFU. SFU 350 has never done any sort of direct action on campus this bold in the near 10 years we've been active as a club. We all know we are in a climate crisis that is only accelerating by the minute. And because of the speed of which we are reaching irreversible damage to our planet, we are running out of time. And that's also like why we took such a bold action. Our climate emergency declaration campaign, which is what our mural was for, has been all about getting SFU to critically address its role in the climate crisis, such as how it's been investing in companies or businesses that are driving climate change right now. This mural is very instrumental to our campaign, especially the divestment win back in November, which years ago felt impossible. Overall, we are grateful to the SFSS for having our backs, such as by previously promising to cover any costs associated with this mural, but sincerely wish this responsibility didn't fall on you folks. Thank you.
Point of order?
Yeah, I'm just running an account of the people we have. We only have 22 sitting councillors as far as I'm aware. I don't think we have quorum.
I'll just recount.
Like, we just had a ton of people drop out.
10, 11, 12, 13, 14,
I believe I counted 24, but I could have been wrong.
18, 19, 20, 21. I have 21, counting alternates. Okay, so we no longer have a quorum, so we can't vote on this until we either reclaim quorum.
Plus 22.
So it would help me if you can, if everyone as counselors and alternatives can rename yourselves to put that in the name so it's easier for me to quickly count. Okay. Sorry, I'm having difficulty focusing. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. We need one more. Unless there's the new drops. I just didn't see. Okay, raise a message now. Please message other people and counselors if anyone's willing to come back for the vote. There's a whole bunch of other items on the agenda that would be really nice to be able to get to as well that are important. But we can probably try to, yeah, might as well take a like a 5-minute break because I need to get water and stuff and I need to focus. So come back at 8:50. And please do contact as many counselors as you can to come back if they can. So thank you, everyone. We're back. We after break, we do now have enough for quorum. Because we were right in the, we had ended of end of discussion. We are moving to vote when quorum was lost, so we're moving back now to vote. I am going to do a roll call because again, this has been a contentious vote. When I call on you as alternates or like as a, I'll call it the student union constitutive position. Please vote yes if you'd like to vote on the motion to pay to cover the costs for cleaning related to the SFSS mural, climate justice mural, as well as to require the outgoing and incoming execs to speak to SFU about potentially sharing costs and other related matters. Okay. Okay, I'm going to start. Archaeology is here. Bachelor Environment.
Yes.
Behavioral Neuroscience. Thank you, biology. I think they're gone to PPK.
Yes.
Oh, biology is here. Okay, anyway. Okay, cognitive science left. Communications. Computing science.
I abstain from the vote.
Abstaining. Criminology. It's not here. Data science. Not here. Economics. Education.
In favor.
Favor. Engineering science.
In favor.
English.
In favor.
Environmental science. Film. French.
In favor.
GSWS is not here, right? GSWS?
Yeah, they're not here. Not here.
Okay, thank you. Geography.
In favor.
Health sciences.
In favor.
History is not here. Indigenous studies.
In favor.
Interactive arts and technology. Yes, in chat. International studies.
In favor.
Thank you. Labor studies. Linguistics. I think I'll have left. Mathematics.
We want to note the situation is hopeless, but we're voting yes.
You're voting yes, okay. Mechatronics, system engineering left. MBB. Operations research.
Yes.
Thank you. Philosophy. Gone. Political science.
Yes.
Psychology.
In favor.
SAS. Neither are here. Sociology, anthropology. Yes, thank you. Statistics, actuarial sciences. Geo. Okay, sustainable energy engineering. ISA.
Yes.
SOCA. Women's Center Collective.
Yep. Yes.
Athletics. President votes yes. And VP Internal and Organizational Development.
Yes.
VP Finance and Services. Oh, she's not here. VP University and Academic Affairs.
In favor.
VP External Community Affairs.
Favor.
VP Equity and Sustainability. Favor. And chat. And VP Events and Student Affairs in chat is in favor. So that works out to be 24 yeses, 0 noes, and 1 abstention. We're moving on to the next item in our agenda.
But I have a list.
We're not in discussion period, Ben.
Takes priority. I'd like to move to reconsider and enter on the minutes the vote on motion 9.1.
What?
See Robert's Rules, section 37, paragraph 46.
Can you re-quote that?
Section 37, paragraph 46.
I'm double checking what the quote is, so give me a second. Section 37, paragraph 46. Sorry, the thing I've got is a really different numbering system, so.
Corbett, if we want to take a 5-minute recess and hop into a breakout room, I can explain it. This is not out of order. This is, Matt, this isn't order.
Move to breakout room. Point of order, Matt. So I'm going to pause for a second because I'm okay. So I'm ruling math counselor's motion out of order. And we'll be moving forward.
I'm going to appeal the ruling of the chair. And
okay. We're appealing ruling. Debates short because we need, I don't think this will be a thing.
In the interest of time, can I just call the question?
Call the question, yes. So calling the question to just either sustain the chair, to sustain the chair. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent, would like to abstain or dissent, please use right hand feature in Zoom, and I'm calling you to record your vote. Okay, we're now moving to votes. That carries unanimously. We're now moving to the votes of vote yes to sustain the chair, which means you believe this motion is out of order. Or sorry, that Ben's motion is out of order, and then we will go back to the rest of the agenda.
I'm going to vote no.
Just 1 second. I'll do raise hands for people who vote yes, and raise hands for people who vote no, and go and for abstention. Okay. So everyone that would like to vote yes to sustain and sustain the chair, please use raise hand feature in Zoom.
Corbett, can you explain that again? Like, what are we raising our hand for right now?
That's my ruling that Ben's motion is out of order related to wanting to do a to redo the, sorry, I'm sorry, I literally cannot focus or think right now. Okay. Thank you. Oh, sorry, this is 18 people voting in favor. Please lower your hands. I'll just do that. Thank you. People voting no, please raise your hands. Okay, thank you. Would people like to lower your hands? Anyone who would like to abstain, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom. Seeing none, that carries. It carries. It's a clear majority. we're now moving back to our agenda, which is, give me a second, 9.2, IPA 11, accessible and equitable events. I'll read out the motion. Whereas Vice President of Events and Student Affairs, Jestel Cruz, Accessibility Coordinator, Brianna Price, and the Vice President of University and Academic Affairs, Serena Baines, have collaborated on developing Issues Policy 11, Accessible and Equitable Events. Whereas this issues policy has received feedback from members of the SFU Disability and Neurodiversity Alliance, resulting in revisions. Whereas there is a need for an issues policy to ensure any and all SFSS events are equitable and accessible for all attendees, organizers, and staff. Resolved that Council approves Issues Policy 11, Accessible and Equitable Events. Be it further resolved that SFS Issues Policies document be updated to reflect the more recent approved issues policies. I am in favor of time. I am restricting to speak once to the motion, no direct responses, because this is okay. Do I have a mover?
Serena?
Serena. Do I have a seconder?
Math.
Jeff seconds.
Math
because
seconds.
we worked on it.
Okay, discussion. You've listed first, Jess, also because you're listed in the motion, I would assume you wanted to introduce the motion and discuss this. Or Serena?
I would like Serena to introduce.
Okay. Any objections for people for having Serena introduce first? No? Okay, let's go. Please, Serena.
Thank you. I'm going to try to make this as painless as possible. So if folks have, which I hope all of you have, read the issues policy, this is Issues Policy 11, Accessible and Equitable Events. So basically it outlines that events should produce safer environments where joy, celebration, and criticism, knowledge, and discomfort can be shared. It is important to note, however, while criticism and discomfort can be productive, harm is destructive. I'm reading that directly out of the preamble. I want to make it really clear that this is not taking a stance against any events that have like critiques of topics or anything like that. It's about making sure events are accessible and equitable. So for some examples, it provides the SFSS supports what online events should have, what in-person events should have, what hybrid meetings should have. It provides a lot of examples of resources on like communication badges, breaks that should be allowed, like what is considered wheelchair accessible. And then it also states that the SFSS opposes events that create unsafe conditions for marginalized people. And then there's some examples, a lot of isms and bigotry, basically. Requiring the medical documentation of disabilities to meet accessibility needs is also something that the SFSS opposes. Evaluating accessibility support for events based on event size or likelihood of profit, and labeling the events as accessible when accessibility has not properly been evaluated. Also, I received a question from staff, and they had asked, is it expected that staff, go through every single event to determine if it's accessible or equitable? That's not what's expected of staff, and I would really appreciate it if the admin assistant, when they go through this recording, if that could be noted in the minutes, so that staff have a resource to look back onto, and so that's reflected in the record as well. So I would highly encourage folks to vote in favor of this motion. I think it only further strengthens like the existing policies that we have around discrimination, disability justice, and these kinds of things. And also, I think even standing alone, it provides a great resource to the community. So if folks are really trying to do their best, they're trying to make accessible and equitable events, that they have something to look back at. And then also, they could take this document to the accessibility fund, in their grant applications and be like, this is specifically what I'm applying for. Can I get money for this? So I think it makes life easier for a lot of student groups on campus. But if folks have any questions, comments, concerns, I would be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you. Jess, you're next.
Yeah, thank you to Serena and Brianna for doing a lot of the labor for this issues policy, as well as to your events coordinator, who looked at this policy and was actually really excited to get some training for what we support. If you remember when we had that motion about the science formal, I kept going back and forth to talk about how they can make their event more accessible and more safe. At that time, this issues policies was not on the table, and now it is. This is just for you folks when you plan your events, whether it be in person and online, that while you're doing the back end planning, you already have this down. And then when you need to present it to council or to ask for granting, we need to express it to your committees or whatever, when you need to look through sponsorships and anything like that. Now you know what you should be having for your events. While we can't, like, obviously, as what Serena said, like, ensure that every single event will have these recommendations and accommodations, these are resources for you so that you plan your events in a good way, so that you'll have live captioning, a mute function controlled by the moderators so we can prevent Zoom bombing, inclusive physical activities, gender neutral and accessible washroom access when you have in-person events. I only see positive things with this issues policy. This is a long time coming, especially since we've been 2 years remote and also hybrid. So I encourage everyone to vote in favor of this motion. Thank you, and that's all.
Thank you, Jess. Any other? Abby?
Sorry, I just wanted some clarity on something Serena said. Could you explain to me exactly when staff were consulted about this?
Yeah, so we worked with staff from the outset, so specifically the disability department. And then over the past couple of weeks, staff had brought up questions about it, and folks had asked me, even today, can I get greater clarity on this? Can I get greater clarity on that? And once I explained it, they were in favor of the motion.
Okay, thank you. Matt?
Are you able to hear me? Okay, perfect. I just want to speak in favor of this motion. I think that it's essential that we establish, continuing establishing these policies. So thank you, Serena and Jess, for your work on this. And I think that it'll really benefit a lot of folks moving forward in the future. And like I said, I'll be voting in favor.
Thank you. And due to lack of time, okay, sorry. I'm going to move to a vote. I haven't really heard any negatives, so I will do unanimous consent. All in favor, seek unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I'll call on you to record your vote. Okay, Abby, you'd like to be noted that, and Ben, you'd like to be noted that you both abstained? Okay. And
as well.
Mitchell?
Abstain as well, please.
Okay. Thanks. Any others? Just okay. That passes unanimously then. Moving on to item 9.3. However, we've got 15 minutes left, so realistically, I need to extend. I am going to do, we've got, just 1 second, let me double count. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, technically 5 items because of the addition. Oh, 6 because of Mitchell's. 6 more items. So I am going to move to extend the meeting until 10:30. I really hope we don't have to do the full 10:30, but I'm moving to 10:30. Do I have a seconder?
Political science.
Thank you, political science. Any discussion? Seeing none, move to a vote. All in favor, seek unanimous consent. If you'd like to sustain a dissent, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I'll call on you to record your vote. That carries Unanimously, thank you. We'll now move back into our agenda. We're at 9.3, update MGP, the constituency group's policy to reflect expected practices. Submitted by VP External and submitted by Marie Haddad. I'll read out the motion. Whereas the member services and group policies need to be clear and outline the requirements in the letter of agreements of the constituency groups that have letter of agreement. Whereas this would help council and staff understand the process under which constituency groups operate and outline funding, space, staff supports, and autonomous governance subject to reporting and base governance requirements as outlined in letter of agreements, as well as provide clarity and empower the constituency groups that don't have letter of agreements. Be it resolved to rename the acronym, sorry, seems to be missing something. Oh, no, my post. Be resolved to rename the acronym for the Member Services and Group Policy MGP to MSGP and reflect the change throughout the policies and in all other policies. We have the result to amend the Member Services and Group Policy under Administrative Policies as listed in the attached document titled MGP Constituency Group Policies Update.pdf. This was added to the document was submitted out to councillors. I'll move the motion. Do I have a seconder?
Health science.
Health sciences, thank you. Marie, since she's not female, she asked if I could speak on behalf of this motion. That's why I moved it. So a bit of quick history. The SFS has had constituency groups for a very long time, 20 to 30 years in most cases, sometimes longer. These have taken the form of the different collectives in the Women's Center and on campus. It's the First Nations and Métis Student Association, the now Students of Caribbean African Ancestry, the Disability and Neurodiversity Alliance, and International Student Advocates is another constituency groups. But for a very, very long time, they had no definitions in policy beyond some basics around grant funding and core funding. In 2020, in AGM, we the members passed bylaws that defined constituency groups and also affiliated student groups, because at that time, RHA and SAC were also classified as constituency groups. And we felt it was good to set that separation and definitions, because they have different purposes and have different memberships and such. Different constituencies. Since then, we've, with different student constituency groups being either a mixture of granting space, having support staff and or dedicated funding, thought it was really important to have our policies to be in line with the different agreements, letter agreements we have, what the SFS has with these different constituency groups, but also to allow for future constituency groups, if they are formed, to have a proper policy on all the different ways and different scenarios, situations where constituencies could exist and what supports and how things should work. That's what this policy is. It's just to clarify and have our policies consistent with each other. And it goes into details on like what happens if they have funding, what happens if they have short staff, what happens if they have space, and if they don't have any of that and such. So I worked a bit and helped Marie a bit on this. So I know the policy fairly well. Okay, that's my spiel. If you'd like to list yourself, we'll now move to discussion. If you'd like to list yourself, please put list in chat. Jess, you are next. Oh, you said you retract. Okay. Is there anyone else? Seeing none. Okay, we'll move to a vote then. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent, collective standard dissent, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I'll call on you to record your vote. Anita, you raise your hand. And Ben.
Sorry, I'm trying to do a million things right now. We're not voting right now. Okay, I'm lowering my hand.
But we are voting right now. If you'd like to have your vote either abstain, sorry, if you'd like to object, basically vote no, or abstain, I can have that recorded.
I'm so sorry. My dog is barfing right now, and I have to feed my cat. So I'm just like, okay, I'm not abstaining. Yeah, just sorry, everybody.
No problem. Thank you for the update. So yeah, Ben.
I'd like an abstention noted as well.
Okay. Same with you, Abby?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Any other people want to check or abstain? Seeing none, well, that carries unanimously. Thank you very much. We're now moving on to 9.4, creation of affiliate groups seats on council as per bylaws for TSSU, Embark, and SF PERG. I'll read out the motion. Whereas SS bylaws allow for the creation of council seats for affiliate student groups who has affiliation with the members and have indicated interest to be a part of the council, all of whom share membership with the SFS, to be added to council alongside current affiliate student groups such as SAC and RHA. Whereas SF PERG and Embark has members that are SFS members, being student societies on campus and are housed in the sub, whereas TSSU is the labor unit representing research assistants, TAs, sessional instructors, and more, many of which are undergraduates, and wealth of knowledge would be beneficial to the SFS council table. Whereas all these organizations' presence on campus would mutually be beneficial to the SFS, the organizations, and our members. Resolve that council establish a new seat on council for SF, so the SS PERG, family amendments, I guess, as an affiliated student group on council. Resolve that council establish a new seat on council for Embark as an affiliated student group on council. Resolve that council establish a new seat on council for TSSU undergraduate representative as an affiliated students group on council. Be it resolved that the groups appoint the representative for the start of the term of May 1st, 2022, and going forward as the group's capacities. We further resolve that the groups select amongst their members and appropriate alternates as per the SS bylaws and policies. Do I have a mover?
Matt.
Thank you, Matt. Do I have a seconder?
Math.
Thank you, Matt. Discussion. Matt, since you are a submitter and you moved, would you like to introduce the motion?
Sounds good. Thank you. So for folks who've been here the whole time, and then for folks who haven't, I'll just kind of recap. Pretty much there was a presentation in the presentation portion of this meeting to kind of go over and invite folks from TSSU, from SF PERG, and from Embark. Unfortunately, folks from Embark weren't able to make it, but folks from TSSU, so Raheel and also Chantal from SF PERG came to speak on the history of the SFSS with these groups. So just kind of backtracking and going into the why. SFSS, we have such a large membership, and these other affiliated groups also have membership that coincides with undergraduate memberships. And sometimes we don't understand like what is happening or areas of collaboration where we can support these groups, especially with specifically Embark and SF PERG being housed in the sub. And I think it's important, for myself, I will be voting in favor of this motion because I do believe that, bringing these groups on council and giving them a voted seat, especially when they have their organizations housed in the sub, I think it's only fair to increase the democratic participation, as well as, ensuring that they have say if there's any votes or anything in the future that are going out that may impact like their space or other areas of collaboration within the student society moving forward. I think this will have a really beneficial impact moving forward on collaborations with joint campaigns and advocacy events and services in a very large way, since we already do collaborate with a lot of these groups internally, especially like from the past year with Embark with events. SFPERG usually signs on to a lot of our joint campaigns, as well as TSSU, so it only makes sense. I think this will increase the knowledge basis of our resources to also support undergraduate students who also are their members. We have worked with SFPERG in a lot of ways over the past few years, especially reestablishing that relationship, because the SFSS the SFSS has been problematic to the Rotunda groups, as well as other folks like on campus, just prior to my term as well, when also I was impacted by that while on the FNSA, which is now the FNMISA. I think this will really integrate our community, especially building solidarity, and will really set a precedence for what we want our democratic practices and also to be moving forward. I think all the groups bring a really unique perspective, especially to their membership, where they have created safe spaces and support for their members. And I think that as the Student Society, with our restructuring that we've done, and I know that there are folks who have been, this is our first time in this structure. And I think moving forward to broaden that for these affiliate student groups, I think is the best way democratically, because a lot of folks were in favor of moving to the board restructuring to merge the board with council. And I think that the next step is to add the affiliated student groups. I think also just to note that any such appointments would be done in alignment with SFSS bylaws, which states that members of council must be members in good standing. So undergraduate students in good standing, which the SFSS would have to verify. So there's a number of avenues that would most likely go through that, especially through our board organizer, Ella. These groups would appoint as outlined in bylaw 5.2D, which would either be a member of their affiliated student group to be brought through that. So that's kind of what I have to say, and I will be voting in favor, and I really encourage folks to vote in favor for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Next on the speakers list is Jess.
Okay, so TSSU and SFPERG are essential groups at this university. Our values and goals are highly in line with one another in terms of servicing students through an equity-seeking lens, and do such good work within our community. Many TAs are also undergraduate students who are TAs within their courses or for other students, and are also research assistants and other on-campus jobs that they may have that qualify under being a TA. We already know their difficult situations with the lack of proper supports they receive from the institution itself, with little rights to pay, and even for workers' rights and protection. As for SFPERG, we as a council from the 2021 to 2022 year have already had so much guidance and help from them in our new governance structure especially. If you recall, during your onboarding and orientation, we have had various sessions regarding anti-oppression and equity work. We have allowed this to guide our year through our consultations, policies, and so many campaigns. With TSSU and SFPERG having space on council, this only allows more transparency of the work we do and where we can collaborate together. As for Embark, they have so many opportunities for students in both the volunteering and employment sector, all of you which can get involved in. This is available to you as options as well. They continue to bring people together in hard times and offering events and programming through the pandemic and even the holidays. We both have developed such a strong relationship together, so the SFSS executives and Embark executives over the past year through many campaigns and events. They bring folks together in how we understand our relationship to the land and its resources through food. They have made our campus spaces so beautiful with implementation of their gardening and all of the greenery they have implemented at the Surrey campus and the Student Union building. All three student groups are part of the Level 1000 equity-seeking groups in the sub and deserve a seat at council for further communication, transparency, and collaboration. Their work deserves to be recognized and accredited for, and they can only do so much more when they have space and a seat at council. So I'm in favor of this motion and encourage you folks to do the same.
Thank you. Jeremy? Jeremy's wrote in chat, speaking in support of these groups, a lot of the dev sessions and training received was in collaboration with a lot of these groups. At the start of the year, I've also seen them put a lot of effort into different educational events that take place on campus, create safe spaces on campus for everyone. Community Council will help them join communities easier, leading to more fun, safe events on campus. There are other groups with grad members that have council members as well, RHA, Avon Campus and Women's Center Collective, Avon Campus Collective, Women's Center Collective. Next is Ben.
Yeah, so I have a few things I want to speak to. So in reference to Matt's point about how this is done in line with SFSS bylaws, I agree that it's being done in line with SFSS bylaws, but SFSS bylaws are so incomplete on the issue of ASGs. Saying that they're being done in line with bylaws, in my view, is a bit of a misnomer in some sense. As, for example, like under bylaw 1330 of council, which governs, 1328, council elections have to follow the constitution and bylaws of the student unions and constituency groups that hold a seat on council, but say nothing about ASGs and their respective bylaws. In terms of specifically to this case, in the case of TSSU, as I had discussed earlier, I'm not comfortable voting in favor of an undergraduate representative that in essence is tasked with representing an organization that, per the briefing note submitted by Migrant Students United, is mostly consisting of graduate student society members, and that this representative, who supposedly is an undergraduate representative, would then be elected by and seemingly accountable to this group of members per the TSSU representatives policy. And with regard to SFPIRG and MBARC, I know me and Corbett had discussed this at some length as to specifically the issue of them being able to appoint associate members under their bylaws as alternates, which would then allow them to appoint, in general terms, seemingly anyone who is approved by them as an alternate to council. And yeah, for those reasons, I will be voting against the motion today.
Thank you, Ben. Next is Abby.
I'm going to issue similar sentiments, and this is specifically towards the TSSU. My biggest problem here is that it potentially has the potential for not being a proper democracy in the form that the undergraduate student could be voted in by a graduate student majority that disagrees with the undergraduate student majority of the TSSU. For example, I'm just going to try to do a real quick example. Candidate A is supported mostly by undergraduate students, whereas candidate B is mostly supported by graduate students. The graduate students have more people. B gets elected even though more undergraduate students wanted candidate A, because that's not a representative democracy of a counselor that is being paid for by student fees from undergraduate students. I'll be voting against this. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Serena, you're next.
Thank you. I am fully support in this motion and I will be voting in favor. I want to echo what most folks rather have been saying about the importance of TSSU, Embark, and I'm missing one group, my brain. Oh, and SFPIRG, of course, and what they bring to the student community. I believe it is reductive to state that potentially graduate students would not have the best interests of undergraduate students at heart. I know once I got out of high school, all I was doing was telling folks the best way to go through high school. I think graduate students have the same idea and thought process, and that they want to help folks who are younger than them and that are undergraduate students. It's a very rare case where graduate student interests and undergraduate student interests are diametrically opposed. Most of the time as students, we are experiencing the same conditions under the institution of SFU, whether that be incredibly high tuition, inaccessible institutions, or not being paid fairly for your work as a TA or an RA or whatever it may be. I think it's also, in terms of having the opportunity to have teaching staff at this, or representatives of teaching staff at this council, I think would be really important, considering all the work that we do around academics. And I think it would provide more effective conversations and discussions, and also much more collaboration across different parties as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm next. I'll keep it short so that Marie and Vivian can speak. I'm fully in support of this motion. The whole point of affiliated student groups is that they have groups that are independent of SFSS that have overlapping members, that have overlapping interests, and that they bring new additional perspectives and value and connections to SFSS, and that those issues and interests are represented in the larger student body of the SFSS, which represents the vast majority of students, all undergraduate students. RHA both has grad and undergrad members, that also their executive stuff can be a mixture of grad and undergrad. They have SAC and stuff. Those are existing groups. The rationale given to say no to the other ones is the same would be for RHA and SAC, and I think it would be unreasonable to take that to me. It's just it all falls flat to me. So yes, just to say I'm in favor of this motion. Thank you. Marie is next, and I'll read out loud. This is really amazing. I have directly worked with all these groups in the sub and outside as well. They have been instrumental in so much education advocacy at the SFSS here and previously. We have done so much consultation work with these groups this year, and they would be of such value to council, not only because they serve undergraduate students, but they also provide such essential advocacy work. It's important that we encompass the voices of independent student unions and groups at such student advocacy work, which will be much needed. If no one lists, I'll call the question in a matter of time. So Vivian is the last so far, and
hello, can you hear me?
yes, we can. Thank you.
Yes, so this is Vivian speaking. I am an acting exec of the Disability and Neurodiversity Alliance. I am also one of its co-founders almost 3 years ago. I'd like to speak in support of this motion. SFPIRG in particular provided crucial help for DNA when we were first just getting started, filling in the gaps that SFSS had left for disabled students at that time, and helping us fight against the many barriers we were facing. They provided space for us, resources, co-advocacy, and technical support. I'm glad that there has been careful checking that counselors from the affiliate groups would be SFSS members. That makes sense to me. Without SFPIRG, DNA would not exist, and they have crucially supported SFSS through supporting their shared membership, such as disabled and neurodivergent undergrads. I also find issue with the idea that the TSSU doesn't support undergrads. As someone who is personally currently an undergraduate research assistant and is actively supported by the TSSU in the fight for a fair wage. Some of my best TAs were also undergrad 3rd and 4th years. TSSU absolutely has undergrad representation and serves to support undergrads alongside grads. All of these affiliate groups collaborate very closely with SFSS's constituency groups as organizations that serve equity and justice on campus. This motion allows for better coalition and collaboration building with groups that serve SFSS members, and also ensures that those who are subtenants have a say on issues that affect them. So again, I would like to encourage that the council reps vote in favor of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt calls the question. That's to end debate so that we can move to a vote. If you'd like to end debate, please vote yes. If you'd like to continue debating this motion, vote no. Okay.
I think you can just seek unanimous consent on this one, Corbin.
Thank you. I'm going to do that. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, so basically vote no, use the raise hand feature in Zoom and I'll call on you to record your vote. Seeing none, that passes unanimously. So now we move to a vote of the motion itself. I'll just read out the be resolved clauses. Be resolved that council establish a new seat of council for SFPERG as an affiliated student group on council. Be resolved that council establish a new seat on council for Embark as an affiliated student group on council. Be resolved that council establish a new seat on council for TSSU, undergraduate representative, as an affiliated student group on council. Resolved that the groups appoint the representative for the start of the term in May 1st, 2022, and going forward at the group's capacity. Further resolved that the groups select amongst their members and appropriate alternatives as per the SS bylaws and policies. Being that we've had two people specify that they'd be voting no, and everyone was voting yes. We should normally go to roll call votes, but does anyone feel comfortable just doing the same raised hand thing? Because it's easier and quicker to count. Is there any objections to that? Okay, then we'll do that. If you're in favor of this motion passing, please use, for all those people in favor of this motion, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom. Yes, raise hand if you support the motion, if you're in favor of the motion. Okay, thank you. Please lower your hands. Second. Okay, if you'd like to vote against, please raise your hands. Thank you. If you'd like, please lower your hands. Oh, Jeremy's vote was a vote for yes because he could not raise his hands. Okay. If you'd like to abstain, please use the raise hand feature. Okay. That's 0. We have 16 yes votes, 4 no votes, and 0 abstentions. That passes. That carries. Thank you, everyone. We'll now move on to 9.5, Transmountain Expansion Project. I'll read out the motion. Whereas the Transmountain Expansion TMX project is currently increasing their tanks twofold, adding 14 new tanks to their already existing 13 tanks, in which one existing tank will be replaced within the Burnaby terminal located next to the Simon Fraser University SFU Burnaby campus. Whereas despite the threat the expansion poses to its students and the environment, SFU has yet to take a clear stance against this Transmountain Expansion project. Whereas the SFS is looking at the traditional and territories of the Tsleil-Waututh, Squamish, Musqueam nations, on which the Transmountain Expansion TMX pipeline is trespassing and being built without their prior and informed consent. Whereas the SFS opposes TMX on the grounds of violation of Indigenous sovereignty and supports actions of Indigenous land and water defenders against TMX. Whereas the current SFS stance is in full opposition to the TMX pipelines and continues to advocate and support climate justice initiatives and calls to action. Whereas SFS believes in the right of peaceful protest and assembly. We resolve that the SFS recommend incoming execs and council on May 1st, 2022 to make a commitment to supporting the Hug the Mountain event happening on May 7th, 2022. We further resolve that the incoming executive and council task the incoming vice president equity and sustainability in facilitating this collaboration. Do I have a mover?
Political science.
Sorry, is that Giselle?
Yeah.
Thank you. And do I have a seconder?
Political science.
Women's Center.
I heard political science. because Giselle, you submitted it and you moved, would you like to introduce the motion?
Yeah, this is just based on Kate's presentation earlier, who gave a little bit more background about the event and the intention. And so really this motion is just about following that presentation of action. I actually want to make just a minor amendment. So the language suggests that we recommend the upcoming execs and council to make a commitment, but I'm suggesting that we just change it to we, as a council right now, we endorse the event. And we've already had discussions with Rhea and Marie. So Rhea knows that she will be part of like taking that commitment on. So just changing the last two clauses to an endorsement, and for it to be clearer that the incoming VPES will be taking that on. But yeah, this is basically just following up the presentation with some action, and I hope everybody votes in favor.
Thanks for clarity. You're saying you'd like to amend the motion?
Yeah, I'd like to move to amend the motion. So striking the be it resolved clauses that are there right now and just replacing it with these two.
Oh, that you posted in chat. Thank you very much. Okay,
Yeah,
so yeah, it just hard. Okay, be it resolved. So just Gisela is moving amendment to the motion, reading out be it resolved that the SFSS Council endorsed the Hug the Mountain event happening on May 7th, 2020. It further resolved that the incoming VP Equity and Sustainability will take on facilitating this collaboration and supporting this event in the upcoming term. Do I have a seconder?
Political science.
Political science. Do I have discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, please use the raise hand feature on Zoom, and I'll call on you to record your vote. Oh, Anita?
I'm sorry, I'm raising my hand at the wrong time again. My dog is still just like, okay, I'm really sorry.
It's okay. Okay, so this amendment passes unanimously. Now back to the main motion as amended. Basically, I'll just do a quick read. Whereas council, whoops, sorry. I'll just reread the be resolved clause. So be resolved that the SFSS Council endorsed the Hug the Mountain event happening on May 7th, 2022. Be further resolved that the incoming Vice President Equity of Sustainability, sorry. Be further resolved that the incoming Vice President Equity and Sustainability will take on facilitating this collaboration and supporting this event in the upcoming term. I think we're good. Since we haven't had official discussion on this, is there anyone who would like to list? No? Okay, we'll move to a vote. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, please use raise hand feature in Zoom, and I'll call in to record your vote. Anita? You're voting, I'm assuming you're voting in favor or abstaining or
I'm voting in favor, and yes, okay, yes, voting in favor.
okay, thank you. Okay, seeing no raised hands other than Anita temporarily, that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. We'll now move on to 9.6, 2022-23 preliminary budget approval. Submitted by myself. Motion reads, whereas council is required to review and approve a preliminary budget for the next fiscal year, whereas council has received and reviewed a previous draft budget at its meeting on April 13, 2022, whereas draft budget has been updated and amended since then, and a final draft of budget has been presented to council. Resolved that council approve the 2022-2023 fifth draft budget as a preliminary budget for this 2022-2023 fiscal year. I will definitely move this motion. I do have a seconder.
I'll second. Math.
Thank you, Matt. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen because I have to kind of present the briefing notes and such. Okay, 1 second. Sorry. Got way too many tabs open, slowing down my computer. Okay. Can everyone see this and hear me? Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay.
I'm sorry. Oh, there we go. Sorry.
Okay, now it's split up. Okay, so at the last scheduled meeting on the April 13th, I presented a third draft of the preliminary budget. At the time, we had projected that our revenue from student fees would be returning similar levels as before the pandemic, both with SFU and Fraser International College, which we have a service agreement with, and they pay fees to us for certain benefits. And at the time, there was still projected a deficit of $170,000 due to combination of not carrying over internally restricted funds, increased operating costs, and other stuff. Since then, without going too detailed, just another reminder or basic thing about the SS fees. The SS has a number of dedicated fees that undergraduate students pay each term. They're all individual funds. Our membership fee, our general one, goes into the general fund, and that pays for pretty much almost all of our staff. A lot of our programs are grants for core, student unions, student union core, and club grants and such. It goes to paying for Women's Center on campus and a bunch of other areas. We also have other dedicated funds like the Accessibility Funds, the Space Expansion Fund, the Bill SFU Fund. All these ones go for individual funds that have their own restrictions on where it can be spent on. And we have 3 new funds that were created in the were approved by members in the spring, related to First Nations, students of Caribbean and African ancestry, the Disability and Neurodiversity Alliance, and an increase to the fee for First Nations, Métis, and Inuit Student Association. They hadn't had a fee change in 20 years. So all these funds go into supporting different programming that we have in the SOS. So what has changed from the third draft to the fifth draft? And we'll have number 4. Well, fourth was feedback and some changes, and then the fifth draft is going back and forth and now having some additional information. So one of the things that happened was I had a meeting with the Fraser National College the next day, and I received, among other things, I received an update on the remote enrollment projections. And unfortunately, because COVID has been resurged in China and India, which is two of the main countries that they receive a good chunk of their students from, they don't expect their enrollment numbers to return to normal until the following year, 2023. So they expect this year's enrollment numbers to be the same as last year's. And so because of that, we readjusted the spreadsheet budgets to have lower enrollment, which projected around a lower projected revenue of about $80,000 in the year. It may not be true. It might find that their enrollments start to recover quickly. We won't really know, but we're going based on what they think is going to happen. Additionally, when reviewing past referenda, we noticed that in 2012, members approved reallocations from the Space Expansion Fund to the general fund of $10. And there was a number of different things that they put into. Some that I think went to clubs and student unions, some went to some services, some staffing, and a bunch of areas. Two of those reallocations was for 50 cents each, one for the Women's Center and one for out on campus for their service, their support their services. This works out today, and with our enrollments around $35,000 extra that each department should have been getting since 2012. So we're going to start making that correction, and so we've added that to their individual departmental budgets. Additionally, council has already reallocated up to $25,000 from the COVID-19 emergency support fund to go towards purchasing masks and other protective equipment to distribute to students. But there has been no other reallocations. Because of that, I've re-added the $375,000 that's been internally restricted for the last while, for us number at least over a year now. The thing though is, so when you look at it, you think, okay, well, the revenue is lowered by 80,000. We've increased budgets for Women's Center and Outcast by a total of 70,000, but we've added $375,000 back. Well, then we shouldn't have any, and that's on top of like the potential $170,000 deficit. So it should be, zeroed out, right? Or at least have a bit of surplus. Not quite. So this is a challenge I've had related to the way our budgets are done. And actually, I've communicated with our auditors and that stuff to understand this. But if we have surplus, we can't just tack it onto the budget to say that we're not having a deficit, because each annual budget is like a net budget. And so when you add an internally restricted item like something like this COVID-19 support, it's a very specific purpose, and it can only be done outside of where we normally budget stuff for. Okay, and so when you do that, it's like adding, $375,000 in revenue, but then also $375,000 in expected expenses, because you're expecting to spend this money, right? So basically, it's a net zero, and so even then, we still would still have a net deficit. So from so going back from the third draft, it was projected at $170,000 deficit. This new one, it's up to now a little bit over $250,000. Doesn't sound great. However, one thing that our budget doesn't show, because it doesn't show surplus, what surplus and basically savings we have, and in what forms, it shows an incorrect view of what our financial statement, like where our position is within the SFS, like how healthy we are financially. And so I've done some extra work to help explain where we're at. And the way to do this is you go into our audited financial statements, which gets done by a third-party auditor every year, and it's for the previous fiscal year. And then also looking at our latest financial statements from our financial coordinators, our finance office, which are unaudited, but they are really well tracked, and they should be. I have strong confidence in the numbers I was given. So when you look at our audited financial statements from the previous fiscal year, what it says is basically on April 30th, 2021, we had almost $5 million of cumulative surplus, the surplus that's built up over the years, and about over $850,000 of annual surplus just for that year. So basically that year there was looking at maybe $850,000 of extra money, or not extra money, just of surplus and savings on that added to the 4.7, almost $4.8 million. So at first glance, it looks like we have almost an extra $500 million in the bank. But when you actually break it down further in the audit financial statement, what this actually works it out to, that 4.7 million or 4.8 million works out to be about 650,000 of it is for an emergency reserve fund. 400,000 of it was part of COVID-19 emergency funding that we've been restricting. There was also some other things called internally restricted, which was related to the health and dental plan reserve fund. And then we had was over $3 million of what's called unrestricted surplus. That's where it doesn't have a specific purpose for it. And then what you do, then what I did is I went further into that $3.2 million and to see how that breaks down. And so when you break that down, what you have is effectively over $2 million in our investments, our investment fund, which we can pull at any time. And we had that over $850,000 of surplus last year, plus also some mixture of like bank interest and other smaller surpluses. So we have $3.2 million that we could potentially pull all together and for savings, but a good chunk of it is over, like a majority of it is in investments to generate us new revenue that we can then use for our budgets to balance it out and stuff. So those are a lot of really big numbers. And I really thought it was important, especially because we're now moving into a new fiscal year and a new council and new executive, that you all have a much stronger idea of what we are saving at financially. Even if you see an operating budget saying, hey, we have a potentially $250,000 deficit, we can't spend anything. Well, no, that's not true. You can still spend from unrestricted surplus if you want to do things that are for issues that are outside of regular spending, like if something comes up. So if someone comes up, say, to the SFSS and says, hey, we would like you to support this initiative or this programming, you actually have the money in savings and surplus to support that if the council wants to. You can also use that additional surplus to fund additional expansion or changes or things that the SFSS needs as well. Okay, so that's what's in the audited financial statements. That was last year. So what are we sitting at this year now that we're pretty much almost done this fiscal year? Well, in our unaudited financial statements from our staff, we're looking at to be just over $500,000 also in surplus because due to underspending, the pandemic, etc. So there's a good chance once the audit is done in the summer that this $500,000 will just add to this other $3.2 million or more. They'll have a much better breakdown of where that is and what that surplus is coming from, but that we're in very good shape. So I can very comfortably say that we're in a very strong financial position, even with the budget that looks like it's projected as net deficits for 2022, 2023, because that's the way the budget is designed and the restrictions on that style of budget, where it's designed for only revenue and expenses and then any internal restrictions for specialized spending. But unless you look at all those documents and you combine them all together and they're not designed to be like one-to-one translations and stuff, it can be very confusing. So that's why I wanted to take the extra step, and I took a lot more time today, which is why this was not sent out ahead of time. It wasn't because I wanted to make sure that the numbers were correct and accurate for everyone here. And I will send out this briefing notes and the linked documents after, just for your own, so you can look at it later and ask any questions if you like. What I've done, okay. So what I've done now is I have, I've copy pasted the consolidated budget. I've linked the full budget into the into this document. And I have, this is a consolidated budget of all the different departments, like a summary of all the different departments, all the different revenue, all the core expenses, and it gives you a deficit or surplus of the organization for this fiscal year, for this upcoming fiscal year. And so, oh, this is actually incorrect. Oops. Oh, not correct. Okay, I'll fix this, but I have it fixed. I just didn't copy paste it over properly. But what would she be saying here, if I fix this properly, was that this is not 18,000 surplus. It's actually around this amount. 350,000. Key considerations. Again, as this is a projection estimate of revenue expenses, it's very common for the SFS to think at the start of the 1 year that they're going to have either big surplus or big deficits. Often they think they'll have big deficits, but by the end of the year, they often have surpluses. Good example is this year, again, we're projected to have $500,000 in surplus from just from this year. And it's important for everyone to budget, like the SFS, to budget regularly and review it and update it, and when we receive more information from enrollment numbers from SFU and LIC. A big time to really reevaluate the budget is around the 6-month mark after we get FIC and SFU numbers for the fall, because that's the biggest chunk of our revenue comes in. And then from there, you can then estimate what the spring is going to be like and how we're spending and all that kind of stuff. So that's on Abby as the incoming VP Finance and Services to really do that. And I'm happy to give advice if I can after, or even if after I'm done. I've also recommended, as I did on the 13th, that we do need to expand staffing to meet the new operational needs of this building. We've been budgeted the same way for like 10, 20 years. And as if we're still in the Maggie Benson Center where we only have a few offices and we have a few rooms. We now have 15,000 square foot building. And that opens, in the long run, it'll be open 7 days a week and hopefully 24/7. That means you'll need additional staff and support to be able to have those services, those access and stuff for students, and that will cost money. So I have a few recommendations as myself going out as acting president, as past as VP internal organizational development, and as past
VP Finance.
VP Finance. Thank you very much. Sorry, staff came in and distracted. Ways that the SFS can, some different recommendations, ways you can do related to revenue changes and fee changes and organizational structure changes. Mostly just fee right now because I only have so much time. So I have 3 recommendations for you. Overall, first recommendation, please pass this budget as a preliminary budget. The next council will have time in summer to review this budget, update it if there's been any sudden unexpected changes in finances or improvements, because that did happen in my year. We started out, I inherited a budget that looked like it was going to lose $500,000 or have deficit, $500,000 deficit. About halfway through, it was closer to $350,000 projected, and then by the end of August, there was no deficit. And so that can happen. And so we made some changes to the budgets in the summer and finalized a different one. So recommendations for the future. So again, the SFS does need to expand its services and supports. You know, if you want to have Women's Center open until 9 p.m., you're going to need at least another coordinator, full-time coordinator for each day. If you want to have them on the weekends, you're going to need weekend coverage, which means you might have to hire 3 coordinators or so to rotate in and out. If you want to have club services and more event support in the building and stuff, and even to be able to go, maybe you want to be able to go talk to a coordinator about a grants issue at 7 p.m. because that's when you're on campus and that's when you're free. If you know, that might be we need more staff for that as well. If you want to have more increase, like sustainably increase more grant funding and stuff, you might need fees for that as well, or different ways to go about it. So we have to be a bit more bolder and plan for this new opportunity that we have with this new building and the new options available to us. So a couple different ways we can go about doing this. Recommendation 1, this is the most conservative way and maybe politically the safest, is to delay fee changes by using surplus. I just talked about we had we had millions of dollars in surplus potentially in different buckets. Okay, so we have quite a bit of administrative surplus, investments, and cash. It could be going for paying for expanded services, staff, and programming. And this would allow the SFS not have to change fees in the short term, so we have to go to referendum. But this is not sustainable in the long run because eventually surplus will use up. It may take a couple of years, it may take 5 years, maybe we don't know. But the idea is eventually you run out of savings, okay? And then that would then force future boards, council and execs to either look at a larger fee increase suddenly to pay for things, or to start cutting services and staff and programming or some other forms of that, which, you know, I would hope the goal for every student council is to be leaving it better for the next person or giving more options for future councils so that you're not, use the term, hamstrung because of previous decisions. The other option is creating dedicated fees for existing major services and supports. And major in this case, I'm arguing is bigger departments that have lots of staff, lots of funding that are coming out of the general fund. Because the general fund covers, like I said, almost everything. And so when you want to have more, so if you want to increase grant funds, well, that's got to take away from potentially more staffing, or worst case, we had an insurance increase over the year, that's say an extra 20,000 or so. That happened the previous year. It was like a $30,000 difference suddenly. Well, that's $30,000 less. We can go to grants, or we can go to staff, or we can go to any number of things. And so for me, it makes the most sense to work towards transitioning a number of fees, that having a number of dedicated fees for dedicated services that are important to the student body. So having, say, a $5 fee that goes, or $6 fee that goes towards having base funding for clubs and student union grants and core funding and travel funding and other things like that, conference funding and such. Or having more dedicated funding like we have for SOCA, FNYSA, and others for, say, the Women's Center out on campus, for the Student Advocate Office, for, or any number of things. In a process perspective, this would require going to the membership and asking for these fees to be created. But fortunately, looking at, and we of course have to do a campaign, and we'd have to convince members to vote yes. Now, looking at our history, most of referendum questions, dedicated fees were most likely to pass, or general fees. I think almost never would a general fee, just generally raising the membership fee, almost never pass. But if you ask for, say, oh, we need $5 to be able to hire more staff for the evenings and weekends, or we need to have a fee for that, so that student unions always have dedicated core funding, a base level or something like that. That often is more likely to pass, looking at our history, because students can see the value of it and they can see how that benefits them and future people. Third recommendation is do a bit of a mixture of dedicated fees and reallocating fees from the general fund, so kind of like half and half. You do a smaller fee combined from a reallocation and a newer smaller fee. So say you need $5 more. Maybe do $250 from the general fund and $250 from a student fee, and you combine it into a new fund and have that dedicated out. Kind of like what they did with the space expansion funds back to Women's Center and others. Same idea. The positive about this is it's more, it's nicer for students. They're not their fees their student fees are going up a little bit less. But you have to be very careful with the numbers, because if you are too conservative with it, you might end up finding you don't have enough to really help, and then you're just using the general fund to subsidize that going forward, and it doesn't really help you in the long run. And so, these are the three main ways of going about doing it. I'm more until you actually sit down and figure out what those costs are going to be and how long it should take, because you can't just do a whole bunch of fees on one referendum that won't pass. Maybe you have to do it over a couple of years. Until you figure out what those fees are and what you need the money for, that's when you choose which recommendation to go with. Okay. In the short term, you might just want to use, if you do need to keep hiring more staff to handle more service requests and needs by members, you might want to go with the surplus route for the first bit, while you figure out a way to do a referendum and a campaign for students that you believe would vote yes for. That's going to be on next council. I wish I had had a more detailed breakdown for recommendations for you all, but this month was crazy, busy. But I am always happy to talk about this stuff, as you all noticed with finances and policy. When I get a chance to talk, I do talk about it a lot. So in this appendix, I've got the full budget drafts here. I've got financial information from basically what our fees are broken out to, as well as the unaudited financial statements for all departments, so you can see where these numbers come from. If you haven't read this, and I'll just click on it now and share. It can be very easy to misunderstand this just because of the way it's accounting setup, not so much human readable setup or average student readable setup. But generally, what it works out to be that 500,000 is coming from this line here. Basically, increase and decrease the surplus based on year-to-date actual. YTD is year-to-date actual, so basically what would be spent on. And so it looks like we have about $500,000 or so in surplus, unrestricted surplus, just for this year. Okay, there's a lot of numbers. I hope it generally made sense. I'm happy to answer any questions. We are down to 12 minutes though, so I don't want to rush this because this is a financial thing. But again, the next council does have time to additionally review and make adjustments and changes that they think is necessary. That's the whole point of, we made that change so that the following board and council were not fully reliant on the previous council sending you a good budget. Okay. So for any people that will be carrying over as counselors, you should probably be seeing this again, but it'll be from Abby the next time making presentations. Unless he invites me back. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing my screen now. I'm never leaving. Yeah, just when I think I'm out, the spreadsheets pull me back in. Okay. Now that I've introduced this, now back as chairing, discussion. Please list yourself. Is there any questions about this? Abby, go ahead, and Giselle's up next.
Yeah, I'll keep this very brief again because we're getting short. And as soon as this motion passes, I think we're going to have to motion to extend again because we have 2 more motions after this.
Yeah.
But thank you, Corbett, for all the work you've put into this. I know it's not your job as president or VP internal to do this budget, but you've put in a ton of work into it anyways. So I really, really appreciate all the work you've put in. I know you've taken time aside to help me out with it. So I appreciate that as well. And I'm looking forward to presenting this to council next year.
Yeah, just to follow up with that, I just say thank you, Corbett, for your labor. This is really great. And also, like, given how much history you've had with the SFSS and all your knowledge, I fully will be voting in favor for this because these are great suggestions.
Thank you, Giselle, and thank you, Abby. Any questions or concerns or anything I can do? Like I said, the budget looks kind of scary with the whole, like, financial law deficit, but again, we've got a lot of savings. That's accessible, like it's easily accessible. So okay, if not, we will move to vote. I just really do want to give you some opportunity. Okay, then I'm going to move to a vote. Now I've got to go back and find my agenda so I know what the motion was. I think I've been memorized by now, but oops. Okay. Motion reads, and then this document decides to load. Imagine me trying to do this in person. Here's a spreadsheet, literally a piece of paper. Okay. Whereas council is required to review and approve a preliminary budget for the next fiscal year, whereas council has received and reviewed a previous draft budget at its meeting on April 13th, 2022, whereas budget has been updated and amended since then, and a final draft budget has been presented to council. We resolve that council approve the 2022-2023 fifth draft budget as the preliminary budget for the 2022-2023 fiscal year. Back to this. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom. I'll call you to record your vote. Okay, that carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Just go back to chat asking how much I charge. As a long-term supporter and member of the SFS, I will give you a great discount and only charge you 3 times what normally I for my consultation. Okay. Yeah, and as Marie says, these are jokes for legal reasons. Okay. Yeah, $6, Abby. Yeah, exactly. Okay, now we're on to 2 items that were added. Oh, sorry, we have to move to extend the meeting. So I'll move to extend again by 30 minutes for 11 p.m. Do I have a seconder?
Political science.
Political science. Debates? No? Okay. We'll then move to a vote. All in favor, seek unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, please use raise hand feature in Zoom, and I'll call on you to record your votes. Okay, that carries unanimously. We now are moving, hopefully we'll be finished before 11. But yeah, last meeting of the term, lots of important motions. Okay, push through. So the items have been added. Okay, this was added. So I'm just making sure I got it. Okay, this motion was submitted by Mitchell, the alternate for Computing Science Student Society. Whereas inflation is occurring each year in Canada, whereas the core funding student groups received each semester has been stagnant for many years, where student groups are forced to spend more time making grant requests to make up for the increasing expenses and core funding not increasing. The SFS mission statement says to exist to provide resources and services that represent, connect, and benefit our membership. And a core funding increase is a resource that will benefit the membership by increasing events and services run by student unions. Whereas SFS core will continue to be taken back by the SFS on May 1st each year, so additional unused funding for groups will not lose the SFS money. Result that the SFS increased student group core funding by 50% of the current allocated amount starting May 1st, 2022. Okay, do I have a mover? I'm assuming, Mitchell, you'd like to move?
I'll move, yes. Thank you.
Do you have a seconder?
Math.
Hey, math seconds. Okay. Mitchell, would you like to introduce the motion?
Sure, yeah. So the core funding that student unions get has been stagnant for a number of years. I don't know, Corbett might know the specific number, but it has been a long time. So there's been like inflation, there's been increases in prices on stuff on campus, on stuff off campus, and the student groups haven't really gotten any increases in the funding that they use to run events and do all the work that they do. So all these people are just complete volunteers like myself and many other people here have been in the past or are currently, and we're just trying to run events, we're trying to work for the students, but we're having to spend a lot of time submitting grants and doing extra work or not being able to run events just because we don't have the funding to run events. So I'm put this motion forward to try to increase the amount of funding that student unions get like by default. So that this way they can just run more events smoothly and without the added stress and work of submitting a ton of grant requests. I was treasurer for 3.5 years cumulatively. I've submitted plenty of grant requests. They're tiring and annoying to do. So.
Okay, thank you, Mitchell. Discussion, like to ask a question, please list yourself. There's a few questions in chat. I'm just wondering if they're because people won't be speaking. So you want to like list yourself. Okay, Ben.
What's the total cost of this motion?
Direct response, yeah. Okay, in this case, because it's normally I say ban direct response, but honestly in this case it doesn't work that way with the individual.
Okay, I'll just respond.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Well, I got a document from Corbett that said like the breakdown of how much the society spends on the on core each year, and the one that was sent for 2021, 2022, it says that the core per year was given out like for 2021, 2022 was $98,100. So if we're increasing this by 50%, that'll put us just below $150,000 for your core. So it'll be an increase of just shy of $50,000.
Okay. So, okay, next is Nim.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, because this motion conflicts with the previous one, which was about the budget, I don't see how this extra amount can fit into the budget that we just went over.
Okay, sorry, that's more of a procedural thing. So maybe I can talk about this when I get to my list. And I'll go with Abby.
Thanks, Corbett. So I have discussed this with a couple of DSUs in terms of either potential rollover or increase to core. There's a couple issues that come up in terms of the budget already being set, but that is something we can reevaluate in the summer. It's just, I'm sure Corbett can talk about it right now. Like we just passed the budget. I'm not sure how we'd be able to adjust that like right now. But yeah, I guess Corbett, I think, oh, sorry, we'll stop now.
Okay, Jess.
Yeah, I just let me go check. So yeah, so I think student groups, when you write student groups within this motion, it's not descriptive enough. It needs to be specific in whether or not you mean clubs and student unions, clubs, student unions and faculty students, clubs, student unions, faculty unions, and or constituency groups. Even using the words and or are really important to being descriptive in this motion. And also asking if this will support constituency groups and if there was any consultation done with them to see if they also need funding and where. Also, if you don't know that the student levy was passed for FNMI, SA, SOCA, and DNA, and if they need more support, then how would you be able to offer that within that motion? And as mentioned from others, that we just passed a budget. So was this info based on the old budget or the new one that we just passed? And also in the way that money is allocated for student groups, some student groups are bigger than other student groups. So when I say, for example, criminology student union would have a larger core fund than the gender studies student union because of the amount of people and students enrolling within that union. And then for grants and application, let's say you're doing an event. If you find the process to be tedious, that's just because we need to have check requisitions, we need to make motions, there are proper systems in place so that the work is being done and we can track things. If you need to submit something that's under 5K, you can make a presentation at executive committee. If it's over 5K, you can make it at council. I just think that this motion needs a lot more information, needs a lot more consultation, and needs a lot more staff involvement and research to be done. So I'm not in favor of this motion.
Can I respond to Corbett?
sorry, I'll just jump in my list and stuff. Also, Ben, I'm still enforcing the one speaking per motion just so we can get through this all because you spoke earlier. But I can answer some of the questions you other people raised around stuff. So Mitchell has definitely approached me in the past about this and pitched this idea. I was what I've done, and in fact, his advocacy on this led me to push to make sure that staff started the core student union core financial analysis project on it. It's taken longer than I originally thought. I would have thought it would only take about a month, but it's taken longer because the SFSS. And so I fully understand Mitchell coming here to bring in front of council to see if they would be willing to make the changes. I do have some similar. I had some similar questions around if it was primarily. My assumption based on the language was that you're probably just thinking a student union core, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. And so this right now would be kind of like wanting to change the budget, which we've already passed one just now. I think we can amend the motion to make it more like a recommendation and stuff. Yes, he did 6 months ago, and I've known about this issue for years, and I've been trying to get something going on it so we'd actually have numbers. The challenge with this thing is with just changing numbers is there's also the systematic problem with the way the core funding is. This whole model is because it's like right now, if you look at the stuff I've shared with you and others, is the way we do the AFT, the information we get from SFU is not accurate to what our student unions membership really is. That it created a system where at least half of our student unions receive the minimum amount of funding. Now we definitely increased that to make it some sense. Instead of $300 a month, it's $400, $500, $600, or something more. But kind of just an arbitrary number, like 50%. It doesn't. I don't know if what that's going to have that impact on. If will be helpful or not. But there's additional things that need to be analyzed on. Do they need common rooms? Do they need other things to be able to get forward? I'm fully in favor of giving more money for core, for grants and others. And I think because I've just demonstrated we have the surplus to do so, even in a temporary fashion. I just wanted us to actually have information from and like full analysis from staff before making those changes, so that we don't end up, because I've seen where past boards just kept increasing the grant funding pool for clubs was over 300,000 at one point, but the spending ended up always was flat at like 220,000. So like, I'm just saying that I'm in favor of it, but I don't think this is the right path yet. But I am happy to like work with or either recommend amending to have the next exec take this on fully and do it done quickly. Yeah, okay, sorry, I just finished speaking, so I'm just kind of going through here. Okay, sorry, I'm just catching up on chat. Sorry, just more people things coming in. Okay, no, Mitchell, because yeah, you talked about the initial motion. I'm happy for you to have a response because as part of like a one speaker list. But I do that, and then I want to move to what Ben had motion. That he wants to do a motion. So Mitchell, go ahead.
So I don't really get the reluctancy of doing this motion. We've been years, maybe a decade since we've increased the core funding, and you're all like, oh, do all student groups benefit? Well, a lot of them will. So that's at the end of the day, that's what matters, right? We're supporting hundreds of students, and that's what our job is. That's, if you go read the SFSS mission statement, and that's we're following. As I addressed in my motion, it follows the SFSS mission statement. So we're willing to support one specific, giving fundings to one specific student group, tens of thousands of dollars, but you're not willing to give out money to all student groups, all student unions, support hundreds of students, thousands of students, when you can run more events and you can run more, do more, like get more participation, get more engagement. That's what this is all about. All I want to do is increase the ability for student unions and groups to build a bigger membership, build more interest, build more engagement, get more people involved. That's what I want with this motion. We've been years and years and years and years too long. We don't need to wait until next semester. There's going to be a core funding in a few weeks. Next week, we'll have a new core funding semester. So let's pass this now, and then we can get, and then we can deal with it then. So all the groups that are currently getting $300 will get $450. All the groups currently getting $1050 will get $1,500 something, right? We can help out the student groups now. We can help them out today. I don't get the reason we're trying to delay this and delay this and delay this. The past two VPM finances have both said that they wanted to increase the core funding. Neither of them have. Why is there any belief that we're going to be able to do it on the next board? It's just, we're just going to keep passing along this problem and it's never going to get done. I don't have any belief that we have a promise that we're trying to get this done. We're going to get it done. We're going to get it done. We're going to get it done. I've been talking about this for years and it's not done yet. I want to get this done. No, this isn't really a procedural issue. Like, it's just, we clearly had the budget. We have the ability to pass this motion. I don't get why there's a reluctancy to do that. This is in the grand scheme of things, this is a small increase in our budget, because this will also decrease the amount of students groups that will be using grants. This will not be losing money permanently, because some groups won't actually use this additional funding. So all we're doing is helping out students. And I really don't like that the council is trying to not help with that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mitchell. Sorry, I'm not doing direct responses, Nim, other than when it was specifically for Mitchell related to motion. Sorry, there was a lot of chats I missed where I think there was a request to So Ben, you said you want to make a motion to postpone. Is that still something you want to do, or do you want to rescind that, or? Sorry, I just want to double check that. Okay, so Ben, you still would like to do a motion to postpone till the next council meeting, or just could you write out the full motion so I'm have it all accurate? Oh, so sorry, the question from personally support, if there is no issue in accordance with the last motion passes for the budget, that's good. No, to me there isn't, because in this case I would interpret it as if council can adjust the budget, even though they passed the budgets presented by me, they can still always adjust the budgets. They can go through a motion at council. That's not an issue. Because the budget is not like, it's council always has the ability to adjust it. You know, exec can't or other groups can't, but council always does. So just for clarity, Ben, you still would like to move the postpone the motion until the second council meeting?
Yes, I would.
Okay, so the full, sorry. Sorry, I now have two competing motions, so technically I have to go in order. So more, Ben, do you want to do what Marie's saying, or do you want to continue with yours?
I'll rescind my motion, but I'm going to offer an amendment to Marie's.
Okay. So I'm going to read what Marie proposed. She'd like to amend the motion, amend the agenda, sorry, amend the motion, or do you just want to replace it? Just for clarity again, I'm only going through what says in the chat, so. Replace and amend. Okay, so basically, motion it would be it resolved that the SFS Council recommend to the VP Finance and Services to identify, assess, and restate the final budget to increase the approved student group core funding by 50% of the current allocated amount for the 2022-2023 year. Be it resolved that the unused amount of core funds from the 2021-2022 fiscal year be allocated as an increase from the unrestricted surplus in the next year towards core funds for DSUs in the next year, 2022-2023. So you'd like to, yeah, we'd like to amend by replacing the whole motion with that instead. Okay, and then you want to, okay, so first we'll go this procedurally, okay? This is a new motion. Okay, and Marie's moving it, do I have a seconder?
I'll second.
That was interesting. Ben seconds. Okay. Now, okay, going to a discussion. Is there a list now on this motion? Or go ahead, Mitchell.
Sorry, so now we're discussing the delaying of it to next semester. Okay, well, I'll address that. Like, it's the perfect time to pass it right now. I brought this up to be added in February. I wanted to be added to council, to one of the council meetings, but it never was. And then March, and then April, it never was. So I delayed it until now, until I came here and acted as an alternate. But that's besides the point. We do it now. We do it before the new fiscal year. It doesn't have to be delayed by another year. We don't have to another dozens and hundreds of students to be affected by not having this additional core funding. Right? The price of food on campus, the price of items, the price of everything has gone up and gone up and gone up and gone up. So let's do it now and help with the students that are going to be having these same issues now as in next year, year after that.
So Mitchell,
let's do this motion today and not delay it.
Just clarifying, the change that Marie is making is not delaying it. It's actually trying to find a solution to get this done.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, okay, I thought it was the Ben's motion we were doing it.
I fully understand where you come from. And that's why I'm trying to clarify it for you. Basically what it's saying is we're looking to find ways to get this done from a procedural perspective. Okay. At least that's the way I understand what this motion is doing. Is there any, sorry, there's a lot of chat that I just missed, so give me a second. Okay. Yes, so just for clarity on the procedurals, sorry everyone, it's getting very late, we're all getting really tired. Ben retracted his motion to postpone, then Marie made a motion to amend, replace and amend Mitchell's motion. We're on discussion of that motion now, okay? So, and I'm just going to clarify what this motion is saying, that basically it's saying council recommends to the VP Finance, which would be Almas currently, identify, reassess, and restate the final budget. So basically the thing that we just passed, to increase the approved student group core funding by 50% of the current allocated amount for the 2022-2023 year. That's this fiscal year. The next one starting in May 1st, okay? We resolved that the unused amount of core funding from the current year that we're finishing off now, at ends April 30th, be allocated as an increase from the unrestricted surplus in the next year towards this core funding for DSUs for the next fiscal year. The reason we're doing this is that we need, when your original motion saying, hey, we just increased by 50%, we have to say where that money's coming from. And so we're using any unspent core to help do that 50% increase for the next year. Like unspent core for right now, for next fiscal year, okay? Does everyone understand what's going on there? Oh wait, sorry, 1 second. You are 100% right, Ben. I totally skipped that. Technically, we've just amended the motion. We actually haven't approved that amendment. So technically, okay. My apologies, everyone. I know exactly where I'm going now. Okay. So we've amended the main. We're in discussion to amend the main motion. That's Marie's motion. Okay. Is there anyone who would like to talk about this amendment to Marie's amendment, because we haven't officially approved it yet? Okay. Ben, is that, sorry, I see the first list. Is that related to this, or are you going to retract?
No, this is relating to this.
Okay.
I'm wondering, do we want to perhaps amend the amendment to look at adding maybe some language around the incoming VP Finance, as well as Almas's term ends in all of 4 days?
But I honestly, I'm going to just do this. Probably just do it tonight. Okay. But I can, you know what? I'll do this tonight. I'll get it done, and then we won't have to worry about it. And I'll just make sure Almas is looped in, and so that's not, there's no chance to delay. Okay. Honestly, I don't want us to get into the whole amendment thing. I'm already too crazy. My mind is not crazy. Sorry, my mind is a little all over. So I would rather just us figure this out. So, Serena, do you have a list? You have a list?
Yeah, I do, and it would be proposing an amendment to amendment. I'm just worried about the language about just including DSUs that could potentially exclude SUs, student groups, which includes like SAC and the Residence Hall Association, and also constituency groups. So I would like to expand that language so it does cover all groups.
Okay, wait 1 second. SAC and RHA have their own separate funding. They don't receive funding from us at all. But constituency groups and faculty unions and department unions receive funding from us.
Okay, so this one just outlines DSUs, right? So would that exclude SUs?
We can expand it. That's easy enough to amend. That's not going to be too confusing. Okay. So your amendment would be resolved at the end. Sorry, let me just double check. So it says, okay, be resolved that SFSS Council recommended we reassess and restate the final budget to increase the approved student group core funding by 50% of the current allocated amounts for the 2022-2023. We resolved that the unused amount of core funding from the 2021-2022 fiscal year be allocated as an increase from the unrestricted surplus in next year's towards core fund for DSUs. Yeah, so let's amend to say, because you say you use student groups up here, but then DSUs up here, so DSUs, so we need to be consistent. So what we would like to do is amend it to say, be resolved that the unused amount of core funding from the 2021-22 fiscal year be allocated to an increase from the unrestricted surplus in the next year towards core funds for student unions and constituent groups in the next year, 2022-23. Yeah, or replace DSUs with DSU, FSU, and CGs. That makes sense. Ben, thank you very much. So I'll just do a copy paste over just so people can read it.
Sorry, Barbara, just for clarity, the next vote is going to be on the amendment to the amendment, right?
Yes, I know. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. That's going to be the amendment to the amendments. Well, we got 9 minutes, so we can probably get this done because the last motion is actually should be very quick. Okay. So I will move this amendment to the amendment to amend the second be it resolved clause to read, be it resolved, wait, What, Ben? What? Go ahead,
Your
Ben.
amendment needs to, it should say core funding for DSUs, FSUs, and CGs, not core fund.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Clarification?
Yeah, so with this is saying like the money that student groups don't use right now, it'll be just allocated
basically
evenly.
surplus in that line item.
So if there was like $10,000 left between all of them, that would just be split on all the groups.
It would be used to fund this extra increase right now. So I don't think it's not going to be like a one-to-one or anything. It's just because at the end of the fiscal year, like basically on Sunday, any unused amount is just pulled back into the SFSS for its general budget. So it'll in that 50% that amount will then be part of that 50% increase.
Okay.
There'll probably be some other stuff. I'll run the calculations. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, turtles all the way down. Yeah, yes. Okay. Thank you for the correction, Ben. We're getting through this and we're going to get this done. Okay. So I am moving to amend the amendment for the second be resolved clause to read, be resolved that the unused amount of core funding from the 2021-22 fiscal year be allocated as an increase from the unrestricted surplus in the next year towards core funding for DSUs and, sorry, my brain. Funding for DSUs, FSUs, SUs, and CGs, and then next year 2022-23. Do I have a seconder?
Political science.
Thank you. Discussion? Please, no more changes, unless there's a typo or something. Okay, I'm going to move to votes. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I'll call you to record your votes. Okay, that amendment to the amendment passes. Now we're rolling backwards to the amendment as a whole, which has been amended. So the whole thing is now reads, be it resolved that the, let's actually put that up. I'll copy out the full motion. Okay. The full motion, and just correct me if I'm wrong, I think I copied and pasted properly. Be resolved that the amended motion is be resolved that the SFSS Council recommend to the VP Finance to identify, reassess, and restate the final budget to increase the approved student group core funding by 50% of the current allocated amount for the 2022-23. Be it resolved that it should be further resolved that the unused amount of core funding from the 2021-22 fiscal year be allocated as an increase from their unrestricted surplus in the next year towards core funding for DSUs, FSUs, and CGs in the next year, 2022-23. This is the amended motion that's amending Mitchell's original motion. Okay, it's replacing and amending Mitchell's original motion. Okay. Is there any initial discussion on this language in the motion? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I'm calling you to record your votes. Okay, that passed unanimously. Now we're moving back now to the main motion, which is now this motion that we just read out. So Marie, you have a list.
Yeah, quick question.
Yes.
Should we write in here that it should be for VP Finance and incoming VP Finance?
We could. My goal was just to do this tonight and just loop in Almas tomorrow, because it's not a complicated thing for me to do.
Yeah, because I was thinking that we already passed the preliminary budget and stuff, so just wanted to do it just in case.
No, I fully understand. Okay, yeah, no, I understand what you're saying, because we passed one motion and this one, but no, I can.
I agree with what Ben was saying about this.
Okay. Quick amendment. Okay. Honestly, is anyone against just doing an amendment, a quick amendment of striking out or to adding to say, yeah, friendly amendments, basically. Basically the first, sorry, stop chatting, it's pushing the thing away. So basically friendly amendment is, because to me it's not material, it be resolved that the SFSS Council recommends the VP Finance and Services and the incoming VP Finance and Services to identify, reassess, restate the final budget to increase the approved student group core funding 50% of the current allocated amounts for the 2022-23. And then of course, the main one is be resolved that the unused, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Is that okay? It's okay, Marie, it's totally fine. I'm just excited, actually, my brain is actually clearer now. Okay, yeah, amendments can be like a death spiral sometimes. Okay, we got 3 minutes, we can do this. Okay, let's say, does that friendly amendment pass? Do I have any objections to that friendly amendment passing? No. Okay. We'll now vote on this amended motion. Amendment, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. All in favor, seek unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I'll call on you to record your votes. Yes, he's helping make history. Okay, that passes unanimously. I will work with Elmas and Albie if wherever weird things happens and I can't get it done tonight or early tomorrow, but it'll get done. Okay, and Marie definitely helps clarify this and get this all done. Okay, yeah, good way to spend a quarter. Yeah, only a quarter. Okay, now we're on to the last motion. How about this? I'll do a quick motion to extend the meeting by 10 minutes. Okay. Who secondary? Sorry, do you have a seconder?
Political science.
Okay. Political science seconds. I don't think there's going to be a discussion, so let's move to a vote. All in favor, seek unanimous consent. If you'd like to stand or dissent, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom and call you to record your votes. That carries. We have 10 more minutes. Okay, let's get this last motion done. Now I have to go find the actual motion again. Okay, it is actually here. Okay, so this is a motion submitted by myself on behalf of another member related to the Uyghur Supports Solidarity Statement. So I'll read it out, and honestly, I'll probably just see if we can post this in chat, just to make it easier for everyone. Yes, okay. So whereas on May 19th, 2021, the SFSS Council voted unanimously to condemn the ongoing genocide of the Uyghur peoples and struck a working group called the Uyghur Solidarity Working Group to formulate a statement and issues policy on behalf of the Council. Whereas the Uyghur Solidarity Working Group has finalized a statement titled SFSS Uyghur Solidarity regarding the recent history that has led up to the persecution and ongoing genocide of Uyghurs in concentration camps, propaganda and misinformation created by the Chinese government against Uyghurs, and holding accountable misinformation spreads by SFU faculty members. Be resolved that the SFSS Council approve the statement recommended and formulated by the Uyghur Solidarity Working Group and share it with membership. Okay. I move this motion. Do I have a seconder?
Political science.
Okay, political science. Discussion. Abby, you said since Helen was the one who submitted it to me, she has been the main liaison and working with the working group. I believe she was part of it when she was on council back in May. So I think Abby would like to read a statement from her. Oh, Helen, you are here.
Come on, give that to her, please.
Yes, you want to retract?
Hi.
Okay, go ahead, Helen.
Okay, I have some changed access needs. I just want to make sure that you can hear me on my end.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so awesome. I'm going to read out what I have prepared here. It's very late at night, so I'm sorry if I sound a little bit off, but here it goes. Okay, so hello everyone, and to any of our Uyghur brothers and sisters that may be tuning into this recording at a later date, I wish you peace upon you, salam alaikum. And I'd like to put out a trigger warning here and let anyone joining today's council meeting know that I'm going to be briefly mentioning detainment and the nature of internment camps against Uyghur communities. So if you wish to not be in the room to hear what I might say, please feel free to step away from your screen just for like 1 to 2 minutes. So again, my name is Helen, and I've attended pretty much the entirety of today's council meeting to speak in favor of this motion. So as a short backgrounder, the original motion to draft a statement on SFSS Uyghur solidarity came to council and got passed at the beginning of this council year, which was back in May of 2021. Now, at the time, I was appointed chair of the Uyghur Solidarity Working Group while I was the former counselor for political science. And during my time as chair of that working group, and with the help and guidance of both SFSS counselors and students a part of the Uyghur community, we were able to draft a statement in the summer of 2021, which stands in solidarity with Uyghur communities at SFU and nonetheless within the world. We had just been waiting to have this statement published just the last few months, and finally, thank goodness, it is brought to council today. So with that said, I'm encouraging councillors today to support this motion and have the statement published to our membership. Not only is it to fulfill a promise we had made last year, but it is also a way to acknowledge the lived experiences and traumas of our Uyghur communities and their families. Also, in passing this motion, this is also a way to acknowledge the resiliency of our Uyghur communities and how they continue to thrive despite the traumas they have faced. For instance, I need to say that I am grateful to my dear friends from the Uyghur community, Sarvanaz Nurli and Kabir Kurban, who took the time to present their lived experiences at council last year and their families' lived experiences on being detained by Chinese officials into Uyghur internment camps in Urumqi. Both Kabir and Sarvanaz continue to be prominent Uyghur activists and work hard to spread the awareness of this reality. And still, they both managed to take the time to help guide us counselors in the research and writing of this statement. So I hope that council considers the motion as a means to acknowledge and amplify SFU's Uyghur voices and support the Uyghur cause through this platform. Thank you all so much for listening.
Thank you, Helen. Marie? Or do you still want to go back, Abby? Okay, Marie, go ahead. You got 5 minutes.
Thank you. I won't take long, but I just want to say thanks for bringing this forward, Helen. This is super important, and I know a lot of folks like Kabir and Shalina have been helping effortlessly, even though they're directly affected and families are directly affected by the issue, which could be really heavy. And of course, no one should ever like go through that in the first place. But I'm just really happy that you brought this forward, and I just know the importance of supporting like international struggle against oppression, which is really important. And I've been really glad to see council supporting these things, especially this, and in the past, the Palestinian liberation policy too. So to see this going forward is really important. And I look forward to the issues policy as well.
Okay, thank you. Any more people on the list? If not, I'll just do a quick 30-second spiel of like, thank you all. Thank you, Helen, and the members of the working group for working on this and getting it, helping us get it over the finish line. And yeah, I'm full support. Thank you. If there's no one else, I will move to a vote. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I'll call on you to record the vote. Record your vote. That passes unanimously. We are now finished all our motions other than adjournment, but I need to do a quick announcement. Council orientation is starting from May 2nd to May 6th from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. In person to sub on Monday, May 2nd, Tuesday, May 3rd, and Friday, May 6th. Virtual meeting on May 3rd and May 4th. This is important for all the counselors that are incoming, that are either counselors currently that are changing over, that's transitioning over to the next council year, as well as maybe any alternates here that might be also incoming counselors. There has been emails sent out very late, but we are trying to improve on it. You'll be one of the first groups to be able to use our ballroom as a student, which is cool. Next council meeting is scheduled for Wednesday, May 11th at 4:30 p.m. That'll be under the new council and executive. So council with the executive. Okay, that is everything. We'll now move to adjournment. Motions 17.1. I read out, be resolved to adjourn the meeting at 11:08 p.m. Do I have a mover?
Matt.
Heard Matt. Do I have a seconder?
Matt.
Health science.
Okay, that was a big, I'll do health sciences.
Yes.
All in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to raise, or if you'd like to object, sorry. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain, object or abstain, or dissent or abstain, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom and I'll call you to record your votes. Ben, go ahead. And Abby. Okay, Abby, go first.
I'd like to abstain, please.
Ben?
I'd like to vote against.
I'd like to vote against as well. I want to keep talking about finances. Okay.
I also would like to vote against.
No, please don't all do this. It's just a joke.
We don't need a repeat of CCBC.
Yeah. Okay. Everyone else, I'm assuming, is in favor of adjourning, and this is the last council of the year. It was a very, but it's over. We've got a lot of everything passed, I believe. Please correct me if I'm wrong. And it's been a hell of a year. I do want to thank all of you, especially those that have been able to be with here. Also thank all the counselors that were, even they are not here now. Your amount of, you've contributed for the motions and the debates and everything else has been very meaningful and impactful. For those that are carrying forward, I wish you the best of luck. I will be available in some ways, online or other, to give advice. My original goal was to sit on council for the summer at least, but it's not going to work out that way because of life. But I am always happy to give advice and supports, and even if you need help with writing a motion or something. So I do want to thank you all. And I am very proud of our year and all the things we accomplished together. So
thank you, Corbett. Everyone on mute.
And have to still remember,
Yeah,
you still have 2 more days left.
Thank you.
And you still have reports to write.
Oh, and if
No
everyone
report.
can,
No
I know it's
report.
like
Thanks,
11 at
Corbett.
night, but if
Yeah.
you can like turn on your camera, like if you're in bed, that's fine. If you look like a foot, that's fine. I look like a foot. Just echoing words from Corbett. We started off meetings ending at 11 p.m. and we're gonna end off the year in the same way. I love all of your tired faces. The biggest yawn from Tiffany. Big smiles from Kayla and Nim. Thank you, everyone. I'm gonna thank you, Corbett and Gabe, if he was here. And I'm gonna take
Thank
a
you all.
picture now. Okay. Cheese.
Okay.
Wait, are we taking a picture? Because Marie's posing.
We were okay. One.
I was
Yes,
tempted to end the meeting
Joey.
halfway
Yes.
through that, but
We'll do
so
one
I'm not
more.
a
Okay, 1, 2,
Can we do round
3.
2?
Oh wait. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, everyone. It's been a blast.
Okay.
Bye, everyone. Take care.
Gonna end the meeting now.
Bye, everyone.
Oh, it's
Have
so
a good
late.
night.
My mouth guards then. Like, have a good night, everyone.